At my grandma's retirement dinner, my place card said the extra guest. My aunt winked and said, "Well, you were never really part of the family." So I stood up, tapped my fork on my glass, and said, "Let's celebrate the last time I'll let you all disrespect me." They laughed until I walked out and left behind one final. Okay, so let me just start by saying that my family is complicated. To put it bluntly, they've never been exactly welcoming or loving. I'm Olivia, 29F, and I've always felt like the black sheep of my family. Maybe it's because I didn't turn out exactly like everyone else. While they all went for safe careers in finance, medicine, or law, I followed my passion and became a photographer. But that's not even the main reason I've been treated like an outsider. Anyway, let me set the stage for this. It was last weekend, and my grandma, Eleanor, was having a retirement dinner to celebrate her years of teaching. She had been a teacher at the local high school for decades, and now, at the age of 80, she was finally retiring. We were all supposed to gather at this upscale restaurant downtown, a place that's a bit too fancy for my taste. But hey, it was for Grandma, so I didn't mind. I made sure to RSVP early and let them know I'd be there. Now, the family dynamic has always been tense, but the last couple of years, it's gotten even worse. You see, I have an aunt, my mom's sister, Sarah, who has always been a bit of a piece of work. She's the type who thinks she knows everything, and if you're not doing exactly what she's doing, well, you're just doing it wrong. We used to get along when I was younger, but things soured over the years. Mostly because, in her eyes, I wasn't successful enough. When I quit my corporate job to chase photography, she acted like I had thrown my life away. She didn't hold back on letting me know how disappointed she was in me, and that's when the cracks really started to show. The dinner was set up with a formal seating arrangement, and of course, it was a little awkward from the start. You could tell everyone was on edge: my mom, my aunt, my cousins. I walked in a little late because of traffic, and I was immediately hit with the stares as I made my way to the table. That's when I noticed the place card. I had been given the seat labeled the extra guest. I froze. Sure, I wasn't as closely related to everyone else as some of them were, but this felt like a slap in the face. I glanced up to see my Aunt Sarah sitting across from me, her lips curling into a smug smile as she watched my reaction. I had to swallow my irritation. I took my seat, trying to pretend it didn't bother me, but I could feel the eyes on me, the judgment in the air. The conversation around me was a blur, talking about work, family vacations, the usual. But I could feel the tension growing. Every now and then, I'd catch snippets of passive-aggressive comments thrown my way, like my aunt talking about those types of jobs where you don't really get a paycheck unless you're lucky. Or my cousin, Luke, trying to make everyone laugh by bringing up how Olivia's little art thing was probably just a phase. I tried to stay calm. I wasn't going to let them get to me. Not this time. It wasn't until dessert that things really took a turn. That's when my aunt leaned back in her chair, gave me a wink, and said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "Well, you were never really part of the family, were you, Olivia?" I felt my face flush, and for a second, I couldn't speak. It was like my brain was trying to process what she had just said. My grandma, who had been mostly quiet up to that point, didn't even bat an eye. My mom just sipped her wine, pretending she hadn't heard anything. And my cousins? They looked uncomfortable, but no one said a word. That was it. I stood up, and for a moment, the whole room fell silent. All I could hear was the sound of my fork tapping gently on my glass. I took a breath, making sure every eye was on me, and then I said it. "Let's celebrate the last time I'll let you all disrespect me." The room went dead quiet. Everyone's faces shifted from surprise to confusion. I wasn't sure what I expected, but it wasn't the laughter that followed. My Aunt Sarah, the one who started this, chuckled, like she thought I was joking. But this wasn't a joke. Not even a little. I could feel my heart racing as I locked eyes with my aunt. "You've all spent my whole life treating me like I'm some outsider. So if you want to keep playing your little games, that's fine. But not today." And with that, I grabbed my bag, turned on my heel, and walked straight out of the restaurant. As I pushed open the door, I heard a few hushed voices behind me. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. When I stepped outside into the cool night air, I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. I stood there for a moment, leaning against the brick wall of the restaurant, just trying to steady myself. I had done it. I had stood up to them, finally. But my mind was spinning. I felt a mixture of exhilaration and a weird emptiness, like I was waiting for something to hit me. It was the kind of rush you get when you've done something irreversible, something you can't take back. I was trying to catch my breath when I heard footsteps behind me. At first, I thought it might be one of my cousins, maybe someone coming to apologize or ask if I was okay. I turned around, expecting to see someone looking guilty, maybe even trying to talk me back inside. Instead, it was my mom. She wasn't running after me. She was walking slowly, her heels clicking against the pavement with each step. I wasn't sure what to expect from her. She was always the neutral one, never picking sides, but also never stepping in when things got bad. She was just there. I'd always felt like my mom loved me, but her love was quiet and distant, the kind of love that couldn't protect me from my aunt's cruel remarks or my cousin's mocking behavior. So, seeing her walk toward me now felt strange. I braced myself, not knowing what to feel. "Olivia," she said, her voice soft but firm. "What are you doing?" I crossed my arms over my chest, my jaw clenching as I looked at her. "What am I doing?" "Really? You're asking me that?" She sighed, her eyes flicking to the ground before meeting mine again. "This isn't like you. You've always kept your head down and avoided confrontation." "Yeah, well, I'm tired of it." I shot back, trying to control the anger that was rising in me again. "I'm tired of being treated like the outsider, the one who doesn't belong. How long did you think I was going to let them walk all over me? I'm done being the extra guest, Mom. Done." Her expression softened for a moment, but I could see the unease in her eyes. "I know it's hard, but you've got to understand. They're family. They don't mean it like that." I scoffed, shaking my head. "No, they mean it. Every time. I've spent my whole life feeling like I don't belong here. And you just sit there, letting them do it. Do you even hear what they say about me?" She hesitated, glancing away for a second. When she spoke again, her voice was quieter, almost pleading. "It's not easy, Olivia. You know how Sarah is. She's always been like that. And your cousins, they don't understand what you do. They're just trying to fit in with her." "Yeah, and I'm the punchline, right?" I retorted, the words slipping out before I could stop them. "I don't even get an apology. No one's going to stop to think about how I feel. You don't get it, Mom. You never did." I didn't want to say it, but it came out anyway. The words I'd been holding back for so long. "You always pick them over me. Always." She flinched at that, and for a split second, I saw something in her eyes, maybe guilt, maybe regret, but before she could say anything else, I turned and started walking away. I didn't want to hear it. Not right then. Not from her. I didn't want to hear any more excuses. I could hear her call my name, but I didn't stop. My feet moved faster, almost like they were carrying me away from the whole mess, from everything that had led up to this moment. I wasn't even sure where I was going. I just knew I needed distance, space to think, to breathe. The city lights blurred around me as I walked, and soon I found myself standing in front of a little cafe a few blocks away from the restaurant. I needed coffee. I needed a moment to clear my head. I walked inside, the bell above the door jingling softly as I stepped in. The place was nearly empty, just a couple of people hunched over their laptops. The quiet was a relief, almost like a balm to the sting that had settled in my chest. I ordered a coffee, the bitter warmth of it doing little to soothe the anger that was still bubbling under the surface. As I sat down at a table by the window, I pulled my phone out of my bag, almost instinctively. The screen lit up with a notification from my cousin Luke. I stared at it for a few seconds before opening the message. "Luke, hey, Olivia. I don't know what that was all about tonight, but you really shouldn't have left like that. It was just a joke." I stared at the message for a long time, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I was so tempted to reply, to type out everything that had been building up inside of me for years. But I didn't. Instead, I set my phone down on the table, resting my chin on my hand as I gazed out at the streets. What was I even supposed to say to him? To any of them? It was clear to me now, none of them saw me the way I saw myself. They didn't care to understand who I was or why I did the things I did. They only cared about their little world, their rules, their expectations. And I had spent my entire life trying to fit into it. But I couldn't do it anymore. I had left the dinner, but I wasn't sure what to do next. My aunt would be furious, my cousins probably annoyed, and my mom. Well, my mom was still somewhere back at the restaurant, stuck in the middle of it all. She hadn't followed me outside, not even to check on me. It felt like she had always been just a little bit too late to step in when I needed her. But maybe it was time to stop waiting for her. Maybe it was time to stop waiting for any of them. As I sipped my coffee, I felt the familiar weight of uncertainty press down on me. I had made a stand tonight. But what now? And then the next message popped up, this time from my mom. Mom, Olivia, please come back. Let's talk. I stared at the message from my mom for a while, my thumb hovering over the screen. Part of me wanted to reply, to let her know I was okay. But another part of me, the part that had been silenced for so long, wasn't ready to cave. Not yet. I had been the one to always smooth things over, to be the one who made excuses for my family's behavior. But tonight was different. I didn't respond to her message. Instead, I closed my phone and turned it face down on the table. I didn't need to hear any more empty apologies or explanations. I had heard them all before, and they never amounted to anything. Every time something went wrong, my family would offer a sorry or let's move past it, but nothing changed. Nothing ever did. A soft bell jingled as the door to the cafe opened, and I looked up instinctively. I half expected it to be my mom, following me like she always did when I walked away from a confrontation. But it wasn't her. It was Sarah, my aunt. She walked in, her heels clicking sharply against the floor, her presence immediately filling the small space. My stomach churned. I should have expected her to come after me. She never let anything go. She spotted me immediately and walked over, her posture straight and confident. The kind of confidence that only comes from years of thinking you're always in the right. She pulled out a chair and sat down without waiting for me to acknowledge her. Olivia, she started, her voice just a little too sweet. I think we need to talk. I didn't respond right away. I just took another sip of my coffee, letting the silence stretch out between us. She sighed, as if this was the most exhausting thing she'd ever had to do. I don't know why you made such a scene last night. You know it was just a family dinner. We were all celebrating Grandma, and you had to ruin it. I felt a flicker of disbelief, of anger. Ruin it? She was sitting here, acting like I was the one who had caused the drama. My jaw tightened, but I kept my voice level. I didn't ruin anything. You all have been treating me like an outsider for years. You don't get to act like this is just some small misunderstanding. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smirk. Olivia, you've always been so dramatic. It's exhausting. You've always been so sensitive. You really think everyone's out to get you. I felt a sharp, bitter laugh bubble up in my chest. Out to get me? I repeated. No, Sarah. You're not out to get me. You're just so used to getting everything you want, you don't even notice when you step all over people. You don't even see what you've done. Her expression didn't change. She didn't even flinch. And you're the victim, right? Always playing the martyr. It was like a switch flipped in me then. My patience, which had always been stretched thin when it came to Sarah, finally snapped. I put my coffee cup down, my hands trembling slightly as I clenched my fist on the table. Do you hear yourself? I shot back, my voice colder now. You never take responsibility for anything, do you? You always turn everything on me. You made me feel small for years, Sarah. Always saying I wasn't good enough. Always reminding me that I wasn't as successful as you. You think I don't notice that? You think I don't see how you've made every family event about you? She didn't even seem fazed. If anything, her smirk widened. I just don't think you understand the importance of family, Olivia. You're so wrapped up in your little hobby, your little photography thing, that you forget what matters. You never cared about fitting in, and that's fine. But don't come here, don't make everything about you, and then expect me to apologize. You're the one who made it awkward last night, not me. I could feel the heat rising in my chest. Hobby, I echoed, my voice shaking with fury. You think I've worked hard for years just to have you belittle me like that? You think my career, my life, is some joke? You think I didn't notice you and your perfect little family constantly making me feel like I wasn't enough? She leaned back in her chair, looking at me with that same patronizing expression that made me feel like I was a child again. You've never been part of this family, Olivia. I don't think you ever will be. You've always been on the outside looking in. You're just too stubborn to realize that. I felt my blood run cold at her words. I could hear them echoing in my head over and over again. Never been part of this family. And that was it. That was the final nail in the coffin. I stood up abruptly, pushing my chair back so hard it scraped against the floor. Sarah raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting me to react this way. I'm done, I said, my voice steady, but every word cutting through the air like a knife. I'm done trying to fit in with people who don't give a damn about me. I'm done making excuses for you and everyone else. You've made it clear how you feel about me, and you're not going to get another chance to treat me like this again. Her eyes narrowed, and for the first time, there was a flicker of something like uncertainty in her gaze. But she quickly masked it with her usual smugness. Go ahead and run off, Olivia. It's what you do best. You'll never change. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. I walked out of the cafe without looking back. But as I stepped into the chilly night air, a thought settled in my mind. I wasn't done yet. No, I wasn't going to let them just walk all over me anymore. This wasn't the end. Not by a long shot. The walk back to my car felt like it took longer than usual, though I wasn't sure if that was just my mind playing tricks on me. Each step was heavier than the last, as if I were carrying something much more than the weight of my body. My stomach churned with a mix of uncertainty and determination. I had walked away from the family dinner, but in my heart, I knew that wasn't enough. There was still unfinished business. I was done being the one to hold my tongue. Done being the good girl, the one who let things slide and tried to keep the peace. But now I had a different idea. I reached my car, my fingers tightening around the cold metal of the door handle. The engine roared to life, and I drove aimlessly for a while. The streets blurred by as I tried to sort through everything in my head, everything that had led up to this moment. My Aunt Sarah's words echoed over and over again. You've never been part of this family. You're just too stubborn to realize that. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how right she was, though not in the way she thought. I was stubborn. I had spent years fighting to fit into a family that never wanted me there. But now I saw it clearly. I didn't need them to accept me. What I needed was for them to finally understand who I really was. And for that, I needed to make sure they saw me in a way they never had before. My phone buzzed on the passenger seat, pulling me from my thoughts. I glanced at the screen. It was a message from Luke, my cousin. Look, Olivia, I get that you're upset, but you can't just throw everything away over something small. Don't be so dramatic. I stared at the message, a strange calmness sweeping over me. The nerve of him. He had always been the nice one, the one who pretended to be neutral, but I knew better. He was just as complicit as Sarah, just as comfortable in the role of the family's favorite. I had never been good enough in their eyes, and I was tired of pretending like I didn't see it. I typed out a response, the words flowing out of me without hesitation. Maybe I'm tired of being the one who always forgives. Maybe I'm tired of being treated like I don't matter. You're right about one thing. Look, I am done, but not in the way you think. I had sinned, and for a moment, I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. But the truth was, I wasn't about to let any of them off the hook. Not anymore. I parked my car in a quiet spot near a park and sat there for a while, thinking through what I needed to do. I had one card to play. One thing that could finally make them realize what they had taken for granted. It wasn't about revenge in the way they might think. No, it was something much more subtle, much more satisfying. It was about forcing them to confront the reality of what they had lost. I pulled my phone out again and started typing, not to anyone in particular, but to all of them. I hope you all enjoy your little family dinner without me. I'm sure Grandma appreciated all the attention, as usual. But here's the thing. It's been a long time coming, but I've decided it's time to make my own way. You won't have to worry about me anymore." I sat there, staring at the message for a while, feeling the weight of what I was about to do. Sending this wasn't just about walking away, it was about drawing a line in the sand. It was about showing them that they couldn't push me around anymore. I hesitated for a moment, then pressed send. My heart skipped a beat. The next few minutes felt like a lifetime. I watched the notification bubble on my phone, expecting to see an immediate response. But nothing came. No one texted me back. Not Luke. Not Sarah. Not anyone. I didn't know if that meant they were stunned or if they just didn't care enough to respond. Either way, I wasn't waiting around to find out. I put the phone back down on the passenger seat and took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. The wheels in my mind were already turning. I knew what needed to be done. It was time to take back control. Time to make sure they knew that I wasn't just some extra guest at their table. I wasn't just an afterthought in their lives. The plan had already started to form in my mind. I had been quietly building my life outside of them, away from the constant judgment and passive-aggressive remarks. I had built a business, something real, something that was all mine. But they had no idea how far it had come, how successful it had become. I could already picture the look on their faces when they realized the truth, that the person they had dismissed, the one they had pushed aside, was the one who had outgrown them all. It was a slow burn, but it would be worth it. Every single moment of it. But first, I needed to make sure I had one last thing to tie everything together. A little gift, something that would leave them speechless, something they would remember long after I was gone. I grabbed my phone again and pulled up my business account, scrolling through the recent updates. It was time to finalize the details. I had an idea in mind, one last step to make sure they understood who I was and why they should have respected me. I tapped a few buttons, confirmed the transaction, and sat back in my seat, letting out a long breath. The next few days were going to be interesting. The next day, I woke up with a strange sense of calm. Everything had been set into motion, and there was no turning back now. My phone buzzed constantly as messages from my family flooded in. Luke, Sarah, even my mom, everyone had something to say about the message I sent. But none of it fazed me. Not anymore. I spent the morning reading through their messages. Luke tried to be the voice of reason, telling me I was overreacting and that I shouldn't burn bridges with the family. Sarah, of course, had her usual smug tone, telling me that I would regret this and that I was making a scene again. But my favorite message, the one that made everything feel worth it, came from my mom. Mom, you've made a mistake. We're your family. We've always been here for you. You can't just walk away from everything. I couldn't help but laugh bitterly as I read that. My mother had always been the one to tell me I wasn't good enough, but now she was acting like she was the victim. Typical. I didn't even bother replying. I had bigger things to focus on. Later that afternoon, I got a notification that my latest investment had gone through, a move I'd been working on for months. I had just signed a deal with a company that would help expand my business into something much bigger than I had ever imagined. It was the kind of deal my family would have laughed off as impossible when they first heard about my idea. But now it was happening, and they would all find out in the most dramatic way possible. The following evening, I invited them all to a dinner. I knew it was going to be uncomfortable, and that was exactly what I wanted. I wanted them to sit there, pretending everything was normal, while they slowly began to realize the truth. The email I had sent out to them earlier, after I left the cafe, had one crucial detail they hadn't noticed at first. The subject line was a notification of an update to my business venture. I made sure to add that I'd be celebrating my most recent success at the dinner, right in front of them. I stood at the head of the table, where they had all gathered, and casually sipped my drink as they settled in. It was a slow burn as they all awkwardly avoided eye contact with me at first. Finally, after a few minutes of tension, I decided it was time. I raised my glass. Thanks for coming, everyone. It's nice to finally have you all in one place, I said, my voice just loud enough for the entire room to hear. Their eyes shifted toward me, and I could see Sarah try to hide her smirk. I've been meaning to share something with you, I continued, a calmness I hadn't known I was capable of settling over me. You all know how much I love photography and design, and how I've always felt a little, out of place in this family. But it turns out I've been doing a little more than just that lately. The silence grew thicker. I could see the realization hit Sarah first. Her smile faltered, just for a second, before she quickly recovered. "What are you talking about, Olivia?" she asked, her voice overly sweet. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I pulled out my phone, tapped a few times, and sent them a link to a recent news article about a major partnership I had just finalized. The headline screamed, "Up-and-coming entrepreneur secures major deal in global expansion." I watched as the table read the article on their phones, one by one. My heart beat a little faster as I saw the shock on their faces. The smug expressions melted away, replaced by uncertainty. You're serious?" Luke asked, his voice low, disbelief clear on his face. "I've been working on this for the past year, and now it's finally happening. I'm not just that extra guest anymore. I'm someone worth paying attention to." It was Sarah who broke first. You can't be serious. How could you have done this without telling us?" Without, her voice cracked slightly, her composure slipping. I smiled. "Oh, I've been telling you all along. I just don't think you were listening. Every time I tried to tell you about my work, you either ignored me or made fun of me. Well, now you're going to have to take me seriously because I'm not going anywhere. I built this on my own." Luke's face turned bright red, the reality of the situation sinking in. I didn't know. Why didn't you tell us?" "Because you don't care," I said simply. "You never have. I learned a long time ago that I don't need your validation. I don't need any of you to tell me I'm good enough. I'm good enough because I know it." Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Sarah stood up. Her face was flushed with anger, but there was a glint of something else in her eyes, something I couldn't quite place. "You think you've won, don't you?" she hissed. "You think we're all just going to sit here and congratulate you like you're some kind of hero? You're nothing but an embarrassment." I stood up, facing her now, and for the first time in my life, I didn't feel small. "No, Sarah. I'm not an embarrassment. I'm finally me. And you can't control that anymore." For a moment, she glared at me, but then she turned, her heels clicking against the floor as she walked out of the room. Luke followed close behind, his face a mix of confusion and disappointment. And my mom? She didn't say a word. She just sat there, watching me, and for the first time, I saw her uncertainty, her regret. It was too late for apologies. Too late for everything. I looked at the empty seats at the table, feeling an odd sense of closure. They were all gone, leaving me alone in that room. But for the first time in a long while, I wasn't afraid to be alone. I was free. It was supposed to be a simple, relaxing family trip, a break from work, a chance to reconnect, and a few days of much-needed downtime. I had taken the day off to join them, knowing how rare it was to get everyone together. The plan was to meet up at my parents' house, where we'd all drive together to the cabin they'd rented for the weekend. The house was an hour away, but the trip would be worth it. I was excited. Even packed a few things early the night before, making sure everything was ready. It had been a hectic few weeks, and I was really looking forward to the break. My parents, my younger brother, and I hadn't spent quality time together in months, and this trip was exactly what we all needed. I was already mentally relaxing as I drove to their place, imagining the peaceful weekend ahead. I arrived around noon, expecting to see their cars parked in the driveway, but when I pulled up, the place seemed eerily quiet. No cars, no movement. I figured they might be inside, getting last-minute things together. Maybe they had left early, but I thought they would have told me. I rang the doorbell. Nothing. I knocked. Still nothing. Confused, I pulled out my phone and checked it, hoping for a message. That's when I saw it. A text from my mom. "We left without you." I blinked at the words for a moment. I thought I was mistaken, so I read it again. "We left without you." What did that even mean? They were supposed to wait for me. I had made plans. I had taken the day off specifically to go on this trip. I quickly checked the rest of the message, hoping for some clarification, and there it was. "You can watch the house for us?" I stared at the text in disbelief. Watch the house? Was this some sort of joke? My heart started to race. Why would they leave without me? How could they just go ahead with the trip, knowing I was coming? I felt a wave of frustration and confusion. Why hadn't they mentioned this change of plans? How was I left out of the loop? And what did they mean by watch the house? The situation was starting to feel more and more off. I called my mom, desperate for answers. Ring, ring, nothing. That I tried my dad, hoping he might have a different explanation. Ring, ring again, nothing. That I checked my phone one more time to see if there was any new message, but no. My mind raced. I wanted to scream, but instead, I just stood there in stunned silence. This couldn't be real. After a few moments, I made a decision. I wasn't going to stay here like a fool, waiting for answers that weren't coming. I got back into my car, slammed the door, and drove off, feeling like I was living in some strange dream. But as I drove away, my mind kept replaying the message. We left without you. Why would they do that? Why leave me behind after everything? And the part about watching the house? What was that even supposed to mean? Days passed, and I still hadn't heard a word from them. My parents weren't responding to my calls or texts, and that feeling of being completely shut out continued to gnaw at me. What was really going on? Why had they left so abruptly? The next few days felt like a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about the strange situation, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. It wasn't just that they left without me. It was the sheer coldness of the way they had done it. To tell me I could watch the house for them? That was just bizarre. I spent the evening at home, replaying every little detail in my mind. Had I missed something? Had they mentioned anything about the trip? No, nothing. The last conversation I'd had with them was about the weather forecast. Everything seemed fine then. They had seemed excited, even talking about how much they were looking forward to the getaway. I finally decided to go back to their house the following morning. I needed answers, and I wasn't going to let it go. When I arrived, I expected to see some sort of explanation, maybe a note or something that would help me understand what had happened. But as I pulled into the driveway, I saw something that made my stomach drop. Their cars were back. I was so confused. Why were they back already? If they'd gone on the trip, why were they home in the middle of the day? And why hadn't they called me? I parked my car, my heart pounding, and walked toward the front door, wondering if I was about to get an explanation, or if I was going to face more silence. I knocked once, then twice. After a few moments, the door creaked open. It was my dad. He looked at me, almost surprised to see me standing there. "Hey," I said, trying to mask the tension in my voice. "I thought you guys were on a trip." "Oh," he said, scratching his head. "Well, we didn't make it. Some stuff came up." His voice was flat, distant. What did that even mean? Some stuff came up? I had so many questions. Why hadn't they told me about this? Why was everything suddenly so vague? Before I could ask anything more, he stepped aside, gesturing for me to come inside. "Look, sit down," he said, motioning to the living room. "Your mom's in the kitchen. We need to talk." I followed him inside, still trying to process the situation. My mom was sitting at the kitchen table, staring at her phone. She didn't look up when I walked in, but my dad took a seat across from her, and I took a deep breath, preparing for whatever was coming next. "What's going on, Dad?" I finally asked. "Why didn't you wait for me? Why did you leave without telling me? And why all the confusion about the trip?" He hesitated for a moment, clearly unsure of how to respond. Then, he said something that caught me completely off guard. "Look, honey," he started, his voice softer now. "We didn't mean to hurt you, but things just didn't go the way we planned. Your mom and I have been going through some stuff. This trip wasn't just a getaway. It was something we needed to do, and we weren't sure how to explain it." I sat there, confused. What on earth could be so important that they had to leave without me? Why not just tell me the truth from the start? "Why didn't you tell me you were having problems?" I asked, trying to hold back my emotions. "Why did you leave me out like that?" My mom finally put down her phone and looked up at me, her eyes weary and apologetic. "We didn't want to burden you with it," she said, her voice shaky. "We thought maybe you'd just understand, but I can see now that was a mistake. I'm sorry." I didn't know what to say. Part of me was angry at being left out, angry at the secrecy, but another part of me felt sad. This wasn't the family I had grown up with. They used to be so open with me. What had changed? Before I could say anything more, my dad stood up. Look, we're sorry for how things played out. We should have been more upfront with you. Can you forgive us?" I sat there for a long moment, unsure of what to feel. The situation was so much more complicated than I had ever imagined. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I needed to decide where I went from here. Could I forgive them? Was it even possible to move past the hurt? I sat there, trying to make sense of everything they had just said. My mind was racing. Was I really ready to just forgive them? It wasn't just the trip. It was everything that had led up to it. The secrecy, the sudden change in their behavior, and the way they had handled the situation. I didn't know if I could just brush it off and pretend everything was fine. Why Mom looked at me, her eyes pleading, like she wanted to fix it, but didn't know how. I could see the guilt on her face, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal. Why hadn't they trusted me with whatever was going on? I was their daughter. Shouldn't I have been part of the conversation? "I don't know if I can just forgive you," I said, finally breaking the silence. The words hung in the air, heavier than I expected. I feel like I've been kept in the dark. My dad's face fell, and I could see that my words stung him. He stepped closer, his expression softening. "I get it," he said quietly. "I really do. And I know it's hard to understand right now, but we didn't want to drag you into all the stuff we've been dealing with. We didn't think you should have to worry about it." "But I do worry," I replied, my voice shaking a little now. "I'm part of this family too. You can't just shut me out when things get tough." My mom, still sitting at the table, wiped a tear from her eye. I hadn't seen her cry like that in ages, and it made me feel guilty for being so harsh. But the hurt was real. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was just a background character in their lives, someone they could forget about when things got difficult. "I'm sorry," my mom said, her voice small. "We made a mistake. I know it doesn't make it right, but we didn't know how to explain what was happening. We didn't want to hurt you." There it was again. The apology. It seemed genuine, but part of me couldn't help but wonder if it was too little, too late. They left me out of something that should have been about family, and now they expected me to just accept their apologies and move on. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm in my head. "I need some time to think about all this," I said, standing up from the table. "I don't know if I can just forgive you right away." My dad nodded, his face somber. "We understand. Take all the time you need." I walked out of the house, not knowing what to feel. The whole situation was so complicated. I loved my parents, but I wasn't sure if I could trust them the way I once did. I knew I couldn't just forget what happened, but part of me still wanted things to go back to normal. The family I had known, the one that was always there for each other, seemed like a distant memory. As I got into my car, I couldn't stop thinking about the words my mom had said earlier. "We didn't want to hurt you." But wasn't that exactly what they had done? I didn't know if there was any way to fix this. Maybe time would help. Or maybe it was time for me to move on from this broken family dynamic. But before I could process everything, my phone buzzed. It was a message from my dad. "We've booked another trip. It's a small getaway. We'd love for you to come with us. We want to make things right." I stared at the message for a moment. My initial thought was to ignore it, but then I remembered all the years of family vacations, the fun times we used to have before all the tension started. Could this be their way of trying to fix things? Or was it just another empty gesture? I had to decide. Was I willing to go? Was I ready to put the past behind me and give them another chance? Or had the damage been done? I sat there in the car, staring at the message for what felt like forever. Part of me wanted to give in. I had so many memories of family trips, good times shared with laughter and bonding. Maybe this trip could be the chance to fix everything, to reconnect with the people who raised me. But then, the other part of me couldn't shake the bitterness. How could they just act like everything was fine after what had happened? Was this really an apology, or just another attempt to brush things under the rug? I decided I needed time. Time to think, to process everything, to figure out what I truly wanted. I couldn't make a decision while I was still this emotional. So, I put my phone down and decided to take a walk. The crisp evening air hit my face as I stepped outside, giving me a moment to clear my head. The silence around me was almost comforting, like it was giving me the space to make the right decision. As I walked around the block, memories of my childhood began to surface. I remembered the family vacations we used to take, long summer road trips, laughing around the dinner table, those rare moments of peace where everything felt right. It made me question, could we ever get back to that? Or was it all just an illusion, a thing of the past that I was never going to get back? The more I thought about it, the more I realized I had two choices. I could accept their invitation, go on the trip, and see if this was their way of making amends. Or I could stay firm in my stance and refuse to let them off the hook so easily. The idea of holding a grudge didn't sit well with me. I didn't want to live with resentment toward my parents forever. But at the same time, I didn't want to let them think they could get away with something like this without truly facing the consequences. I reached the end of the block and stopped, looking up at the sky. There was something peaceful about the way the stars twinkled in the distance. And in that moment, I realized I had to do what felt right for me. I couldn't just go along with what they wanted because it was easier. I needed to make my own decision based on how I felt, not on what they expected from me. Taking a deep breath, I pulled my phone out again and typed a response. Thanks for the offer, but I need more time. I'm not sure if I'm ready to let go of everything yet. I need to figure out if I can trust you again. I pressed send and felt a strange sense of relief. At least now, I wasn't jumping into anything blindly. I was setting a boundary, and that felt empowering. But just as I thought I had everything figured out, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a voicemail from my mom. I hesitated before hitting play. What could she possibly want now? The message started, her voice shaky and urgent. I know you're upset, and I completely understand. But please, we need you. We can't do this without you. The trip is really important, not just to us but to you, too. It's not about us trying to fix everything with one gesture. It's about showing you that we want to make things right. Please, just think about it. We love you, and we don't want to lose you. Call me when you're ready, okay? Her words struck a chord in me. It wasn't just an invitation. It was a plea, a cry for help. Did they realize just how much they'd hurt me? Or was this just another desperate attempt to pull me back into the family dynamic they had broken? The longer I stood there, the more conflicted I felt. Could I take that leap and trust them again? Could this trip really be the start of something new? Or would it only end in disappointment?
There's more to this story than meets the eye. There's a deeper, twisted reason why they wanted OP on that trip, and believe me, it's not what you think. The truth is about to come to light and you won't want to miss it. So if you're curious to find out what really happened, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Stick with us because the next part is coming soon, and trust me, it's going to blow your mind.
My name is Ian, and I'm 27. I've never been the kind of person who needed much from my parents. Respect, maybe, or at least the bare minimum of acknowledgement. Instead, what I got growing up was constant nitpicking, especially from my dad, Victor. He always had something to say about how I carried myself, what I studied, the friends I kept. If it wasn't the clothes on my back, it was the so-called lack of ambition in my eyes. To him, success meant one thing: working in the family construction business. Anything else was a joke, a waste of time, or some sort of personal insult. He didn't hide that opinion either. He wielded it like a hammer. Every Sunday dinner, every family gathering, he'd throw in some joke about how I'd never make it with my hobbies. Those hobbies, by the way, were the foundation of my career in digital design, which I'd been slowly carving out for myself. My mom, Laura, wasn't much better, but in her case, it was quieter. She'd nod along with him, not really defending me, but not attacking either. She had this way of wringing her hands like she hated the conflict but loved watching it play out. And my younger brother, Thomas? Let's just say he was the golden investment. Dad praised him nonstop because he joined the family business without hesitation. I always told myself I could take it. I thought if I kept my head down, worked hard, and stayed out of their way, eventually they'd see that what I was doing had value. I poured myself into my projects, building a portfolio I was proud of, even landing a steady flow of clients. My work wasn't glamorous, but it was mine, and it was enough to cover my personal expenses. The one thing I didn't cover yet was rent. My parents insisted I live in the small apartment unit attached to the house. It wasn't free, but they had always said, as long as you're figuring things out, we'll help you out. Except help came with strings. One night, over dinner, the criticism started like it always did, but this time it escalated in a way I didn't expect. So, Ian, Dad said, stabbing at his plate like it had wronged him. Any real jobs lined up this week? Or just more doodles? They're not doodles, I said, keeping my tone even. I'm working with a client on a new logo package. It's steady work. Steady work, he repeated, snorting. You know what's steady? A paycheck. Benefits. Something you can actually build a life on. You're wasting your 20s playing with a computer screen. Thomas laughed, not even trying to hide it. Dad's right. You can't pay rent with doodles. That's when Dad leaned back in his chair, folded his arms, and delivered the line that stuck like a knife. From now on, you'll cover your own rent. No more freebies. You want to play businessman, then act like one. Rent's due at the end of the week. Mom didn't say a word. She just shifted in her seat, eyes darting between us like she was watching a show. I didn't argue. I didn't defend myself. I just nodded slowly, finished my meal in silence, and excused myself. Inside, though, I was done. Done trying to win scraps of approval. Done explaining myself. Done waiting for them to take me seriously. That night, I went back to my unit, sat on my bed, and thought long and hard. And the next morning, while the house was quiet, I began packing my things. I didn't slam doors. I didn't leave a note. I just folded my clothes neatly, boxed up my equipment, and loaded my car. By the time the sun was rising, I was gone. No announcement, no goodbye. Days passed. I stayed focused on my work, setting up in a small rental across town. I didn't reach out, and they didn't either. At least, not until my phone buzzed one morning with a message from Mom. The rent is due, where are you? When I read my mom's text, I actually laughed out loud. Not because it was funny, far from it, but because of the sheer audacity of it. I had left quietly. No fight, no dramatic showdown, nothing to give them the satisfaction of saying I stormed out like a child. I thought, maybe foolishly, that my silence would make it clear I was done. But there it was on my screen, as if nothing had changed. As if I hadn't carried every box out of that apartment with my own hands. As if she hadn't watched Dad corner me night after night with his little lectures. The rent is due, where are you? Where was I? I was in a new place, breathing air that didn't feel suffocating, sitting at a desk where my laptop hummed without the constant background noise of my father's disapproval. But apparently, in her mind, I was still tethered to that little apartment attached to their house, like a dog chained to a post. I didn't reply. Not right away. I set the phone down and tried to get back to work, but the words kept echoing. Rent. Due. Where are you? By the end of the day, the silence between us turned into more messages. First, did you forget the first of the month? Then, your father is expecting you to handle this. And finally, we can't carry you anymore, Ian. Step up. That last one made me pause. Step up. That phrase had followed me my whole life, always wielded as a weapon. When I was 12 and didn't want to join Thomas in football practice, Dad said it. Step up, son. When I chose art classes instead of business electives in high school, step up. Even when I quietly told them in college that I didn't want the construction company, they told me I'd regret it if I didn't step up. It wasn't about stepping up. It was about stepping into the role they had written for me without asking what I wanted. I let their messages sit unanswered, and for a couple of days, it was quiet again. I thought maybe they'd get the hint. But my parents don't do hints. They do pressure. And when pressure doesn't work, they escalate. That Saturday, while I was grocery shopping, my phone lit up with a call from Thomas. I almost didn't answer, but some part of me wanted to hear what angle he'd try. Where the heck are you? He said, not even bothering with a hello. Out, I replied flatly. You're supposed to pay rent. Dad's furious. You can't just run off like this and expect everyone else to pick up the slack. I don't live there anymore, I said. It's your house, your family's house, not mine. There was a beat of silence, and then his laugh, condescending, sharp. You think you can just walk away? You're still part of this family, Ian. You can't just disappear when things get tough. I clenched my jaw, holding the phone tighter than I should. Tough for who, Thomas? You live in the main house. You're groomed to take over the business. Dad praises you every chance he gets. Don't tell me you're the one struggling. That's not the point, he snapped. You're being selfish. Mom's worried sick. And Dad, he says if you don't get your act together, don't bother coming back. Coming back. That was rich. I ended the call without another word. My hands were shaking as I set my phone down in the cart. Strangers passed by, oblivious to the fact that my family was trying to drag me back into a cage I had already broken out of. The following week, The messages kept coming, now layered with guilt trips. Mom wrote, "Your brother is working himself to the bone while you run away. Is that fair to him?" Dad, in his usual bluntness, "If you can't handle responsibility, don't expect to be treated like an adult." And the one that finally broke through my calm exterior, "If you're not paying rent, we'll have to cover it. And don't forget, that's money we've invested in you for years. You owe us." That word, "oh," hit a nerve. All my life, they had treated me like an investment gone wrong. Every meal, every ride, every roof over my head was something I was supposed to repay with obedience. They never said it directly, but the message was always there. Now they had put it in writing, confirming what I'd felt since I was old enough to understand the weight behind their generosity. I started to wonder what their real game was. Did they genuinely think I was still living in that apartment? Or did they know I was gone, and this was their way of yanking me back into line? That question was answered the following Thursday when my doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone. My clients didn't show up unannounced, and my friends always texted first. When I peeked through the blinds, my stomach dropped. Standing there, in his work boots and jacket with the family company logo stitched on, was my father. He didn't knock again, just stood there, arms crossed, glaring at the door like he could burn a hole through it. For a long moment, I considered pretending I wasn't home. But the sound of his footsteps on the porch, steady and heavy, made that impossible. He knew I was in there. He always knew. I opened the door just enough to step outside, keeping the frame between us like a shield. "Ian," he said, his voice low but sharp. "We need to talk." My chest tightened, but I kept my expression neutral. "About what?" "You know what." He gestured vaguely toward the street, as if the entire world was supposed to understand his reasoning. "The rent. The responsibility you've abandoned. You can't just walk away from family obligations." "I don't live there anymore," I said firmly. "I moved out. I'm paying my own rent now, in my own place. That's my responsibility." He shook his head, his jaw tightening. "That apartment was yours. We gave it to you. You don't get to just leave without making things right. Your mother and I are not going to carry your weight anymore." Something in me snapped then, not loudly, not explosively, but quietly, like a branch breaking in the woods. "Maybe you shouldn't have treated me like weight to begin with," I said. His eyes narrowed. "Watch your tone, Ian. You've been ungrateful long enough. This little stunt of yours, running off, ignoring your family, it ends now." He stepped closer, his shadow stretching across the threshold. For a second, I thought he might actually force his way inside. He didn't cross the threshold, but he didn't back away either. We stood there like two chess pieces locked in place, both waiting for the other to make the first move. The air between us was heavy, thick with unspoken history. My dad's eyes carried the same look I'd seen since childhood, the look that told me no matter how hard I tried, I'd never measure up to the blueprint he'd designed for me. That blueprint had always been Thomas, strong, dependable, molded to fit the family's expectations like clay shaped by steady, controlling hands. I, on the other hand, had been the splinter, the piece that didn't fit, no matter how much sanding and hammering he tried. "I don't know what game you think you're playing," Dad said finally, his tone clipped. "But you don't just get to walk away. That apartment was provided for you, and there are responsibilities tied to it. You think you can disappear and dump the consequences on us? That's not how this works." I folded my arms, mirroring his stance, though I knew mine lacked the intimidation his carried. "I didn't disappear. I moved out. I'm living in a new place, paying for myself. Isn't that what you always wanted? For me to stand on my own? You don't get it." His voice rose slightly, his hand gesturing sharply in the air. "It's not about you standing on your own. It's about respect. About stepping up when the family needs you. That apartment wasn't just a place to sleep. It was an agreement. And now your mother and I are left covering it because you decided to bolt." Agreement. That word stuck in my mind. There had never been an agreement. There had been conditions, sure, but not a mutual understanding. They had dangled support over my head like a carrot, only to yank it away whenever it suited them. "I never asked for that apartment," I said, quieter now, but no less firm. "You put me there. You said it was to help me while I built my career. Now that I've built something of my own, you're still acting like I owe you for it." Dad leaned in slightly, his eyes narrowing. "You do owe us. Every meal, every ride, every dime we've spent trying to set you straight. You think any of this came free? We've invested in you, Ian, and all you've done is run." My chest tightened. There it was, the debt ledger he carried in his head, the one he tallied against me every time I breathed. To him, love had always been transactional. Behind him, I noticed the curtain in the main house across the street shift. For a fleeting second, I thought I saw my mom's silhouette, standing just far enough back not to be obvious. She was watching, of course. She always watched. "Why are you really here?" I asked, my voice low. He didn't flinch. "Because this family doesn't abandon each other. And if you think you can, then you're mistaken. That rent is due, and you're going to take care of it. One way or another." My pulse quickened. The way he said it, one way or another, made it clear this wasn't just a request. It was a threat cloaked in fatherly authority. I thought of all the nights as a kid when he towered over me during arguments, his voice filling the walls, leaving no space for mine. How I'd learned early to nod, to agree, to shrink myself into silence because pushing back only made it worse. But I wasn't 12 anymore. I wasn't sitting at the dinner table with nowhere else to go. I had keys to my own place, a career that didn't rely on his approval, and for the first time in my life, leverage. "I'm not paying for something I don't live in," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "And you don't get to show up at my door and demand it. That's not how this works anymore." He studied me then, like he was trying to gauge how serious I was. The silence stretched, heavy and tense, broken only by the faint hum of traffic in the distance. Finally, he stepped back, adjusting the cuff of his jacket like he was brushing off the confrontation. But his eyes didn't soften. If anything, they hardened. "You'll regret this," he said flatly. "You'll realize soon enough that you can't make it on your own. And when that time comes, don't expect us to be here waiting." With that, he turned and walked down the steps, his boots striking the pavement with finality. He didn't look back, not once, but I knew this wasn't the end. My father never left anything unfinished. When I closed the door, I felt my legs give out slightly, and I leaned against it, my breath shaky. I'd stood up to him, but it didn't feel like a victory. It felt like the opening move in a war I hadn't wanted to fight. For the next few days, I waited for the fallout. And sure enough, it came. Not directly from Dad this time, but through Mom. Her texts were less sharp, more pleading, but they carried the same weight. "Your father is upset. Please just do the right thing and pay the rent. Ian, we raised you better than this. Don't turn your back on family. Think about your brother. He has enough on his plate. Why make this harder?" It was classic Mom, wrapping Dad's demands in softer language, hoping guilt would do the work his anger couldn't. But when I didn't respond, she escalated too. 3 days later, I came home from running errands and found an envelope slipped under my door. My stomach sank as I picked it up and saw the familiar handwriting. Inside was a letter, written in my mom's careful script, but the words were undeniably Dad's. "Ian, this is your final warning. The rent for the unit is overdue. If you refuse to cover it, we will take further steps. Do not test us on this. You are part of this family whether you like it or not, and with that comes responsibility. Consider this your chance to make things right before it gets worse." My hands tightened on the paper, crumpling the edge. Worse, they were already planning their next move. And sure enough, the following week, I found out what worse meant. I was sitting at my desk when I got a call from my landlord, Mr. Keller. He was polite, but his tone carried confusion. "Ian, I just wanted to double-check something with you," he said. "Your father stopped by this morning. Said he was here on your behalf, asking questions about your lease." I didn't give him any details, of course, but is everything all right? My heart dropped. When I hung up with Mr. Keller, I just sat there in my chair, staring at the blank wall across from me. My father had crossed a line. He'd always controlled things inside his own walls. Dinners, arguments, decisions that were supposed to be mine, but now he had stepped outside, into my world, and tried to meddle in something that had nothing to do with him. I thought back to the look on his face at my doorstep. That calm, measured stare, like he was daring me to test him. The letter, the threats, and now this. At first, I felt the old instinct. Shrink, stay quiet, wait it out. That was how I had survived most of my life with him. But something in me had shifted when I packed those boxes and left without a word. I realized then that the silence wasn't weakness, it was control. My control. And now, watching him try to rip that away, I felt something I hadn't in years: resolve. If he wanted a game of control, fine. I'd play it. But not by his rules. The first step was making sure he couldn't use my landlord or anyone else as leverage. I called Mr. Keller back and explained more clearly. Listen, I said, steadying my tone. My father and I are not on good terms. He doesn't speak for me, and I don't authorize him to have any involvement in my lease or living arrangements. If he shows up again, please call me directly. Mr. Keller was understanding. Of course, Ian. Don't worry, I won't give him anything. Frankly, I found it unusual that he even came by. You don't need to explain further. Just know that you're covered here. Relief washed over me, but only briefly. I knew Dad wouldn't stop at one attempt. He never stopped when he thought control was slipping. So, I started preparing. I went through every account, every subscription, every piece of mail that might still have their address on it, and updated everything. I set up alerts on my bank accounts. I even visited the post office to redirect any stray mail. It was tedious, but each step felt like building a wall brick by brick. But revenge, real revenge, wasn't just about defense. It was about offense, too. The idea came to me late one night, sitting at my desk, scrolling through my old files. I stumbled across a folder of design work I had done for local businesses, logos, websites, promotional materials. Each one represented not just income, but proof of something Dad had spent years denying, that my work was real, valuable, and respected. That was when it clicked. Dad had always ridiculed my career as pointless. He had paraded Thomas around as the heir to the family construction company, while dismissing me as the son who doodled on a computer. But what if those doodles could be used to expose the very weakness he had ignored in his own business? I dug deeper. Late into the night, I researched the family company's online presence. The website looked like it hadn't been touched since the early 2000s. The logo was outdated. The reviews on business directories were mixed, with some customers complaining about communication, professionalism, even billing issues. And that was when the plan started to form. I wouldn't just stand up to them. I would outshine them, publicly, professionally, and in a way they couldn't ignore. But first, I needed leverage. Something that would sting. Over the next 2 weeks, I poured myself into building connections with other businesses in town, the same ones Dad had dismissed as irrelevant because they weren't in construction. I offered discounted design packages, built sleek websites, created logos that made their brands pop. Word spread quickly. Within a month, my inbox was overflowing with requests. For the first time, I wasn't just surviving. I was thriving, and I made sure word got back to them. I didn't flaunt it directly, but I knew how small our town was. People talk. When the bakery downtown launched its new website with my design plastered at the bottom, Dad's crew saw it. When the auto shop unveiled their new logo at the county fair, I knew it reached him. At first, the messages from home were the same old mix of guilt and anger. Mom, your father says you're embarrassing the family by refusing to contribute. Thomas, funny how you have time to play designer but can't even cover your share of rent. But then, something shifted. One night, while I was reviewing mock-ups for a new client, I got another text from Mom. This has gone too far, Ian. Your father says you're deliberately trying to compete with the company. Why would you do this to us? Compete. That word made me smile. Because it meant they finally saw me, not as a failure, not as dead weight, but as a threat. I didn't reply. Not yet. I wanted the tension to build. And build it did. The next Sunday, while I was grabbing coffee, an old neighbor, Mrs. Carson, approached me with a curious expression. Ian, she said, your father was at church this morning talking about you. Said you've been stirring up trouble. Is everything all right? I forced a polite smile, but inside, I was seething. He was taking it public now, trying to control the narrative before I could, painting me as the ungrateful son who abandoned his family. That was when I decided the gloves had to come off. If he wanted public, I'd go public. Not with words, though, with proof. I started working on a project I'd kept on the back burner for months, my own studio brand. A name, a logo, a polished website showcasing all my clients and testimonials. Something sleek, professional, undeniable. And on the launch page, I included a simple line. Founded by Ian, a designer committed to building businesses, not tearing them down. It wasn't direct, but anyone who knew the family would catch the meaning. The launch went live on a Monday morning. By noon, my inbox was full. By evening, local business forums were buzzing. And by Tuesday, I had my confirmation of how much it rattled them. Mom called, not texted, called. Her voice trembled, equal parts anger and desperation. Ian, what are you doing? Your father is furious. He says you're trying to humiliate him, to sabotage the family. Why would you do this? Why now? I let her talk, listened to every word, and when she finally paused, I said the first thing that came to my mind. Because for once, I'm building something that's mine, and you don't get to take it away from me. She gasped like I had struck her. After everything we've done for you, this is how you repay us? By turning people against us. I almost laughed. They had spent years tearing me down, and now, finally, the mirror was turned on them. But I didn't tell her that. Not yet. Because the real revenge wasn't just about building my own success. It was about letting them watch as the control they clung to slipped through their fingers. And the perfect opportunity for that was coming sooner than I expected. The Chamber of Commerce was hosting a networking event in town, a gathering of local businesses, sponsors, and community leaders. I had been invited as one of the new faces to present my studio, and I knew, without a doubt, that my father and Thomas would be there representing the construction company. The Chamber of Commerce event arrived, and I made sure every detail was perfect. My studio's booth was polished, my laptop displayed my portfolio on a large screen, and promotional materials were laid out neatly. The lighting, the signage, even the background music I had chosen, it all radiated professionalism. I wasn't just showing my work. I was showing my independence, my capability, and the contrast between what I had built and the stagnant, outdated image of the family company. I spotted them almost immediately when I walked in. Dad's posture was rigid, his face set in that same familiar glare. Thomas hovered beside him, fidgeting with a pen, clearly uncomfortable with all the attention that wasn't on their construction company. They looked around the room like predators searching for prey, and when their eyes landed on me, I could see recognition shift into something else. Unease. Mom wasn't there physically, but I had a feeling she had instructed Dad behind the scenes. She always did. I could almost hear her voice in the way he stiffened, the way he tried to assert authority in front of the other attendees. I started with a calm, confident greeting to anyone who approached my booth. Clients, fellow designers, local business owners, they all engaged easily. I answered questions, showed mock-ups, and walked them through projects I had completed. Every compliment I received, every handshake, felt like a small victory. Then it happened. A local developer, a man who had done business with both my family's construction company and several other local ventures, stopped by. I showed him a series of branding designs I had done for small businesses in town. He leaned in, impressed, and whispered to his associate, "This is impressive. Honestly, I can't believe the construction company isn't doing anything like this. Ian's clearly on another level." I let it hang in the air. Dad's jaw tightened visibly, and Thomas looked like he wanted to disappear into the floor. I didn't have to say a word. The comparison was made for them in front of the people who mattered. As the evening went on, I saw more signs of their discomfort. Dad tried to approach a client who had lingered at my booth, but the man shook his head politely and gestured toward me. Dad faltered, trying to reclaim some semblance of authority, but it was clear that the room had already taken my side. Thomas tried to make a joke about my pointless career, but it fell flat. A group of small business owners around us laughed politely, but there was no malice. They had seen enough of my work on the screens, in the materials, in the presentation, to know who had value and who didn't. By the end of the night, my booth had attracted more attention than any other, including the construction company. Local journalists who had come to cover the event stopped by, asking me for quotes. I gave interviews, talked about the importance of design in growing small businesses, and made sure my studio's name was mentioned. Every word was a step in reclaiming what Dad and Mom had tried to suppress. When the event ended, I packed my materials with care, leaving Dad and Thomas to fume silently in the corner. I could see Dad's face flushed with frustration. He had lost, not with words, not with authority, but in front of the people who mattered most. His control over me, his carefully constructed hierarchy, had been dismantled piece by piece. The ride home was quiet. I didn't expect an apology. I didn't want one. And of course, there wasn't one. The next morning, my phone buzzed with messages. Dad and Mom had sent a joint text. "Ian, this has gone far enough. Your behavior is unacceptable. We will discuss your responsibilities at home when you're ready." I deleted the message without reading it. I didn't owe them an explanation. I didn't owe them obedience. Thomas called too, probably trying one last time to guilt me. I ignored it. Weeks passed. My studio continued to grow. Clients recommended me to other clients. Local business owners spoke highly of my professionalism. And the best part? I could see my father's shadow lurking at the edges of town gossip. He and Mom had started losing credibility with their own clients. Their construction company struggled with negative feedback and missed opportunities because word got out that they treated their own family unfairly. I watched it happen quietly, with no dramatic confrontation, no shouting match, just the slow, undeniable unraveling of the authority they had clung to for decades. In the end, the situation was clear. I was independent, successful, and growing every day. Dad remained bitter, holding on to his outdated ideas of control and dominance, while Mom continued her silent manipulations, powerless against the reality I had built without them. Thomas? He had become a footnote in the story, pushed aside not by malice, but by circumstance and competence. And me? I finally understood that revenge didn't have to be loud or messy. Sometimes, the most satisfying victory was simply living well, thriving on your own terms, and letting the people who tried to hold you down watch, helpless, as everything they counted on crumbled quietly around them. I didn't forgive them. I never will. But I no longer needed their approval, their support, or their recognition. I had built something that was mine, and that, more than anything, was the revenge I had been waiting for my entire life. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. You know those moments when your whole life shifts in an instant, not because of some grand event, but because of a sentence? A single, offhand comment said too loudly, in front of too many people. That's what happened to me last Christmas. I was 28, sitting at the same dinner table I'd sat at every year since I was a kid, staring at a plate of dry turkey and lukewarm mashed potatoes, trying not to make eye contact with my father. I wasn't expecting the night to be good, but I never expected him to look around the table, laugh, and call me dead weight in front of everyone. That's not even the worst part. The worst part is that no one stopped him. My name's Zach, and I guess you could say I've always been the odd one out in my family. I'm the youngest of three. My sister Rachel is 35, and my brother Dean is 33. Growing up, our house wasn't abusive, exactly, but it was rigid, structured. My dad ran it like a CEO runs a company, and we were the unpaid interns constantly trying not to get fired. Rachel learned early how to suck up. She was the golden child, always in control, never out of place. Dean played the part of the golden boy, star athlete, dad's shadow. And me? I was the quiet one, the creative one, the one who didn't want to go into business or finance or whatever blueprint my dad had drawn up for my future before I even hit puberty. Instead, I liked art. I liked building things, sketching, designing. I got into 3D animation in high school and eventually pursued it as a career. Not exactly what my father would call real work. He never said it directly, not back then, at least, but it was obvious. He'd smile politely when I mentioned a new project, then immediately pivot the conversation to Dean's promotion or Rachel's new condo. My wins weren't wins to him. They were distractions, hobbies. And somewhere along the line, the rest of the family started treating me the same way. By the time I hit my mid-20s, I had distanced myself a lot. I still showed up for the major holidays, partly out of guilt, partly out of hope that maybe something had changed. Spoiler, it hadn't. The comments were always subtle but stacked. My mom would ask if I was still doing those little videos, like I was a teenager messing around on a laptop. Rachel would tell me I should think about getting a real job before it's too late. Dean would just laugh and say nothing, like I was a joke he didn't even need to tell. But this year was different. This year, something had shifted in me, not them. I'd actually had a huge win. A personal one. I'd finally signed a long-term contract with a major studio to work on a streaming series. It was the kind of job that paid better than anything my siblings were doing, even if I didn't wear a suit or sit in an office. It wasn't flashy or viral, so I hadn't posted about it on social media. I thought maybe I'd share the news in person. You know, let them see that I wasn't some starving artist drifting through life. I figured maybe, just maybe, they'd be proud. So I showed up to Christmas dinner feeling something I hadn't felt in years around my family. Confidence. My mom greeted me at the door with her usual tight hug, and that look that screamed, "I was worried you wouldn't come." Dean barely looked up from his phone. Rachel gave me the air kiss she reserved for people she didn't want to wrinkle her makeup for. My dad didn't even come to the door. He was already seated at the table with a glass of scotch and the look of a man who thought he was doing us all a favor just by showing up. The dinner started like they always do. My mom asked if I was dating anyone. I wasn't. Dean talked about crypto. Rachel brought her boyfriend, Carter, who may as well have been a mirror of my dad in a slightly younger body, and the two of them immediately launched into a conversation about real estate. No one asked about me. Not once. I waited. I thought maybe after dessert I'd bring it up. Maybe when things had calmed down and people were less performative. But then my dad cleared his throat and raised his glass for a toast, and everything went sideways. I just want to say, he began, how proud I am of my kids. Rachel just closed her biggest deal yet. Dean's company is expanding, and it's great to see hard work pay off. He paused, smirking, looking around the table. Then he added, and Zach's here too, still floating along. Dead weight, but we love him. It was said like a joke, the kind of thing you're supposed to laugh at to make it less sharp. But no one laughed. Not really. Rachel gave a polite chuckle. Dean snorted. My mom froze with her fork halfway to her mouth. Carter grinned like it was the funniest thing he'd heard all day. And I just sat there. I didn't laugh. I didn't argue. I didn't even flinch. I just let it sit. Let them all marinate in the moment they didn't expect to matter. Because that's what they'd always done. Say cruel things and expect you to play along. Laugh it off, swallow it whole. But this time, I wasn't going to. Instead, I asked one question. A single sentence that I swear made the air leave the room. My mom dropped her fork. Rachel's smile cracked. Dean actually looked up from his phone for the first time all night. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't make a scene. I just looked at my father and asked the one thing none of them were ready for. I didn't even raise my voice. Just looked my father straight in the eye, leaned back in my chair, and asked, who paid the mortgage in 2009 when you got laid off? The reaction was immediate. My mother's fork clattered to her plate. Rachel froze, mid-sip of wine, her glass hovering in the air like a freeze frame from a sitcom. Dean's head jerked up like someone had slapped him. My father blinked. Once. Then again. His mouth opened slightly, then closed. For a moment, all I could hear was the hum of the dishwasher running in the kitchen and the soft Christmas jazz spilling from the Bluetooth speaker in the living room. No one said a word. See, they all remembered 2009. It was one of the worst years for our family, financially. My dad got laid off from his managerial job at a regional supply company, and my mom's part-time work as a paralegal wasn't enough to keep the bills paid. Rachel was still in grad school at the time, fully funded by my parents, of course. Dean had just started working at a tech startup, but he was barely making rent. No one in the family had money to spare. No one except me. At the time, I was 21, a junior in college, and I'd just sold the rights to a short animated film I'd made during an internship. It didn't go viral or make headlines, but it got picked up by an indie platform for a licensing fee that, for me, felt like winning the lottery. I wasn't rich, not by any means, but I had enough to help. So I did, quietly, without fanfare, without asking for anything in return. I wrote checks when the mortgage was late, covered the electricity bills, paid for groceries. My name wasn't on any documents. My dad never acknowledged it out loud, but they all knew. And now, years later, with his scotch glass raised and his smug grin in place, he called me dead weight, in front of the people who should have known better. I didn't need to say anything else. The question alone was enough to fracture something in that perfectly controlled narrative my father liked to keep tight-fisted over our family. He tried to recover, cleared his throat. That was years ago, he said gruffly, like that somehow erased it. You were just trying to help. Yeah, I said. Because you asked. He flinched. Just slightly. But I saw it. So did everyone else. And I think that's when the balance in the room shifted, like the floor had tilted just a few degrees and no one was sure where to put their feet. The conversation stuttered back to life after that, but the energy had changed. My mom barely touched her food. Rachel suddenly became very interested in her phone. Dean kept giving me sidelong glances like I'd grown a second head. No one asked about my work. No one congratulated me on my success, because at that point, it was obvious I'd come into that house with something they didn't expect, leverage. But I didn't press it. I let the silence do the work for me. Sometimes, truth lands heavier when you don't shove it down people's throats. The rest of dinner passed in a weird daze. After dessert, I helped my mom clear the table. She was quiet, her mouth tight, but her hands were trembling. As I handed her a stack of plates, she whispered, "You shouldn't have said that in front of everyone." I looked at her. Said what? The truth. Her eyes flicked to the dining room. "You know how your father is." "Yeah," I said. "That's the problem." She didn't respond. Just took the plates and turned toward the kitchen. After that night, things got colder. Over the next few weeks, I got fewer texts from my mom. No calls. Rachel unfollowed me on Instagram, which was her digital way of slamming a door. Dean sent me one half-hearted message asking if I was okay, but when I replied with a simple, "Doing better than ever," he never answered. Then came Easter. By then, I'd mostly moved on. I wasn't expecting an apology, but I also wasn't expecting what came next. I showed up because, despite everything, I still wanted to give them a chance. I guess I still believed in the idea of family, even if it kept letting me down. When I arrived, it was obvious I wasn't really welcome. No one had saved me a seat. There was no plate set for me. My mom blinked in surprise like she hadn't expected me to come. Rachel and Dean were already deep in conversation with my dad, all of them sipping wine and laughing about something that stopped the moment I walked in. My mom quickly grabbed a spare chair and muttered, "Oh, we didn't think you were coming." "Why wouldn't I?" I asked. She didn't answer. I sat at the edge of the table like an afterthought, trying to stay civil, trying to ignore the weird tension. But it didn't take long for the conversation to turn against me, again. "So, Zach," Rachel said, her voice a shade too bright. "Still playing around with cartoons?" I smiled. "Still animating, yeah. Working on a couple episodes for a new series." "Oh, that's nice," she said, like I'd told her I was working at a smoothie shop. "Must be nice not to have to worry about the real world." I blinked. "You mean paying rent and bills and taxes?" She waved it off. "You know what I mean." And just like that, it was happening again. Same script, different holiday. Dean joined in this time, saying something about freelancers being allergic to real structure. My dad laughed. My mom said nothing. And I realized, for the first time, that they weren't going to change. Not because they couldn't, but because they didn't have to. Because they had each other. And I didn't. Then the real blow came. My dad clinked his glass and announced that Rachel and Carter were expecting a baby. Everyone gasped and celebrated. Hugs, cheers, tears. I smiled, congratulated her, genuinely happy for her. And then she said, "We're thinking of naming him after Dad. Or maybe Dean. You know, strong names." And my mom, my own mother, added with a chuckle, "Well, at least we know this baby won't end up living in fantasy land." They all laughed, loud and long. No one looked at me. No one cared how it landed. That's when I realized this wasn't just about respect. This was about erasure. They wanted to pretend I was never the one who held them up when they were sinking. They wanted to rewrite the past so they could keep justifying their version of who I was, the soft one, the dreamer, the useless one. But they'd gone too far. A few days later, I got a text from my mom. She said she was planning a surprise party for my dad's 60th birthday that summer and hoped I could put together one of your little videos as a gift. I stared at the message for a long time, not because I was surprised, but because of how casually cruel it was. That's when the idea hit me. Not out of anger, not out of spite, but out of something colder, sharper. If they wanted to rewrite history, fine. I'd let them. But I'd write the ending. Because here's the thing they didn't know. I wasn't just some freelance artist anymore. I had access to tools they couldn't even pronounce. I had time, skill, and receipts. I had emails, screenshots, old checks, and most importantly, I had the full, unvarnished truth. So I smiled, texted my mom back, and said, "I'd love to help with that. I'll make it something he'll never forget." And I meant it. I didn't respond to that text right away. I told myself I needed time to plan the video, but really, I just needed space to breathe, to think, to make sure I wasn't acting out of pure emotion. Because for a while, that's all I was, angry. I mean, how could I not be? They erased me. I sat there for a long time after that Easter dinner, just scrolling through photos on my phone. Pictures from years back, old family barbecues, birthdays, school ceremonies. In every single one, I was off to the side. Not smiling, not frowning. Just there. Like an afterthought. Like a prop someone forgot to move out of the shot. And the more I looked, the more I realized I'd spent most of my life shrinking myself to fit into the space they'd carved out for me. A role they never intended to be big enough for who I actually was. But that role, I was done playing it. I didn't explode. Didn't send a dramatic text or make a public announcement. I didn't even call my mom back. I just stepped away, quietly, intentionally. And for the first time in my life, I stopped asking what they thought of me. Stopped waiting for their approval like it was some kind of prize I hadn't yet earned. And that was the beginning. The next few months were weird. Lonely, in some ways. Freeing, in others. I stopped replying to the family group chat. Stopped checking Instagram to see if Rachel had relented and followed me back. She hadn't. When my mom sent occasional "hope you're doing okay" messages, I kept my replies brief, polite, distant. She noticed. Eventually, the messages slowed to a trickle. But while my ties to them loosened, I started anchoring myself to something else, my work. That animation contract I mentioned? It blew up, in a good way. I poured everything I had into it. Late nights, early mornings, weekends spent refining keyframes and building out emotional beats for characters that, ironically, felt more real to me than the people I shared a last name with. My work became my therapy. Every scene I completed felt like I was gluing back pieces of myself that had been chipped away for years. And people noticed. The show launched on a major platform. Critics called it visually stunning and emotionally resonant. A clip from one of the episodes went viral on TikTok, and suddenly I was being flooded with messages, people telling me how much the story meant to them, how much the characters reminded them of themselves. One person wrote, "It's like you crawled inside my head and animated my childhood." That hit me hard, because for the first time in my life, I wasn't just seen, I was understood. Not by my family, not by people I'd known since I was 5, but by strangers. Strangers who didn't care what school I went to or whether I wore a suit. They only cared about what I made, what I gave the world. And that was enough. I got invited to speak on a panel at a major animation expo that summer. Flew out to LA, stayed in a decent hotel for once instead of crashing on a friend's couch. I stood on a stage with creators I'd admired since high school and talked about visual storytelling and using trauma as a lens for art. The moderator asked me what inspired the emotional tone of the show. I said, family, and left it at that. But even as things were going well, I'd be lying if I said I never thought about them. About my dad's face when I asked that question. About my mom, looking down at her plate like she wanted to disappear. About the weird, empty feeling of knowing that my success meant nothing to the people who should have cared most. There were moments, quiet ones, between edits or before bed, where the doubt crept in. Where I wondered if I was being petty, if I was the one turning cold, if maybe I'd misunderstood things all along. But then I'd remember the dinner, the laugh, the way my mom had said, "At least this baby won't end up in fantasy land." Like my entire existence was a joke to her. And that would snap me out of it. They hadn't just dismissed my work. They'd dismissed me, over and over again. So I kept building. With the success of the show, I started getting offers. Bigger projects. Feature-length gigs. Even a few requests from studios I dreamed about working with. I signed with a rep, got legal advice, built a team. Suddenly, I wasn't just doing little videos. I was running my own small production studio. I hired 2 assistants, contracted a few freelancers, started mentoring a kid from my hometown who reminded me of myself at 16. And the best part? I didn't tell my family any of it. Let them think I was still tinkering in my bedroom like a bored teenager. Let them keep underestimating me. That was the best camouflage I could ask for. Until the text came in. Late June. My mom. "Hey Zach, just a reminder about Dad's surprise 60th, July 15th. Hope you're still working on that little video. Let me know if you need help with photos." I stared at it for a long time, smiled, set my phone down, and opened a folder I'd been quietly building for months. See, when I'd agreed to make that video, I already knew what I was going to do. But I didn't want it to be a petty gotcha moment. I wanted it to mean something. To land with enough weight that no one could shrug it off as a tantrum. I wanted to hold a mirror up to my family and let them see exactly who they were, who they'd been all along, without me needing to say a single word. So I went back through old footage. Home videos, birthday tapes, random clips my mom had sent over the years. I pulled everything into my editing software and started weaving a narrative. Not of my dad's accomplishments or his 60 years of wisdom, but of the people around him, of the sacrifices made, of the moments they ignored. I found a clip from 2009. My mom, sitting on the porch with a worried look on her face. My voice, off camera, saying, "It's okay, Mom. I already sent the check." Another clip from Rachel's graduation, where my dad is going on and on about how proud he is of her, and you can barely hear my voice in the background, saying, "I think I got into that summer program." Ignored, overlooked, forgotten. And then there were the photos. Pictures where I was always slightly out of frame, where Dean was center stage, Rachel smiling perfectly, and I was blurred in the background, holding the camera or half-cropped out entirely. I stitched them all together, layered them with a subtle score, let the visuals do the talking. And then, just once, I included a caption. Not all weight is dead. Some of it carries the family when no one else can. That was it. No voiceover. No explanation. Just the images, the music, and that one line. I exported the final version the night before the party. And then, for the first time in years, I bought a proper suit. Not for them. For me. I wanted to walk into that house knowing exactly who I was. And I did. The party was at my parents' place, of course. Catered, fancy, full of people who knew my father as a pillar of the community. Rachel was there in a designer dress. Dean stood by the bar, already nursing a beer. My mom gave me the tight-lipped smile she always used when she wasn't sure how to feel. My dad, holding cord in the middle of the room, looked me over like I was just another guest, then nodded and said, "Glad you made it." I smiled. Wouldn't miss it. No one asked about the video. No one ever asks until they realize they should have. And when it finally played, on a giant screen in the living room, lights dimmed, every guest's eyes on it. The silence that fell over that room was thicker than anything I'd felt before. You could have heard a pin drop. My dad's smile disappeared. My mom looked like she'd seen a ghost. Rachel's jaw clenched. Dean? For once, he looked genuinely uncomfortable. And I just stood in the back of the room, hands in my pockets, watching it all. There's a moment that comes after the silence, after a truth is laid bare, and there's no comfortable lie left to cling to, when people reveal who they really are. The video ended. The room sat frozen. No one clapped. No one moved. It was Rachel who broke the silence first. "That wasn't really appropriate," she said, voice tight, carefully measured, like she was trying to hold on to her composure with both hands. This was supposed to be a celebration. I didn't respond to her directly. I looked at my father. He was still staring at the screen, at the final frame, that one line glowing white against the black background. Not all weight is dead. Some of it carries the family when no one else can. The irony wasn't lost on me. How quickly their tone had shifted now that everyone else saw it. Not just me. Not just some angry son or black sheep with a chip on his shoulder. No, now the audience knew. His colleagues. His golf buddies. The family friends who'd always assumed I was the quiet one, who didn't come around much. Truth changes things when you force people to look at it. Still, I kept my face calm. Collected. I wasn't about to blow everything I'd built by turning this into a fight. No. This was the beginning of something much more deliberate. So I smiled. You asked me to make a video that meant something. That's what I did. My mom was pale. She stepped forward like she wanted to say something, then stopped. Her hand fluttered at her chest. "Zachary, you could have warned us." "I think you've had enough warnings," I said. "You just never listened." And then I left. Walked right out, cool as ice, leaving them to stew in that room full of their own reflections. Because this wasn't the revenge. Not yet. That was just the setup. The part where the walls start to close in and they finally realize they're not the ones holding the map. In the days that followed, I expected someone, anyone, to call. Maybe to yell. Maybe to apologize. I was ready for both. But the silence stretched on, which only told me one thing. They weren't sure how to respond. And when people don't know how to fight back, that's when they're most vulnerable. So I started planning. Not out of spite, but out of clarity. Because I had something they'd never had when dealing with me, the element of control, and I was going to use it. First step, gather the receipts. Not just from 2009, but everything. I went back through my bank records, found the exact amounts I'd sent during that year and the few that followed. I printed screenshots of every transfer, labeled them, dated them. I pulled emails my mother had sent thanking me privately for keeping them afloat. I saved voice messages where she'd whispered, "Please don't tell your father I asked." I wasn't planning to sue them or anything dramatic like that. But this wasn't about money. It was about accountability. I wanted to build a record so complete, so airtight, that if any of them ever tried to rewrite history again, I'd have more than just a well-edited video. I'd have evidence. Second step, identify pressure points. Every person in that family had a weakness, and I knew them all. Rachel cared about image more than oxygen. Her LinkedIn, her Instagram, her real estate branding, everything painted her as a self-made powerhouse who came from a loving, supportive family. Her followers saw brunches, luxury condos, expensive shoes. They didn't see the ugly truths. The way she'd manipulated my parents into co-signing her first mortgage while belittling me for needing help with a car loan. The way she'd badmouth me to clients because my weird animation stuff was a little too alternative. Dean was quieter, more subtle, but he was desperate for validation. He was always trying to impress Dad, even now in his 30s. His biggest fear? Looking small, weak, like he wasn't the guy Dad bragged about at the golf course. And he had secrets too, things I wasn't even supposed to know. And then there was my father, the man who had spent decades carefully curating his image as a respected professional and head of a tight-knit family. His whole reputation rested on that illusion. And if there's one thing my father couldn't stand, it was the idea of being seen as anything less than in control. But here's the thing. When you treat your own child like a disappointment long enough, eventually, they stop protecting you. So I made a list. Not of things to destroy, just truths to reveal. Third step, gather allies. Now this part surprised even me. I didn't think I had any. But word spreads. People talk. That video had been shared more times than I expected. One of Rachel's former friends, a woman named Camilla, DM'd me a few days after the party. She said, "It was brave what you did. I've known your sister a long time. She's never given you the credit you deserve. We met for coffee. She shared stories, little things Rachel had said over the years. How she'd made fun of me to clients. How she referred to me as the family wild card, like I was some unstable experiment. I thanked her, and we kept in touch. A few days later, I got a message from one of Dean's old friends from college. He told me about a project they'd worked on years ago, something Dean had taken credit for but hadn't actually done. It wasn't illegal or anything, but it was enough to shake the image Dean had built. I kept collecting, quietly, patiently, and as I did, something started happening. People started seeing me, really seeing me. Not the version of me my family had shaped in their stories, but the real one. The one who didn't need their approval anymore. I was invited to speak at a university panel about breaking into animation from unconventional backgrounds. I accepted. Afterward, a student came up to me and said, "I didn't think people like me could make it in this industry. Now I do." It nearly broke me. Because that was the point. That was why I'd held on so long. Why I hadn't burned the bridge completely. Because I kept hoping, maybe someone in that family would see me the way this stranger did. But they hadn't. And they wouldn't. So I kept moving. Fourth step, give them rope. Now that I was no longer protecting them, I leaned into their stories. I let them talk. When people asked me how things were with my family, I said, "You should ask them." When people asked Rachel about the birthday party video, she fumbled, deflected, said things like, "Zach's always been emotional." Which, of course, just made people more curious. And the more curious people got, the more the cracks started to show. Rachel lost a client. A big one. Turns out, that client had seen the video, asked questions, didn't like the way she answered. Image matters in her world, and she couldn't spin this one fast enough. Dean? He tried to go radio silent. But in a small enough network, silence is suspicious. He pulled out of a startup project he'd been working on. Word got around that he'd misrepresented his contributions on a previous venture. Nothing illegal, just disappointing. And my father? He started asking questions. First through my mom, texts like, "Dad wants to talk. Can you give him a call?" Then directly, "Zach, enough with the drama. Let's sit down. Clear the air." I didn't respond, because I knew exactly what that message meant. It didn't mean he wanted to apologize. It meant he wanted to regain control, to clean the mess up before it spread any further. But it was already spreading, and I wasn't done. Not yet. The final step of the setup was simple: create the opportunity, which came, ironically, because of Rachel. She was throwing a charity gala in late September. Big venue, bigger guest list. I got an invite through Camilla. Apparently, Rachel didn't realize we'd become friends. I RSVP'd yes. When the night arrived, I wore a black suit. Same calm smile, same quiet confidence, and tucked under my arm, a manila folder. The charity gala was every bit the glittering, pretentious spectacle I expected it to be. Rachel always had a flair for turning things into branding opportunities, and this night was no exception. Sleek banners with her logo, gold accents on everything from the centerpieces to the ice cubes, and a photographer stationed right by the entrance, snapping pictures of guests as they walked in like it was the Met Gala. The event was meant to raise money for a children's hospital. Noble cause. But Rachel wasn't doing it for the kids. She was doing it for the optics, for the social media posts, for the string of hashtags she'd no doubt prepared days in advance. I stepped into that ballroom with the manila folder tucked casually under my arm and a smile I couldn't quite suppress. I wasn't nervous. Not anymore. This wasn't about confrontation. This was about closure. Everything that was about to happen had been set in motion long ago. It just needed a gentle nudge. And tonight, I was that nudge. Camilla met me near the back of the room, just as she'd promised. She looked sharp and elegant in a navy dress, holding a glass of champagne and watching the crowd like a hawk. "She's over there," she murmured, tilting her head toward the podium. Just finished her speech. Everyone clapped. No one listened. I nodded. Perfect. I didn't approach Rachel right away. I waited, mingled, made small talk with a few people I recognized from online circles, producers, writers, an exec from a streaming service that had reached out to me last month. It was funny. These were the kinds of people my father would have fallen over himself to impress, the kind Rachel was always trying to attract. And they knew me, not as the other sibling, not as the artsy one, but as Zach Hayden, the guy who'd built something on his own name. Eventually, Rachel spotted me. Her smile was the kind of thing you learn in expensive etiquette classes, perfectly proportioned, utterly hollow. "Zach," she said, gliding toward me in heels that probably cost more than my flight. "You came." I matched her smile. "Of course. Wouldn't miss it. You've always had a knack for throwing a party." She tilted her head, searching my face for sarcasm. "I'm glad. Really. Look, I've been meaning to talk to you. About the video. It caught us off guard. But maybe we should sit down. Clear the air." There it was again. That phrase. Clear the air. Code for, let's rewrite the story again. Only this time, keep your mouth shut. I didn't answer right away. Just glanced around at the room, at all the polished faces pretending to care about the cause, while eyeing the open bar. And then I handed her the folder. "What's this?" she asked, brows narrowing. "Something for your records," I said. "Go ahead. Open it." She frowned but peeled it open. Her eyes moved across the first page, and then froze. Her mouth parted slightly. A slow inhale. Then another. The blood drained from her face. Inside were printouts of every payment I'd ever made to our parents. The mortgage checks, the bills, screenshots of emails, texts, voice message transcripts. And on top of it all, a signed letter from our father, back when he was desperate enough to ask for help in writing. "Zach, we'll pay you back. You're not just helping us. You're saving us. I know we've been hard on you, but I promise we'll never forget this." I watched the emotions flicker through her, confusion, recognition, and finally, panic. She glanced up at me, voice low and sharp. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because I want you to remember something," I said. "You've built this brand on the idea that you come from a strong, supportive family. You've used that narrative to attract clients, partners, sympathy. But it's fiction. You've spent years diminishing me, mocking me, rewriting our history so that you're always the shining one. But the truth." I leaned in just enough for only her to hear. "The truth has teeth." She was breathing fast now. "If this is some kind of threat." "It's not," I said calmly. "It's a favor. A chance for you to stop before I decide to go public." She went rigid. "You wouldn't dare." "I don't need to," I replied. "The damage is already done. People saw that video. They're already asking questions. And if I decide to release this..." I tapped the folder. "Your whole image collapses. I'm not here to ruin you, Rachel. I'm here to tell you that from now on, you don't get to speak for me. You don't get to use me. You don't get to erase me." She didn't respond. Just stared, jaw clenched. I left her standing there and walked away. I didn't stop at Rachel, though. The next morning, I paid a quiet visit to Dean's office. Not a meeting, just a delivery. I left a small envelope with his receptionist, addressed in my handwriting. Inside were a few friendly words and a copy of a message I'd received from his old business partner, the one who'd confided that Dean had taken credit for his work years ago. The envelope included a note. "I've kept this private. I hope you'll do the same, moving forward. You've spent a long time acting like I was beneath you. Let's not pretend anymore." He never replied. And then there was my father. That conversation took place over coffee. Not at my parents' house, neutral ground. A small cafe on a quiet street. He showed up wearing that same guarded expression he always had when he knew he wasn't in control. He looked older, tired. Maybe it was the lighting. Maybe it was just finally seeing him as he was, not how I wanted him to be. He sat across from me, cleared his throat, and said, "You made your point." "No," I said. "I made my peace. Whether you understand it or not, that's up to you." He looked at me for a long time. "You think I was a bad father. I think you were a proud one. And pride can make people blind." He nodded, slowly. "You know, when you were a kid, I didn't understand you. Still don't most days." "That's not the problem," I said. "The problem is, you never tried." Silence stretched between us. Then he said something I hadn't expected. "Thank you. For the mortgage. For everything." I didn't say you're welcome. I didn't smile. I just nodded. That was enough. Weeks passed. The fallout wasn't explosive. It was quiet, slow, like erosion. Rachel's reputation took a subtle hit. Nothing dramatic, but enough that some clients stopped returning her calls. She posted less frequently. Dean stopped showing up at industry mixers. My mother texted now and then, short messages. I responded politely, but without warmth. They were still a family, still orbiting around one another. But I no longer orbited them. Instead, I focused on the life I'd built. My studio grew. I signed a deal to co-produce a new animated film. I hired Camilla as our community outreach lead. I bought a condo overlooking the river, nothing flashy, but mine. One afternoon, I walked into a bookstore and saw a hardcover collection of essays on animation and storytelling. My name was listed in the table of contents. I flipped to my piece and read the first line. Sometimes, the best stories aren't about revenge. They're about remembering who you are when the people who raised you try to make you forget. I bought 2 copies. One for myself, and one I left, and signed, unwrapped, on my parents' doorstep. No note. No explanation. They'd know. And as I walked away, I realized something. This was never about revenge. It was about release. I wasn't dead weight. I was the one who learned to carry himself when no one else would. And I never looked back. After being ghosted by my entire family for 12 years, they showed up at my $1 million home pretending nothing happened. I welcomed them in, then casually pointed to the guest list they weren't on. "Hey Reddit, I'm Callum 40M, and this might be the longest post I've ever written here, but I need to get this off my chest. Something happened a few weeks ago that left me not angry, exactly. More like stunned. But not in the kind of way where you're pleasantly surprised. No. The kind where you look around and wonder how people can have the nerve to show up in your life like they never set fire to it in the first place. This is a story about my family. Or rather, the people I used to think were my family. Let me take you back a bit. I was born in a modest but well-kept neighborhood on the edge of a small town. You know the kind. 3 churches, 1 gas station, and everyone knowing where you were last Sunday. My parents, Everett and Astrid, were the kind of couple who prided themselves on being pillars of the community. Astrid in particular liked that phrase. Pillars. As if we were statues being displayed for judgment. From the outside, it probably looked like a picture-perfect life. My dad ran a small accounting firm and did people's taxes out of a home office that smelled like old paper and burnt coffee. My mom was a teacher at the local elementary school, stern, polished, and always 2 steps ahead of you in any conversation. She dressed like she was on her way to court even when she was just going to the grocery store. I was the middle child. My older brother Harris, now 43M, was the golden boy from day one. Not just in the way parents sometimes favor one child, but in the way a monarch chooses a successor. Everything he did was celebrated. He won a spelling bee in 2nd grade, and there was a newspaper clipping framed in our hallway for years. When he got a business degree from a mid-tier college, Astrid introduced him at every family event like he was the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Then came me. Quiet. Always drawing or building things out of wood and glue. I was the kid who took apart clocks to see how they worked, who asked why too many times, who didn't fit neatly into any box. My mother used to sigh when she looked at me as if I were a smudge on her otherwise polished window. And then there was my sister, Alora, now 35F. She was soft-spoken but calculating. Growing up, she had this way of watching everything from the sidelines, never fully getting involved until she knew which way things were going to go. She learned quickly that siding with Harris and my parents kept things calm, and Alora liked calm. So she played her role perfectly. doted on our mother, laughed at Harris's jokes, stayed out of trouble. She wore innocence like armor. Our home was never loud. Not in the way you might expect from a household with 3 kids. It was more like a museum, everything clean, ordered, expected. Feelings were things to be managed, not expressed. My father wasn't cruel, exactly. Just absent in spirit. He'd sit through dinners nodding at Harris's stories, occasionally offering a few dry comments. He rarely looked at me unless it was to ask if I'd found a real plan yet. Things started to change around the time I turned 17. I had fallen in love with architecture, not in the romanticized, TV show kind of way, but in the gritty, obsessive way. I spent hours sketching buildings from magazines, rearranging furniture in the house to my mother's deep annoyance, and applying to mentorship programs instead of traditional colleges. When I told my parents I wanted to apprentice with a local architect instead of going to university, they reacted as though I had announced I was joining the circus. Astrid pursed her lips and said, "So, you'd rather be someone's assistant than go to school like a real adult?" Harris snorted. "You're throwing away your future to sharpen someone's pencils." I remember Alora looking at me from across the table, silent. She didn't say a word. She just blinked, tilted her head, and gave me this expression I still can't forget. Pity? Disapproval? Fear of being associated with the family disappointment? Maybe a bit of all 3. That was the beginning of the end. From then on, it was like I had been erased from the narrative. When family came over, they bragged about Harris's internships, Elora's scholarships. Me? I was just taking some time to figure things out. I tried to bring up my apprenticeship once. Astrid changed the subject before I could finish my sentence. Still, I stuck with it. I worked my way up slowly. Took community college classes in the evenings. Saved every penny. I lived in a cramped apartment with creaky pipes, the kind that never really gets warm in winter, but I was doing what I loved. I was building something. And I still tried, desperately, to share that with them. I called. I sent updates. I invited them to see my first small project, a renovated library entrance in a nearby town. They didn't come. No one even replied. Then came my housewarming party at 28. That was the last straw. I had finally saved enough to buy a little place of my own. Not fancy, but mine. A fixer-upper with good bones. I invited them with handwritten cards. I even asked Elora personally if she thought they might come. She smiled and said she'd check with Mom. That was the last I heard. On the night of the party, I waited an extra hour before starting. I kept glancing at the door, hoping to see a familiar face. Nothing. I ended up sitting alone in the backyard that night after everyone had left, wondering what I had done to deserve being forgotten. 3 weeks later, Harris sent me an email. 3 lines. No greeting. We're moving forward with our lives, Callum. It's time you stop forcing connections that aren't there. Good luck. And just like that, they vanished. No birthday cards. No texts. For 12 years, it was like they had scrubbed me from the family records. And then, just last month, they reappeared. Like ghosts who had been waiting for the perfect moment to rise from the ground. It was at an event I was hosting. Something I had been planning for a year, a fundraiser to help support youth transitioning out of foster care. A cause close to my heart. Everything was carefully arranged. The guest list, the performances, the layout, even a gallery wall showcasing design sketches from the young people we were mentoring. The guest list was strict. No uninvited guests, no walk-ins. It was my home, my space. And yet, halfway through the evening, as I was speaking with one of our donors near the back garden, I noticed a small group entering through the front gate. My assistant looked confused. She turned to ask me something, but I was already walking toward the entryway. 3 people, dressed like they belonged. Astrid, Harris, Elora. They looked around like tourists in a place they used to own. Astrid adjusted a brooch on her blazer and smiled as she took in the house, the landscaping, the polished floors. Harris greeted someone like it was a networking event. Elora had her phone in her hand, already taking photos. They hadn't seen me yet, and I hadn't said a word. But something in me shifted. Not in anger. Not yet. It was quieter than that. Like a gear clicking into place. Because if they thought they could walk back into my life this easily, after everything they'd done, then they clearly didn't know me anymore. So I let them come in. I watched them move through the house I had built, the life I had shaped. I even watched Elora pause at one of the framed sketches on the wall, one of mine from years ago, and smile like it meant something. I turned, walked quietly to the check-in tablet near the front, and pulled up the guest list. Their names weren't on it. They weren't supposed to be here. But now they were. And I had no intention of letting that go unnoticed. There they were, 3 ghosts from a past I had long since buried, walking around my home like it was just another Sunday at Aunt Lorna's. You'd think someone might look a little sheepish showing up uninvited to a home they'd actively chosen to forget existed. But not my family. Astrid's heels clicked sharply across the marble tile in the entryway, each step as deliberate and self-assured as I remembered. She had the same exact haircut she had when I left, a sleek iron bob, not a strand out of place. Her mouth curled slightly as she glanced at the gallery wall of framed architectural prints, most of them created by our youth program students, and a few, just a few, by me. Very modern, she commented aloud to no one in particular, tone flat, like she was commenting on the weather. Harris stood with his hands in his pockets, surveying the room like he was trying to spot someone more important than me. And Elora was the most confusing to look at. She had aged softly, still dressed in muted colors and long sleeves. Her eyes scanned everything with that same clinical detachment I remembered from childhood, as if she were trying to understand how all the pieces fit without having to ask a single question. Still, no one had noticed me standing by the guest list kiosk, tucked just to the side of the entrance arch. I let them drift through the room a little longer. Let them look. Let them pretend they belonged. I didn't interrupt them. Not yet. I wanted to see how long it would take for them to pretend they hadn't just erased me from their lives for over a decade. It took exactly 5 minutes and 14 seconds. That's when Harris spotted me near the entryway and lit up with the most insincere smile I've ever seen. There he is, he called out, walking toward me with an outstretched hand. Man, it's been a long time. I didn't shake it. Instead, I looked down at his hand, then back up at his face. Harris. That's all I said. Flat. Neutral. Controlled. He let the hand drop. This place is incredible. Seriously. Never would have pictured it. He looked around again. You've done well for yourself. I gave a small nod. I have. Behind him, Astrid walked up slowly, arms crossed in front of her pristine beige blazer. She looked at me as if we had only been apart for a few months, as though our last interaction hadn't involved her refusing to acknowledge a single milestone in my life. Callum, she said, voice clipped but cordial. You've certainly made a name for yourself. It's bigger than I expected. Bigger than she expected. That's what she chose to say after 12 years of silence. I didn't respond to that. Not directly. I let the silence hang between us, watched it stretch thin until Elora stepped forward. We saw the announcement in the paper, she said, tucking her phone into her bag. The fundraiser. And I told Mom and Harris we should come. It's important, what you're doing here. Is it? I asked calmly. Is that why you're here? She hesitated, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Of course. We wanted to support you. I slowly turned the check-in tablet toward them. You weren't on the list. There it was, that subtle flicker of panic in Elora's eyes. Not fear. Embarrassment. Like being caught entering a dinner party you hadn't been invited to. Oh, she said. Well, we thought it might be an oversight. You probably had so many names to keep track of. I leaned in slightly. It wasn't. Astrid stepped forward, her voice low and cool. Is this really necessary? Are we going to play games, Callum? After all this time? I met her gaze directly. I'm not the one playing. It would have been so easy to explode then, to ask why they were here, to demand an apology, to drag every ignored phone call and every unanswered message into the light. But I didn't, because the truth is, I already knew why they were here. It wasn't the cause. It wasn't guilt. It wasn't even nostalgia. They had seen something. A news article, maybe. A feature in a business journal. Some online piece on the success of the youth architecture program I'd founded. My name had popped up in their world again, not as the embarrassing black sheep who couldn't find a real plan, but as someone with money, influence, and visibility. And suddenly, I was worth noticing again. I could see the calculation behind Astrid's eyes. She was already assessing the crowd, spotting potential donors and community leaders she could charm. Harris was scanning the layout like he owned it. Elora. I still wasn't sure about her. She was harder to read, always had been. You're welcome to stay, I said at last. If you'd like. There are name tags by the front table. I glanced at the list again, then back at them. Don't speak on my behalf. Astrid opened her mouth, closed it, and turned on her heel. She walked away like I'd just embarrassed her. Harris shrugged and followed her, giving me a once-over as he passed, like he was still trying to figure out where this version of me had come from. And Dolores stayed. She stood there for a moment, eyes flitting between the tablet, the hallway, and me. You've changed, she said, voice low. I nodded. 12 years will do that. You were always the quiet one. I had to be. No one was listening. She winced, just slightly. And then she walked away too. I took a deep breath and watched them blend into the crowd. People mingled, glasses clinked, and soft music played under the buzz of quiet conversations. No one knew. No one had any idea the people in the corner near the sculpture garden had once erased me with the cold efficiency of a file being deleted from a computer. But I knew, and I wasn't done, because this wasn't going to end with an awkward encounter in a hallway. No, there was more I needed them to see, more I needed them to understand. And when the night's speeches began, when I finally stepped up to the microphone in front of the entire room, with their eyes on me and the crowd leaning in to hear every word, I made sure they were seated close enough to see exactly what they had thrown away. When I stepped up to the podium, I made a point not to scan the room for their faces. I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of thinking they were the reason I was nervous, or the reason I wasn't. Instead, I focused on the small group in front of me, the students in tailored thrift store blazers and secondhand shoes who had worked with me to design the community housing project we were unveiling tonight. Kids who had been told, like I once was, that their dreams were impractical or unrealistic, that they should be quiet and grateful and out of the way. I waited until the chatter died down. Good evening, everyone. I began, hands resting lightly on either side of the podium. Some of you know me personally. Some only know the program. Some may just be here for the silent auction. That's all right. All of it counts. There was soft laughter. Light, polite. But I wasn't there to charm. I wanted to start with a story, I said, glancing at the students who sat closest to the stage. It's a personal one. I promise it'll make sense. I took a breath. When I was 17, I showed my family my first model home. I built it out of cardboard, foam board, hot glue. You name it. It wasn't perfect, but it was mine. I spent 3 months on it. I was proud. My voice didn't crack. Not even a little. I remember placing it gently on the dining room table, clearing away the dinner plates myself because I didn't want anyone bumping it. I had added little details, miniature stairs, a rooftop garden, even working lights. I looked at the crowd. My family walked past it. There was a ripple through the audience, small, uncomfortable. They asked me to move it so they could set down the dessert tray. Another pause. They told me architecture was a hobby for people with money, that it wasn't a real job for someone like me. And when I brought it up again, a few months later, my brother called it embarrassing. My aunt said, and I quote, "We don't have time to entertain your cardboard dreams." I could hear the shuffling of feet, a few sideways glances. And I knew exactly where they were sitting. That was no accident. The seating chart hadn't been random. But it stuck with me, I said. Not their comments. Not their dismissal. What stuck was how small they made me feel for trying. And I promised myself, if I ever made it out, if I ever found a way to build something that mattered, I'd find others like me. People who were told they weren't enough, that they didn't belong. I gestured toward the row of students. And now I'm surrounded by them. There was quiet applause, and I let it swell a little, just enough to breathe in. But I wasn't done. Not yet. I wanted to share that tonight. I said, quieter now, because this fundraiser isn't just for building homes. It's about dignity. It's about rebuilding belief in people who've had it stripped away by systems, by circumstances, and sometimes by family. I didn't need to look their way. I knew they heard it. I wanted that line to sit on their skin like cold water. And speaking of family, I turned slightly toward the projector screen, now humming quietly behind me. We're also debuting our newest project, created by our student design team. It's called The Row. Lights dimmed, and the screen flickered to life. I watched the photos roll. High-contrast architectural renderings, aerial views of eco-efficient housing, interior layouts, before and after shots of blighted lots transformed by the very hands sitting in the front row. But the last slide? That one was mine. It was an image of my childhood home. No names. No address. Just a photo I had taken the day I left for college. Before the years of silence. Before the accusations of selfishness and arrogance when I chose not to return for holidays. The photo faded into a blueprint sketch of the row, nearly identical in layout, but reimagined into affordable duplexes with solar panel roofs, community garden lots, and fully accessible ramps. It was my quiet middle finger, inked in grid lines and measurements. Not a dramatic call-out, but a mirror. The audience murmured in appreciation, but I knew better than to get lost in applause. After the presentation wrapped, I took my time, making my way down the side stairwell from the stage. My assistant, Laura, came over to ask if I needed anything. Water, maybe a break, but I shook my head. I wasn't going to hide from this part. Because here they came. Astrid was first, lips pressed into a line so thin it barely registered. She didn't bother with pleasantries. Was that really necessary? She asked, keeping her voice low, but her tone tight. Which part? I replied calmly. You know which part. I glanced toward the projector. The blueprint? It's based on a common layout. I think you're reading into things. You're not being clever, Callum, she snapped. You're being cruel. I tilted my head. Is that what this feels like? Harris had caught up now, hands clenched at his sides. You humiliated us. Interesting, I said softly, because 12 years ago, when I sat alone at graduation and waited for someone who never showed up, I don't remember you calling that humiliation. That's different. No, I said firmly, locking eyes with him. It's not. Elora was there too, hanging back, her face unreadable. But she was listening. I leaned in slightly, my voice quieter now, not for secrecy but precision. You showed up here pretending nothing happened. You ignored my existence for over a decade. You didn't just drift away. You made a choice to cut me off when I became inconvenient. When I stopped playing by your rules. When I chose something you didn't understand. Harris scoffed, but I wasn't done. And now that there's a spotlight, now that the words nonprofit and community impact are being thrown around next to my name, you want in. You want to smile for the cameras, take photos at the exhibit, act like you've always supported me. I stepped back, letting that sink in. This isn't your story. And you don't get to rewrite the beginning just because you're proud of the ending. Astrid opened her mouth, but I held up a hand. I'm not done. I turned to Elora then, not to Harris or Astrid. You said earlier that I've changed. You're right, but not in the way you think. I'm still me. Still stubborn. Still quiet when I should be loud. Still a little too attached to blueprints and foam boards. But the difference is, I don't need your permission anymore. And then I walked away. Not dramatically. Not quickly. Just walked. Past the displays. Past the donation table. I didn't look back as I walked through the crowd. A few people tried to stop me, donors, old professors, some city officials, but I gave polite nods, made soft eye contact, and kept moving. I had rehearsed this final act 100 times in my head. Not because I wanted to be theatrical, but because I wanted it to be final. I wasn't going to let them blur the lines again or spin the story into one where I was the ungrateful one. No. This time, I had the mic, literally and figuratively. The press coordinator, Tilda, waved me down at the photo booth set up just beyond the main exhibition floor. We're getting a few group shots before the guests move into the dining room, she said, already motioning to the photographer. Sounds good, I replied, eyes scanning the polished tile behind her. And just as I expected, they were there, Astrid, Harris, and Elora already sidling up to the center, plastering on their best public smiles. Astrid adjusted her scarf. Harris smoothed back his hair. Elora was slightly off to the side, trying to look more like a curious observer than a participant. It was subtle. They had always been good at subtle. I turned to Tilda and said, "Can you pull up the confirmed guest list on the tablet?" She handed it over without hesitation. She knew I ran things tightly. I held it in my hands and let the silence settle. Then I turned around, slowly, and walked toward the photo set. Astrid spotted me first. "Callum," she said, with a performative little sigh of relief. "We didn't know if you were joining us." Tilda said, "You're not on the guest list," I said calmly. Harris blinked. "Excuse me." I held up the tablet and turned it so the screen faced them. I cross-checked every confirmed attendee. I had to, since the venue has strict limits on headcount. "You didn't RSVP. You weren't invited." "You're making a scene," Elora muttered. "No," I said. "I'm making a boundary." There it was. The first real silence of the night from them. Astrid straightened her spine. "You can't keep doing this." "Doing what?" "This. Narrative. This grudge. You've made your point. But we're still your family." I actually laughed, short and sharp. "Family is a two-way street, Astrid. I walked mine alone for 12 years. You chose to walk away." "No. I chose not to beg." A few heads were turning now, subtle and curious. I kept my tone low, but I didn't flinch from the attention. "You cut me off the moment I didn't fall into line. When I got that scholarship, you said it was a fluke. When I started the nonprofit, you said it was performative. And when I finally stopped returning your once-a-year texts, you called me dramatic. Harris shifted uncomfortably. We were just trying to teach you discipline. You taught me fear. I corrected. You taught me shame. You taught me that love was conditional and approval was earned. I had to unlearn all of that just to be able to breathe on my own. Elora folded her arms. You think success makes you better than us? No, I said, letting the silence stretch. But it means I don't need you anymore. Then I nodded to Tilda. Can you escort them out? She looked surprised for only a second before her expression hardened into something professional and efficient. Of course. Astrid's mouth opened in shock. You're kicking us out? You invited yourselves, I said. I'm just making sure you leave the way you came unannounced. Harris stepped forward like he might say something else, but Tilda moved between us smoothly. Right this way, please. I watched them go. No part of me wavered. They didn't yell. They didn't cry. They didn't beg for forgiveness or even try to twist it into concern. That was never their style. They walked out with that same smugness they had worn to my graduation, to my childhood birthdays, to every moment where I'd reached out and they hadn't reached back. I turned to the photographer. We can start the photos now. The pictures we took that night were beautiful. Me with the students, with the board, with volunteers and staff, and the elderly woman whose house we just finished building that month. There was laughter in those photos. Real laughter. No forced smiles. No masks. Later, as the evening wound down and the last guests filtered out, I sat at the edge of the stage and looked out at the space we had built, not just the venue, but the life around it. The people, the mission, the impact. They hadn't made a dent in any of it. In the weeks that followed, Astrid sent me an email. Short. Cold. We didn't deserve that. I didn't reply. Then Elora messaged me on a private number. Callum, I think we need to talk. I didn't answer. Because I was done giving them the chance to rewrite the story. Done giving them access to things they never cared about building. They weren't misunderstood. They weren't complicated. They were cruel in the way that's easy to overlook because it's dressed in politeness and tradition. Because it wears family titles like armor. But I had stopped mistaking proximity for love. Now, I have a new family. One I chose. One that doesn't shame me for dreaming or loving what I do or needing space when I need it. And for the first time, I can say this without hesitation. I don't miss them. Not even a little. My boyfriend told his friends I was just something to do until he finds better, not realizing I was standing behind him, holding the birthday gift I spent weeks planning, and when he... Hi Reddit. I'm 22F, and this all unfolded a few weeks ago. I've been sitting with it for a while, trying to make sense of things, trying not to let the whole thing eat me alive. I'm not the type to post about my personal life online, but I honestly just need to put this somewhere. Somewhere it won't echo back at me with fake sympathy or vague advice about letting it go. So, here's what happened, or rather, how it all started to unravel. I met Miles, 23M, during the spring of my freshman year at university. It was one of those warm evenings when the campus still buzzes after sundown, and people sit out on the grass just to feel alive. There was a student film screening outside the library, and I ended up sitting near him by accident. Or maybe not by accident. He always claimed I caught his eye right away. We started talking over some indie film neither of us really understood, and the conversation just kept going. He had this quiet confidence that pulled me in, like he didn't need to try too hard. I remember thinking he was the kind of guy who didn't mind silences. He just knew how to fill them when it mattered. We started dating not long after that, and before I knew it, we were doing the whole study together, crash at each other's place, talk about dreams at 2 a.m. thing. It felt real, solid. Over the years, we had our ups and downs, who doesn't? But I always believed in us. Even when things got tense, like when he started skipping classes junior year or when he dismissed my plans to apply for internships out of state. I figured he just needed more time to figure himself out. He always told me I was the stable one and that he admired how focused I was. I wore that like a badge of honor. After graduation, I landed a job in digital marketing. It wasn't my dream role, but it paid the bills and gave me room to grow. Miles, meanwhile, was trying, or so he said. He picked up a few gigs here and there tutoring, dog walking, helping his uncle with web design, but nothing consistent. He was still living in the same shared apartment near campus, still sleeping until noon most days. I supported him emotionally, financially when needed, and always told myself this was temporary. He was talented, thoughtful, charming when he wanted to be. I figured his drive would catch up eventually. Then came his birthday. Miles doesn't like big gestures, so I tried to make the day meaningful instead of flashy. A few months earlier, we'd walked by this little vintage music shop, and he stopped dead in his tracks at the sight of a weathered, sunburst Les Paul guitar in the window. He said it looked just like the one his dad used to play before he passed. It was a throwaway comment, but something in his voice stuck with me. He never brought it up again, and I doubt he thought I remembered. But I did. I couldn't afford that exact guitar. It was way out of budget. But I spent weeks scouring forums and second-hand sites until I found one with the same model and look. It had a few nicks on the side, but nothing I couldn't fix with some polish and patience. I even reached out to a friend who worked at a music store to make sure I tuned it right. I wanted the reveal to be perfect. Not flashy. Just thoughtful. I planned everything. A cozy dinner reservation at his favorite jazz bar, a small gathering of friends afterward at his place, and a handwritten note tucked inside the guitar case. I'd imagined his face when he opened it. The surprised laugh, the way he always ran his fingers through his hair when he got emotional. I thought about that moment for days. The night before his birthday, I realized I had left my phone charger at his place. It wasn't urgent, but I figured I'd swing by since I was nearby picking up the cake I'd ordered. I also thought I could quietly leave the guitar behind his couch so he'd find it when he woke up. Something about that felt sweeter than handing it to him in person. When I got there, his roommate, Troy, opened the door and greeted me like usual. He didn't think twice about letting me in. Miles and I were close enough that I'd come by all the time. Troy told me the guys were out back on the patio, having a drink. I nodded, thanked him, and made my way through the apartment. That's when I heard them talking. I was about halfway through the kitchen when I caught Miles' voice drifting through the open patio door. He was mid-sentence, laughing in that slightly smug way he did when he felt clever. She's sweet, but let's be real. I'm not marrying her or anything, he said, like it was the most casual thing in the world. I stopped cold. At first, I thought maybe I misheard. Or maybe he was talking about someone else. Then another voice chimed in, Caleb, I think. Dude, that's cold. Miles laughed again. I mean, she's fine. She's low maintenance. Doesn't complain. Just kinda there, you know? Something to do until I figure things out, or until something better comes along. The room spun a little. I didn't move. I couldn't. My fingers tightened around the handle of the guitar case. The weight of it suddenly felt unbearable, like it was filled with cement and shame. I stood there, just out of sight, listening to him describe me like I was a background character in his life. Like I was a placeholder. Something to do. I think one of the other guys said something after that, maybe to change the subject, maybe to keep it going, but I didn't hear it. I turned around and left as quietly as I could. Didn't say a word to Troy. Didn't look back. I drove aimlessly for a while after I left his place. I didn't even know where I was going, just turned down random streets, windows cracked, music off. I didn't cry, not right away. It was like my body hadn't caught up to my brain yet. I just felt hollow. Not angry. Not heartbroken. Just tired. Like I'd been carrying something heavy for so long and only now realized it wasn't mine to carry. Eventually, I ended up in the parking lot of a 24-hour diner, one of those places that always smells like burnt coffee and pancakes. I sat in my car for maybe half an hour before going in. I didn't even order anything. Just slid into a booth in the corner and stared out the window, the guitar still sitting in my trunk, like a joke that wasn't funny anymore. The worst part wasn't even the words. Not exactly. It was how easily they came out of his mouth. How he said it with a laugh, like I was some kind of inside joke. Like our relationship was just this convenience he'd stumbled into. Something to fill the time. And all that time I'd spent trying to be understanding, trying to make things easier for him, thinking I was being patient, supportive. All of it now looked like quiet permission for him to treat me like I didn't matter. I didn't sleep that night. I called in sick the next day and stayed home, alternating between lying in bed and pacing the apartment. I kept opening the notes app on my phone, trying to write out what I wanted to say to him. Not for closure. Not even for confrontation. just something to organize the storm in my head. But every time I started typing, I'd get this knot in my throat and slam it shut. By mid-afternoon, my phone started buzzing. Text from Miles. A few from his friends. I didn't read most of them, but I did catch a glimpse of one preview on my lock screen. Hey, you left last night? Everything okay? That hit me sideways. Everything okay. Like he hadn't said anything. Like it was just a normal night and I had slipped out because I was tired or forgot something. That was the moment it really sank in. He had no idea I heard him. None. I could have ghosted him, blocked him, and been done with it. But after everything I'd poured into that relationship, the idea of letting it all quietly disappear felt too easy for him. He'd just move on. Say I was dramatic. Say we drifted. No, I wasn't going to burn everything down just yet, but I wasn't going to disappear either. I spent the next day planning. Not in a vindictive movie villain way, just methodically, calmly, like sorting laundry. I returned the reservation at the jazz bar, got a partial refund. Thankfully, I donated the guitar to a local music youth program. The card? I burned it in the sink and watched the words curl into ash. Then I took a long shower, changed into a clean outfit, and went to the birthday dinner. Yup, I still went. I know how that sounds, but hear me out. I needed to see him, not to beg for answers or hear some hollow excuse. I just wanted to look him in the eye knowing what I knew. I wanted to see if there was even a flicker of guilt. And, okay, maybe a part of me wanted him to see that I wasn't unraveling, that I could still show up, hold my head high, and walk out on my own terms. The dinner was at this low-key Italian place downtown. Cozy booths, warm lighting, the smell of garlic everywhere. I showed up right on time. He was already there, surrounded by a few of his friends, laughing, arms draped over the back of the booth like he owned the place. He looked up and smiled when he saw me. That same smile he always gave me, like nothing had changed. Hey, he said, standing to hug me. You okay? You left kind of quick last night. I hugged him back. Briefly. He didn't notice how stiff I was. Or maybe he did and didn't care. Yeah, I said, sliding into the seat across from him. Just tired. He didn't bring it up again. We ordered food. He talked about some new job lead, joked with his friends, nudged me under the table when the waiter got his name wrong. It was surreal, sitting across from him, knowing what I knew, pretending for the sake of everyone else that we were still us. At one point, Caleb showed up and slid into the booth next to Miles. I watched him carefully. He didn't look at me any differently. Didn't act weird or awkward. Just nodded a hello and reached for the bread basket. I waited for a sign, some crack in the surface. Nothing. These guys were used to covering for each other. It was second nature. But the thing is, I wasn't. So when dessert came, some giant slice of tiramisu with a candle sticking out, I smiled politely, wished him happy birthday, and handed him a plain white envelope. He opened it, eyebrows raised, expecting something inside. A gift card, maybe. A ticket to something. Inside was a printed photo of the guitar, sitting on a bench with a little note next to it. Thought this might have been meaningful. Changed my mind. Donated it instead. Happy birthday. He looked at it, confused, then glanced up at me. What's this? That, I said, finishing the last bite of my pasta, was supposed to be your gift. The table got quiet. Caleb glanced over, confused, but I didn't look at either of them. And why'd you change your mind? Miles asked, trying to laugh it off, but his voice had tightened just enough. I met his eyes, finally. You said I was just something to do. I didn't think you needed a gift from someone who's just killing time. And then I stood up, smoothed out my coat, and walked out. I walked to my car slowly, trying to hold myself together. My hands were shaking, but I couldn't pinpoint if it was from the adrenaline of what I just said or from the sense of finality that came with it. I wasn't angry, not really. I wasn't looking to break anything or turn the tables in a dramatic fashion. I just needed to walk away. I needed him to understand, at least on some level, that I wasn't some placeholder. But the text that buzzed on my phone as I unlocked the door to my car shifted everything. It wasn't from Miles. It was from his sister, Zoe. Zoe had always been complicated. She wasn't exactly the baby of the family, but she was definitely the one who always got away with things. She wasn't cruel, but she wasn't someone I could trust, either. She and I had spent some time together, mostly during holidays or when I'd been at Miles' place. But there was always an underlying tension, like she was sizing me up without saying anything outright. I knew she didn't like how much Miles leaned on me, how much she saw how much I'd done for him. And to be honest, she didn't hide it well. The message from her was short and to the point. You should know something. Miles isn't what you think he is. He's always been this way. Don't think you're the first one. I stared at the message, my pulse picking up again. It was vague. It didn't make sense. But Zoe didn't usually send me messages like this unless she was trying to say something without saying it. I didn't want to read too much into it, but the words hung there in the air between us like an invitation. I took a deep breath, and instead of responding immediately, I just sat in my car for a moment. My mind raced, replaying every moment with him. All those quiet moments where I'd caught him lying about little things, or when I'd found him hiding behind his half-hearted attempts to explain why he couldn't take anything seriously. I brushed them off, because I thought he was just figuring things out. I thought I could wait. But now, I wasn't so sure. I couldn't just let this slide. Not anymore. I wasn't looking for petty revenge or something impulsive. But I knew I needed to do something. Something quiet. Something calculated. I had to make sure Miles understood the cost of his carelessness, not just with me, but with everything. The way he treated people. The way he used them. So I set the phone down and started thinking. Not about what would hurt him the most emotionally. That wasn't the point. I needed him to see his own complacency, his own lack of direction. I needed him to realize how deeply I'd been involved in his life, and how little he truly respected me in return. I texted Zoe back after a few minutes, trying to sound calm but purposeful. What are you talking about? If you're trying to warn me, I need more than vague hints. Be straight with me, Zoe. I let it sit there for a while, unsure if I'd get a response. I didn't want to chase answers from someone who had been on the sidelines, but I had no choice. I needed to know what she was hinting at. Because that little message was my window into everything I'd suspected but never fully confronted. While I waited, I started making my own plans. First thing on my list was to get my personal things out of Miles' apartment. I wasn't interested in leaving anything behind that might let him think I was still clinging to something that wasn't real. No half-sentimental trinkets, no leftover clothes. I didn't want him to have anything that could potentially feed his ego after all this. So I made a list of things that I knew I could pick up while he was at work. Clothes, a few books, and, honestly, I wanted to get my key back. Because, yes, he'd let me have one at some point. It wasn't just about the physical things, though. It was about severing ties on my terms, not his. But it wasn't just about me anymore. It was about the fact that, by staying in the background for so long, I'd become complicit in a dynamic that wasn't working for either of us. And I knew it wasn't just me who'd been fooled by him. There were other people he'd lied to, other people who had invested time and energy into helping him, thinking he was going to step up. I wasn't going to be the only one to see the truth. I'd never thought of myself as the type to play games or orchestrate elaborate payback schemes. But after hearing that message from Zoe, I couldn't just let this go. I started considering how to take some of the attention away from the comfortable little world Miles had built for himself. If he wanted to see what consequences really felt like, I'd show him. I wasn't planning on burning bridges or playing a toxic game. I wanted him to feel uncomfortable, to feel how much I'd given without being seen. I wanted him to look around and finally ask himself why no one ever stuck around for long. I wanted to take away the crutch he'd been using for years, his ability to glide by on charm and manipulation without really working for anything. The first step? Exposing some of the things I knew about him. And I didn't mean gossip. I meant the real stuff. The things that would wake him up to the fact that there were people who'd been silently watching him waste his potential. That he wasn't just finding himself, he was stalling. And the thing about stalling is that eventually, time runs out. It wasn't going to be a huge public spectacle, though. That wasn't my style. It was going to be slow, almost imperceptible, like chipping away at the edges of his comfortable world. And then Zoe replied, I don't want to get involved, but I've seen how he treats you. He'll never change. You deserve more than what he gives you. I read that message inside. It wasn't a direct admission of anything, but I could tell that Zoe was warning me in her own way, almost like she was regretting not speaking up sooner. I could work with that. I took a breath and sat back in the car, looking at the message Zoe had sent. There was something in the way she said it, something almost resigned about her tone, that made me realize I wasn't the first person he'd let down. She knew what he was like, and it was clear she had been waiting for me to figure it out for myself. That moment shifted everything. It wasn't just about Miles anymore. It wasn't just about getting my stuff back or having a conversation about why I was hurt. This was about understanding the pattern. The same way he had treated me was how he had treated others. He took, and when there was nothing left, he just moved on without looking back. I made a decision. The next day, I went to his apartment. He wasn't home, which worked out perfectly. I packed up all my things, the clothes, books, and things that had been mine. I didn't take much. I didn't need reminders of someone who had never truly been present. I left the key on his kitchen counter with a note that simply said, "I'm done. I gave you everything, and you gave me nothing." I didn't expect a reply. I didn't need one. But then something surprising happened. I didn't hear from Miles right away, and to be honest, I didn't care at first. A few days went by, and I went through the motions: work, errands, making plans with friends. I didn't feel lonely. I didn't feel angry anymore. I just felt relieved. Like a weight I didn't know I was carrying had finally lifted. And then, on the 5th day, I got a message from Zoe again. "I think Miles finally gets it. He's been texting me nonstop. I don't think he realized how much he pushed you away." I didn't respond immediately. I wasn't looking for an apology or some grand gesture. The truth was, I'd moved on. I wasn't interested in hearing his excuses or trying to fix what had already been broken. But a few days later, he called. I debated answering, but in the end, I picked up. "Hey," he said, his voice sounding tired. "I just wanted to talk, to apologize for how I've treated you." I didn't cut him off. I didn't yell. I just listened. He went on about how he had been self-centered, how he realized he'd been taking me for granted, how he hadn't seen it at the time, but now he understood the impact of what he'd done. I'd heard this story before from him, but this time it felt different. Maybe because I wasn't waiting for him to change. Maybe because I didn't need him to. "I don't want your apology," I said calmly. "You can't keep apologizing for things you've already done. You've shown me who you are, Miles, and I'm done letting you treat me like I'm nothing." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "So that's it. That's it," I replied. "I gave you a chance, and I'm not going to keep pretending." He said a few more things, mostly trying to explain himself, but by that point, I wasn't listening. I didn't need to hear the words. I knew exactly what had happened. I knew that the time I spent trying to fix him had been wasted. I didn't need his closure. I had mine. After that call, I didn't hear from him again. He never tried to reach out through friends or family. It felt like a finality I hadn't expected to feel. It was quiet, but it was peaceful. Zoe did reach out a couple of weeks later, though. We had a brief conversation, and she told me that Miles was a mess. He'd been apologizing to everyone and trying to piece his life back together, but she admitted something that struck me. He'll never change until he learns that it's not just about him. It wasn't a vindictive statement. Zoe wasn't gloating. She was just tired, and I could tell that she had been waiting for him to come to terms with his own behavior for a long time. That's where things ended with Miles. He faded from my life without much fanfare, without any grand gestures, but that was okay. I didn't need the drama. I didn't need a big confrontation or some dramatic apology. The peace I had found from walking away was worth more than anything he could have said or done. As for me, I focused on myself. I spent time rediscovering the things I had put on hold, the things I had pushed aside while I was trying to make a relationship work that never had the right foundation. I started saying yes to things that made me happy, things that had nothing to do with anyone else's approval. I eventually got the chance to take a trip to a place I'd always wanted to visit. It was something I'd been talking about for years but had always put off. But this time, I went. Alone. And it was exactly what I needed. a reminder that I had control over my own happiness, and I didn't need to rely on someone else to feel complete. I don't know what happened to Miles after that. Zoe told me he was trying to work on himself, but part of me didn't care. I wasn't there to witness it, and honestly, that was for him to figure out. I knew I had made the right choice, and that was enough. As for Zoe, we ended up keeping in touch a little. Not like we were best friends, but she seemed to respect the way I'd handled things. And maybe, just maybe, it made her look at things a little differently in her own life. At the end of the day, I realized that the revenge wasn't about any grand act or dramatic confrontation. It wasn't about watching Miles squirm. It was about finding my own peace. And in that quiet space, I found a new kind of strength. That was all the closure I needed. I never thought one dinner reservation would change everything. My name's Nash. I'm 28 years old, live in Chicago, and I'm not usually the kind of guy to post on Reddit, let alone something like this. But if you've ever felt like your family kept you in a box, like they had already decided who you were supposed to be and wouldn't let you grow past it, then maybe you'll understand why I'm writing this. I grew up the youngest of 3 boys in a family where appearances mattered more than reality. My dad was a former athlete turned high school coach, the kind of guy who peaked at 18 and never let anyone forget it. My mom ran a lifestyle Instagram account that made our family look like a perfect Hallmark movie. Sunday dinners, coordinated outfits, cookie-cutter smiles. We were far from perfect, but my mom knew how to crop reality out of the frame. Then there was my oldest brother, Parker, the golden child. Star quarterback, prom king, business school scholarship, you name it. My parents didn't just love Parker. They invested in him. They bought him a brand new car for college, funded his MBA, even helped him put a down payment on a condo downtown when he graduated. Meanwhile, my second brother, Tyler, was the rebel. Got into music, pierced his eyebrow, dropped out of college, and now teaches guitar lessons part-time and lives in a converted garage. My parents don't know what to do with him, so they mostly ignore him. And then there's me, the quiet one, the polite kid, the one who always got told, just stay out of it, or don't rock the boat. I didn't scream or fight or ask for much. I got decent grades, held a part-time job through high school, paid for my own used car, and worked my way through college with scholarships and side gigs. While Parker was making big business moves and Tyler was setting his life on fire, I was doing spreadsheets and software contracts behind the scenes. Unbeknownst to most of my family, those side gigs turned into freelance consulting work, then into my own LLC. Then, after a few brutal years of caffeine and isolation, into something real. By 26, I was making more money than Parker. By 27, I had a team of 8 and clients across 4 states. I never flaunted it. I still lived like a broke college grad, wore hoodies, drove the same 10-year-old Civic, didn't even tell anyone I'd bought a second property. Not out of shame, just peace. I liked being underestimated, until it started to rot. See, my mom had this habit of guilt-tripping me into family events. You're the only one who can keep the peace, she'd say, even though peace usually meant me swallowing frustration while Parker made snide remarks and Tyler got drunk on boxed wine. I'd go to family dinners, get seated at the corner of the table like some afterthought, and listen to my parents talk about Parker's latest merger or how resilient Tyler was being with his art. When I mentioned anything about my work, it was met with confusion or passive digs. So, you do computer stuff? Or, it's nice that you found something that lets you work from home. That must be easy. Parker once laughed and said, I still don't get how you make any real money. Do people actually pay you just to tell them what software to use? I just nodded. Let him believe what he wanted. The disrespect wasn't always loud. Sometimes it was in the way Parker would cut me off mid-sentence and change the topic. Or how Mom would post Instagram captions like, so proud of my boys, with Parker front and center, Tyler in the background, and me cropped out entirely. Once, I brought a date to a family barbecue, and they spent the entire afternoon asking her about Parker's career. She leaned over and whispered, do they even know what you do? I just shrugged. But the night that started everything? It was my mom's birthday dinner. She wanted to go big, rented out this trendy rooftop place in the West Loop. Private dining room, floral centerpieces, the works. She invited 20 people, mostly extended family and her brand friends. Parker brought his new girlfriend, a fitness influencer named Kayla who referred to me twice as Tyler's friend before I corrected her. She just smiled and said, "Oh, right. The tech guy." Tyler didn't show up. I arrived early as always. Wore a blazer, slacks, even polished my shoes. I don't know why. Some part of me still hoped they'd notice. When Parker and Kayla walked in 20 minutes late, my mom rushed to greet them with hugs like royalty had arrived. I watched her fawn over them while my dad asked me to help the waiter figure out the wine menu, since you're not doing anything important. Dinner was tolerable until the dessert course. That's when Kayla started asking loud questions about side hustles and how anyone can just go viral and make money now. Parker chimed in. "Yeah, even Nash makes a living somehow. Not sure how. But hey, must be nice to work in pajamas and just tell people to turn it off and on again." Laughter. Eyes turned to me, waiting for my reaction. I smiled politely, took a sip of water, didn't say a word. Then came the moment. My phone buzzed. It was the hotel concierge. I excused myself briefly, stepped out, and confirmed the details. When I returned, Parker was holding court again, talking about how he was closing a deal with a real estate bigwig from Manhattan. Mom clapped. Kayla gushed. I sat quietly. As everyone got up to leave, I heard Kayla snicker to her friend, "He's not even worth the Uber home." Another girl replied, "He should be grateful she lasted this long." I didn't flinch, just looked at my phone, nodded at the screen, and waited. Seconds later, the maitre d' approached me from the side and said clearly, "Sir, your penthouse suite is ready whenever you are." The entire table fell silent. Parker blinked. Kayla looked confused. My mom turned slowly, like she hadn't heard right. I stood up, buttoned my blazer, and gave a polite nod to the group. "Oh," I said casually, "I'll be staying in the building tonight. Work meetings early in the morning." Then I left. Didn't say goodbye. Didn't look back. But that was just the spark. I didn't talk to anyone in my family for nearly 2 weeks after that dinner. No calls, no texts, no fake Instagram likes on my mom's aesthetic photos of latte art or Parker's gym selfies. I didn't even get the usual, "Hey sweetie, just checking in," from mom. That silence told me everything I needed to know. I'd broken the script. I wasn't playing my role anymore. I was supposed to nod, smile, be the polite brother in the background. Instead, I walked out with quiet dignity, and they didn't know how to handle it. I didn't expect an apology. That would have required someone acknowledging the years of subtle jabs and outright dismissal. But part of me still hoped someone, anyone, would reach out. Instead, it was Tyler who texted first. "Heard you embarrassed Parker at mom's birthday. LOL. Wish I was there." That was it. No context. No "how are you?" No "what happened?" Just a laugh at Parker's expense and the same distant tone we'd had since high school. I didn't reply. Tyler wasn't close with the rest of the family either, but he had his own way of dealing, keeping them at arm's length and pretending not to care. I think he did care, just didn't have the energy to fight anymore. Then came the call. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and I was in the middle of onboarding a new client when my phone lit up. Mom. I hesitated. Let it ring. Then again, Dad. Then Mom again. I finally picked up, figuring something had happened. "Nash," Mom said, voice sharp. "We need to talk. Now." I braced myself. "What's going on?" There was a pause, and then Dad's voice came on the line. "Where are you? Can you come to the house?" "I'm working," I said. "What's this about?" Mom cut back in. "It's about your grandfather. The will. We found out something, and we need to clear it up. Come over tonight." Parker's already here. I hadn't seen my grandfather in over 6 years before he passed away last summer. He was my dad's father, a quiet man who spent most of his time on his farm out in Michigan. He'd always been kind to me in a distant, slightly awkward way. We weren't close, but I liked him. He passed peacefully at 92, and the funeral had been a simple affair. At the time, I hadn't thought much about the inheritance. I assumed, like always, that Parker would get the lion's share, maybe Tyler would get a nod, and I'd get a watch or a photo album or something sentimental, if anything. That's how things worked in our family. Parker got the spotlight. I got the polite thank you card. Still, curiosity gnawed at me. That night, I drove out to the house I grew up in. It was one of those old brick colonials with a wraparound porch and a lawn my dad still mowed in perfect diagonal lines. I parked in the driveway behind Parker's brand new Range Rover and stared at it for a minute. It looked like it had never seen dirt. Just like Parker. I walked in without knocking. The smell of pot roast hit me immediately. Mom's go-to when she wanted to stage a family meeting, but didn't want it to feel like one. I stepped into the dining room and saw Parker at the head of the table, looking smug, glass of red wine in hand. Mom and Dad sat across from him, their faces a strange mix of tight smiles and barely concealed tension. "Nash," Mom said brightly, like she hadn't barked at me 5 hours ago. "Glad you could make it." I nodded. "What's this about?" Dad gestured for me to sit. "We'll explain." I sat, not next to them, but at the far end, by the kitchen doorway. Distance felt necessary. Parker leaned back and crossed his arms. "So, turns out Grandpa left a few surprises in his will." I raised an eyebrow. "Okay." Dad cleared his throat. "He left the Michigan property to you. The farmhouse. The land. All of it." I blinked. "What?" Mom jumped in. "It doesn't make sense. You barely saw him. Parker visited every summer. Tyler too, sometimes. Why would he leave it to you?" Parker scoffed. "You probably sweet-talked him. Showed up once or twice and played the humble grandson card." "I didn't even know he had a will," I said slowly. "Are you sure?" Mom slid a printed document across the table. "It's real. We had the lawyer confirm it. Everything's in your name." I scanned the paper. Sure enough, my name was there. Nash Evan Walker. Sole inheritor of the entire 82-acre estate, house included. My heart thudded. I hadn't even known he owned that much. Grandpa never talked about money, but I remembered the land, wide open fields, the old barn, the wraparound porch with chipped white paint. He used to sit on that porch with his radio and iced tea, watching the sunset in silence. Parker leaned forward. "Look, man, let's be realistic. You live in the city. You don't need some rundown property in the middle of nowhere." I stared at him. "And you do?" "I could turn it into something useful," he said. "Develop it. Flip it. Build cabins, maybe an Airbnb thing." Dad nodded. "That's actually a great idea." Mom smiled tightly. "It would keep it in the family." I felt my stomach turn. "You want me to give it to Parker?" "Not give," Parker said. "Sell. But like a family price." "Fair." I laughed, quietly, but it slipped out before I could stop it. "Let me get this straight. Grandpa left it to me. And now you want me to hand it over so Parker can turn it into a side hustle." Mom's voice went cold. "Don't be petty." I looked at her. "You're calling me petty?" Dad stood up. "We're just trying to do what makes sense. You have your business. You don't need this kind of burden." "And Parker does. He has vision," Mom said. "He always has." The words hit me like a slap. I stood up, chair scraping hard against the floor. "You know what? Keep the pot roast." I walked toward the door. "Nash, wait," Mom said, following me. "Don't make this about you." I turned around. "It is about me. For once. He chose me. And you can't stand it." I left. But they didn't stop there. 2 days later, I got an email from a real estate broker, a woman named Karen working with a family representative. She wanted to schedule a tour of the Michigan property. Said she'd been told I was ready to sell. I called her directly. "I think you've got the wrong idea," I told her. She was confused. "Aren't you Parker's brother?" "Yes. He said you'd approved it. That he was handling the sale on your behalf." "He's not. Do not step foot on that land." She stammered. I apologize. I'll cancel the visit." I hung up, heart pounding. They'd gone behind my back. Tried to sell it without me. Lied to a broker. Used my name. It was more than entitlement. It was betrayal. They'd crossed a line they couldn't uncross. But the final blow? That came the next morning. A text from Parker. No greeting. No punctuation. "We're going to fix this mess. Don't be difficult." Attached was a photo. The Michigan farmhouse. My farmhouse. With a giant red "for sale" sign hammered into the ground. I stared at it for a long time. My hands shook. Something inside me shifted. Snapped. They thought I'd just take it. That I'd roll over like always. They forgot who I was now. I didn't rage. I didn't scream. I didn't drive down there and rip the "for sale" sign out of the ground with my bare hands like some corny movie revenge scene. I just stared at that photo Parker sent me. The one of my grandfather's house, our family's old farmhouse, with that red sign sticking out front like a wound, and I sat in silence. Not angry. Not yet. Just hollow. For the next few days, I did nothing. I logged out of my work accounts. Ignored Slack pings. Let unread emails pile up like leaves on the porch. I turned off my phone and unplugged my laptop. DoorDash knew me by name. I lived on takeout and lukewarm coffee, barely leaving my apartment except to shower or stare at the skyline from my balcony like some lonely ghost haunting a condo he forgot he paid for. It felt like I'd been hit by something invisible. Not because of the land, not even the money, but because after years of swallowing every dig, every dismissal, every family dinner where I was treated like a placeholder, the second I was finally given something of value, they couldn't even let me have that. I wasn't their son. I was a placeholder for whatever they needed me to be. The buffer, the backup plan, the support beam holding up their perfect picture. And I was tired. It had taken me nearly 3 decades to realize that sometimes the worst betrayal doesn't come from enemies. It comes from the people who smile while they twist the knife. On the 4th day, I finally left my apartment. I drove. Not toward the farmhouse, not yet. Just aimless. I ended up on the lakefront, sitting in the driver's seat of my Civic while the waves slapped against the rocks like they were trying to get my attention. The sky was overcast and heavy, the kind of gray that made you feel like the entire city was holding its breath. I thought about Grandpa, about the summers the first spent out there when I was a kid, before Parker decided he wanted to bond and took over. Back then, it was just me and him, fishing off the dock or fixing old tools in the shed. He didn't talk much, but when he did, it mattered. I remembered him once handing me a rusty old hammer and saying, "Sometimes things last longer when you patch them up yourself." That stuck with me. I drove home, showered, shaved, turned my phone back on. 32 missed calls, 7 voicemails, 4 from Parker, 2 from Mom, 1 from the real estate broker again. I didn't listen to a single one. I just hit delete on each of them. Then I emailed my lawyer. That was the first step. He wasn't some bulldog in a suit, just a calm, precise guy I'd worked with on a few contracts. I explained the situation, showed him the will, forwarded the broker emails and Parker's text. He responded 2 hours later with a full cease and desist draft ready to go. That was step 2. Then I quietly made arrangements to visit the farmhouse, alone. I didn't tell anyone I was going. Just packed a duffel bag, grabbed a thermos of coffee, and left at 4 a.m. before the city even stirred. It was a 3-hour drive, the kind of trip you feel more in your bones than your body. The farther I got from the skyline, the more the air changed. By the time I turned onto the gravel road leading to the property, the sun had started to rise behind the trees like it was peeking at me, unsure whether to come out or not. And there it was. The house hadn't changed. Not really. The paint had peeled more. The porch steps creaked louder. But it still had that quiet, unshakable dignity, like an old man who'd outlived everyone who underestimated him. I parked, walked up to the front door. The for sale sign was still in the yard. I took it out, laid it gently against a tree. I didn't need to destroy it. Just remove it. I spent the day cleaning, swept out the cobwebs, opened all the windows, let the breeze carry out the dust of years. I found old photos in drawers, black and whites of Grandpa in his younger days, arms crossed in front of the barn. There was one of me, probably 7 or 8, holding up a fish and grinning like I'd just won the lottery. Grandpa's hand was on my shoulder. I set it on the mantel. I stayed overnight. No Wi-Fi, no TV, just a space heater, a sleeping bag, and silence. And in that silence, something inside me started to shift. For the first time in years, I felt still. Not invisible, not overlooked. Just me. The next morning, I walked the land. All 82 acres. Fields, trees, broken fences, an old shed that had half collapsed under snow from a storm long past. There was potential here. Not for a business. Not for Parker's Airbnb fantasies. But for me. I started making a list. What needed repairs? What I could handle? Who I could call? I didn't tell anyone what I was planning. Back in Chicago, I moved differently. Quiet, focused. I declined a few projects to make time. Put one of my managers in charge of day-to-day ops. Started researching land restoration, local zoning laws, contractors. I hired a surveyor to assess the property. Got the old well tested. Replaced the locks. Meanwhile, Parker kept trying to reach me. He emailed, called, even showed up at my apartment once, pounding on the door like some sitcom villain. I watched through the peephole. Said nothing. Let him leave. The funny part? He didn't want the land out of sentiment. He wanted control. The same way he always had. This was never about Grandpa. It was about status. But I wasn't playing that game anymore. Around that time, something unexpected happened. I started getting texts from Tyler. At first, they were just memes. Dumb stuff. A dog with sunglasses. A TikTok of a guy falling off a ladder. Then one night, he sent this. "Mom says you've gone full hermit. Proud of you." I replied, for the first time in weeks. Thanks. Then, you ever think about going back there? To the farm? He replied a minute later. I think about it all the time. And that's how it started, the quiet rebuild. Not just of the house, but of me. Tyler drove up the next weekend with a tool kit and a six-pack. We spent the day fixing the porch steps, swearing at splinters, laughing harder than we had in years. He slept on the couch, left behind one of his guitars, and said, "Feels like home." I started sleeping better. I brought out a router, set up basic internet. Enough for Zoom calls and Spotify. I worked from the farmhouse twice a week, sometimes more. Clients didn't even notice, just asked about the rustic background. I started logging better hours, writing cleaner code, thinking sharper. Something about the air, the silence, the space. It gave me clarity I didn't know I was missing. I began restoring the barn, hired local help, paid fairly, made friends with a hardware store owner named Ed who called me city boy but taught me how to replace rotting beams like a pro. He had no idea who I was. Didn't care. Just saw a guy trying to build something. It felt good. Better than good. It felt real. The land began to shift too. Wild grass trimmed. Debris hauled. A few wild turkeys wandered through the fields one morning, and instead of scaring them off, I just watched. Let them stay. Back in Chicago, the messages from my family grew quieter. Then one day, they stopped altogether. Not because they gave up, but because they were plotting something else. And when that something finally came, when the next betrayal hit, it wasn't just some underhanded favor to Parker. It was a direct strike. It started with a letter, not an email, not a voicemail. An actual letter, printed in bold font on crisp legal paper, slid into a manila envelope with my name typed on the front, Mr. Nashi Walker. No return address. No signature. I found it stuffed into my mailbox back in the city, crammed between a delivery coupon and a flyer for window cleaning. The paper was heavy in my hands. Too formal, too cold. I opened it on the kitchen counter without even taking my coat off. It read, "Per legal review of recent inheritance proceedings, claims have been made disputing the validity of the will regarding the Michigan property. Until such claims are resolved, a temporary hold has been placed on any alterations or transactions regarding the property and its assets." Below that, a vague citation of estate law and a phone number that led to a voicemail box labeled simply legal counsel. I stood there, staring at the page, feeling my chest go still. My coffee had gone cold in my thermos. My Civic was still warm outside. But inside my body, it was ice. They weren't done. They couldn't let it go. And now, they were trying to take it from me legally. I should have expected it. Honestly, I think I did. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew Parker and my parents would never let my grandfather's choice stand, not without a fight. But I underestimated how far they'd go. A fake sale attempt was one thing, but a legal claim? That meant they were willing to drag this through the mud, to make me prove I deserved it. It lit something in me, something cold, focused, controlled. I didn't panic. I didn't call my lawyer right away. I poured myself a glass of water, sat down at the counter, and reread the letter. Then I took out my laptop and began searching. Estate law. Well, disputes. Grounds for contestation. Most of it was nonsense. You couldn't just challenge a will because you didn't like it. You needed something real, mental incompetence, undue influence, fraud. And my grandfather? The man was stubborn as a mule, sharp until the end. No dementia. No pressure. He chose me. Deliberately. I remembered how carefully he used to sign his checks, like every letter had a matter. That wasn't a man who got confused. Still, the letter was a threat, and threats needed answers. So I did what I do best. I went to work. First, I called my lawyer. He was as calm as ever, even amused. "Let them try," he said. "This is a scare tactic. They're fishing for doubt. You've got the legal high ground. Can we lock it down tighter?" I asked. He nodded. "We'll file a preemptive motion with the probate court, request a reaffirmation of the will's legitimacy based on medical records and witness testimony. I'll get started tonight." That was step one. Step two was information. I needed to know who was behind it. Parker? Mom? Some third cousin with delusions of grandeur? I had a hunch it was Parker again, but something about the timing felt off. Like this wasn't just about property anymore. So I started looking. First, I called Karen, the real estate broker Parker had lied to before. I asked her plainly, "Did you hear anything more from my family after I blocked the listing?" She hesitated. "Actually, yes. Your mother reached out. She said there was a family dispute and that Parker would be handling everything moving forward. She sounded very formal. Cool. I thanked her and hung up. Then I started digging into court records. Parker had a company, a shiny little LLC with an aggressive name like Vanguard Developments, and he'd filed zoning requests in 2 other counties already. His game was clear: find cheap land, slap on a buzzword project like Tiny Home Village or Ecolux Retreat, then sell it before a single nail was hammered. He had no interest in legacy. He just wanted leverage. But it wasn't until I checked the local recorder's office in Michigan that I found the twist. A document had been filed, not finalized, just submitted, requesting shared management rights over the farmhouse property, filed by a woman claiming to be a caretaker and longtime companion of my grandfather. Her name was June, and I'd never heard of her in my life. I stared at the PDF for a long time. This wasn't just Parker. He was recruiting, fabricating, weaponizing strangers to rewrite my family's history. I printed everything, compiled a binder, met with my lawyer the next day. She's a fake, I said, or manipulated into this. Either way, she's a pawn. He nodded. We'll respond aggressively. Want me to file for discovery? Not yet, I said. Let's wait. Let them think I'm scrambling. Because I wasn't scrambling. I was building. In the meantime, I went back to the farmhouse, and I started preparing. The renovations were already underway, but I doubled down. I hired 2 more contractors, installed a full perimeter security system with motion cameras and cloud backups, upgraded the locks on every door and window, put a floodlight over the barn, and had Tyler repaint the mailbox, bright red, impossible to miss. I knew Parker. He was theatrical. If he planned to escalate this, he'd do it loudly. So I made the farmhouse loud too. I called in a favor from a real estate photographer friend, told him to take the most beautiful, editorial-style photos of the property. We staged the porch, lit the inside like a magazine spread, had him shoot drone footage of the fields at golden hour. It wasn't for a listing. It was for proof, visual evidence, public record, the kind of documentation that said, this land is loved. It is lived on. It is not abandoned. It is not forgotten. Then I posted it all. Not on Instagram. Not on LinkedIn. On a simple, clean website with a single page. www.walkerfarmproject.com. No bragging. No claims. Just photos. History. A quiet explanation of who my grandfather was. What he meant to me. What this land would become. I didn't share it with anyone. Except one person. I emailed the link to my mom. No subject. No text. Just the link. She opened it within 3 minutes. Didn't reply, but I knew she saw it. And more importantly, I knew she forwarded it. Because 48 hours later, Parker showed up. Not in person. In my inbox. We need to talk. That was all it said. I didn't answer. The next day, he sent another. You're overreacting. This is just a family disagreement. We can fix this. And then, 2 hours after that, a third email. I tried to warn you. You've made this messy. Now I have to clean it up. That was the last straw. He wasn't just trying to take what wasn't his. He was trying to rewrite the narrative. Pretend I was the one causing trouble. That I was the one who broke the peace. But he'd made one mistake. He thought I was still the same little brother he could push around. He didn't know I'd been documenting everything. I pulled the trigger. I gave my lawyer the go-ahead to file the motion. We sent legal notices to both Parker and June's attorneys, demanding immediate withdrawal of their false claims, citing lack of evidence, fraudulent intent, and misrepresentation of estate facts. We requested a formal hearing, subpoenaed records, filed for discovery on all communications between them regarding the property. We weren't bluffing, and they weren't ready. But I didn't stop there. Because revenge, real revenge, isn't loud. It's quiet, patient, surgical. So I went one step further. I called in someone Parker had long forgotten. A friend from high school. A girl named Camila. Back then, she'd been the shy theater tech who had a crush on Parker until he humiliated her in front of their entire class by pretending to ask her to prom, and then posting a fake rejection letter online. She never got over it. Now, she was a licensed forensic accountant, and she owed me a favor. I handed her a folder. Vanguard Developments, I said. Find me everything. She smiled. Oh, she said, you want to ruin him. I didn't answer. I didn't have to, because I already knew what was coming next. And it was going to be beautiful. But it wasn't enough to just catch Parker in a lie. Revenge, I've learned, is best served with receipts. Camila moved fast. Within 10 days, she uncovered everything. Parker's LLC was a house of cards. Vanguard Developments had racked up hundreds of thousands in debt through shell invoices and bogus consulting fees funneled through short-term contracts. He'd taken investor money for 3 projects, started none, and lied about land ownership in 2 counties. Worse, he listed the Michigan farmhouse, my land, as a pending asset in a pitch deck to secure a $500,000 loan. He forged documents, lied to investors, committed outright fraud. Camila packaged the evidence with meticulous precision, the kind that would make even the most cynical judge raise an eyebrow. Every payment trail, every fake contractor invoice, every manipulation, all connected, annotated, time-stamped. I took the binder, thanked her, and walked out of her office with a plan. This wasn't just personal anymore. This was surgical. Step 1. I called the investor Parker had most recently pitched to. His name was Brent Hollis, some real estate syndicate guy out of Indianapolis. Middle-aged, cocky, but serious about asset protection. I introduced myself plainly. Nash Walker, Parker's younger brother. He didn't seem to care until I mentioned the Michigan property. He said he owned it, Brent said. Is that not true? He doesn't, I replied calmly. I do. Sole inheritor. Legal and verified. There was a long pause. I offered to send him proof. The will, the court order reaffirming it, and the fraudulent documents Parker had used to pitch it as collateral. Brent's voice got real quiet. If this is true, your brother's in deep trouble. Oh, I said. It gets deeper. Step 2. I filed a formal fraud complaint through the state's Attorney General office, attaching Camila's evidence. My lawyer co-signed with a full brief. Step 3. I sent cease and desist orders to all of Parker's known clients and investors, informing them that he had used my property fraudulently and that they should be aware of ongoing investigations. And step 4? Well, that was the most satisfying part. I planned a party. Not some fancy gala or rooftop cocktail hour. Just a soft launch event at the Michigan farmhouse. I sent invitations to a curated list. Old family friends, former classmates, a couple of grandpa's neighbors, and a few community leaders. Even invited Tyler's band to play acoustic sets under the barn roof. But I also invited Mom and Dad. No RSVP needed. I didn't expect them to come. But they did. Of course, they did. They always showed up for the optics. The day was perfect. Crisp fall air, golden leaves swirling across the property, the barn glowing in the late afternoon sun. We had cider, fresh cornbread, Tyler playing a slow guitar riff on the porch. People milled around, took photos, asked me questions about the plans. I explained we were turning the land into a conservation-friendly retreat space, cabins, community gardens, and eventually workshops for underprivileged kids learning to work with their hands. It was everything Grandpa would have wanted. My parents arrived late. Mom in a cream blazer, hair perfect. Dad in his signature leather jacket, stiff with pride. They looked around like tourists, not family. Parker wasn't with them. Not yet. Mom approached me by the porch stairs. Nash, she said, smiling. This is impressive. I nodded. Thanks. Dad said nothing. Just looked past me at the barn. Then, almost like clockwork, a familiar voice came from the driveway. What is this? Parker. He looked tired, unshaven, pale, eyes bloodshot. He stormed across the gravel in a designer coat that suddenly looked too big for him. You invited them, but not me, he barked. You throw a damn festival on stolen land and don't even have the decency to warn me? I didn't react. Stolen. You know what I mean. I gestured at the crowd behind me. Everyone here knows who owns this land. Parker. Including the state. Including the court. He stepped closer, voice low. You're not going to get away with this. I already did, I said. Calm. Even. That's when I handed him a folder. Thin. Just 2 pieces of paper. One was the letter from the Attorney General acknowledging the fraud complaint. The other was the formal notice of Vanguard's upcoming audit. He read both. Slowly, eyes widening with every line. I warned you, I said. You dragged me into the mud. Tried to use my name. My property. You lied to investors. Falsified ownership. Parker opened his mouth, but no words came. You weaponized our family, I added. So I defended it. For a moment, I saw the gears turning, like he wanted to scream, cry, argue, something. But nothing came. He just stood there, trembling slightly, realizing that his empire had never been real. Then he turned, walked back to his car, and drove off, fast and reckless, tires crunching the gravel like thunder. Mom tried to speak. He's just scared. You didn't have to. Yes, I interrupted. I did. Dad looked at me for the first time in weeks. Not with anger. Not with disappointment. With respect. He gave me a single nod, then followed Mom back to their car. They left without saying goodbye, and I didn't watch them go. Instead, I walked back up the porch steps, grabbed a mug of cider, and joined Tyler near the barn. He handed me his guitar. Still remember that one Grandpa liked? He asked. I strummed a few clumsy chords. Yeah, I do. We played it. Off-key, slow but steady. People clapped. And above the music, the breeze, the sunset spilling across the sky, I realized something. I hadn't just won. I'd reclaimed my story. Parker's company was shut down within a month. He was fined, sued, and quietly blacklisted from every serious real estate circle in the tri-state area. He moved in with our parents for a while, then disappeared from the grid. Last I heard, he was working contract gigs under a fake name. My parents tried to repair things. Sent Christmas cards. Left voicemails. I never responded, but I didn't block them either. Let them sit in the quiet. Let them learn what it felt like to reach for someone they'd always ignored. And me? I kept building. The farmhouse became my base. The land, my legacy. And the final line of the speech I gave at the launch party, the one that ended up printed in the local paper, it went like this. Sometimes, the best revenge isn't just proving them wrong. It's proving to yourself that they never defined you in the first place. Hey everyone, my name's Samantha. I'm 22, and this Christmas, my family basically abandoned me to babysit while they jetted off on vacation. So, I did something that ruined their holiday, and now they're acting like I'm the villain. Aita, let me start from the beginning. Every Christmas, my family gets together for a huge holiday celebration. It's supposed to be about family, love, and traditions, except for me. It usually just means babysitting duty while the adults enjoy themselves. I have 3 younger cousins, Emily, 10, Max, 7, and Lucas, 5, who I honestly do love. But every single year, I somehow get roped into watching them while everyone else drinks wine, laughs, and has a great time. It's frustrating, but I usually just deal with it because, well, Christmas is supposed to be about giving, right? This year, though? Oh, my family took it to another level. A few weeks before Christmas, my aunt called me up. She was way too cheerful, which was already a red flag. Samantha, we have the most exciting news. We're going on a family Christmas vacation to Hawaii. White sand, palm trees, the whole thing. It's going to be magical. At first, I was happy for them, until I realized she said, we, like I was included. Oh, that sounds amazing. When do we leave? I asked, and that's when she hit me with it. Oh, well, you're not actually coming. See, someone needs to stay back and watch the kids. It just made the most sense for you to do it. I actually laughed out loud, thinking she was joking, but she wasn't. My entire family, parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, were all going on a tropical Christmas vacation, and they wanted me to stay behind and babysit for a full week. And it gets worse. I stared at the phone, waiting for my aunt to burst out laughing and say, "Gotcha. Of course, we wouldn't do that to you." But the silence dragged on. Wait, you're serious? I finally asked. Of course, sweetie. It just makes the most sense. You don't have kids of your own, you're great with them, and you're not really doing anything for Christmas anyway. That last part? That's what sent me over the edge. Not doing anything for Christmas? Oh, I guess the plans I had to visit my best friend's holiday party, drink hot cocoa by the fire, and just enjoy my break like a normal person didn't count. Apparently, my life just existed for their convenience. I took a deep breath. You want me to stay back alone, in the middle of winter, to watch 3 kids, while everyone else is sipping cocktails on a beach? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds bad. Yeah, because it was .t this point, I was livid. But my aunt kept going, look, we already booked everything. Flights, hotels, activities. It's all non-refundable, and we can't bring the kids because it'd be too expensive. You'd really be saving Christmas for everyone. Oh, saving Christmas? How generous of them. I told her I'd think about it, mostly so I wouldn't say something I'd regret. But deep down, I already knew my answer. No, absolutely not. Still, I wanted to see how the rest of my family felt about it. Maybe someone would step up and say, "Hey, this isn't fair." Spoiler alert, they didn't. That night, I called my mom. Surely, she'd be on my side, right? "Oh, honey, it's just one little favor. It's Christmas. You're really going to make a big deal out of this?" A big deal? They were literally ditching me for an entire week while they lived it up in Hawaii. I explained how unfair it was, how I had my own life, how I was tired of always being the free babysitter. But my mom wasn't having it. "Well, someone has to do it. Your cousins can't stay home alone. And between you and me, it's not like you had anywhere important to be." There it was again. That assumption that my time meant nothing. I told her straight up, "Mom, I'm not doing it." Silence. Then a sigh. "Samantha, don't be selfish. It's Christmas." Selfish? Me? For not giving up my entire holiday so everyone else could party in paradise. I snapped. "If it's so important, why don't you stay home and watch them?" Her response? "Because I already paid for my ticket." Right. Because that's what really mattered. I hung up, feeling a mix of anger and disappointment. No one cared. No one even considered how unfair this was. So I decided if they weren't going to respect my time, I was going to teach them a lesson. And let's just say, they did not have the Christmas they were expecting. I wasn't going to be their doormat anymore. If they wanted to ditch me for Christmas, fine. But I wasn't going to sit around and play the obedient babysitter while they sipped cocktails by the ocean. So I made a plan. The first thing I did was call my cousin Lisa. She was in college, a couple of years older than me, and the only family member who had ever really understood how messed up our family could be. "Let me get this straight," she said after I explained everything. "They're expecting you to stay home, alone, for an entire week during Christmas so they can go on vacation?" "Yep." "Wow." She let out a low whistle. "And I thought they were bad when they made me pay for my own prom dress." I sighed. "I just don't get it. Why do they always treat me like my time doesn't matter?" "Because you let them," she said bluntly. "Every time they ask you to babysit, you say yes, even when you don't want to, even when it screws you over." I wanted to argue, but she wasn't wrong. "So what are you gonna do?" she asked. I hesitated. I was thinking, what if I agreed? But then at the last minute, I didn't show up? Lisa let out a wicked laugh. "Oh my God, yes. Do it. But wouldn't that make me a jerk?" "Sam, they're literally using you for free labor. They didn't even ask. They just expect it. You owe them nothing." She was right. And hearing it from someone else made me feel so much better about what I was about to do. So, the next morning, I called my aunt back. "Hey, I thought about it," I said, keeping my voice neutral. "I'll do it." She gasped. "Oh, sweetie, thank you. You're saving our Christmas." I forced out a laugh. "Yeah, no problem." She rattled off all the instructions. What time they were leaving, the emergency numbers, the bedtime routine. I pretended to listen, all while smirking to myself. Because I had zero intention of showing up, I was about to give my family the best Christmas present ever. A reality checked. The day of their flight, I turned off my phone, I went out to brunch with Lisa, drank an overpriced peppermint mocha, and watched a Christmas movie marathon in my pajamas. And my family? They were scrambling at the airport, realizing I was never coming. It took less than 2 hours for the messages to start pouring in. Mom texted, "Where are you?" "The kids are waiting." Aunt texted, "Sam, this isn't funny. We're boarding soon. Get here now." Mom texted again, "Answer your phone." I ignored every single one, then the call started. At least a dozen, all from different family members. I turned my phone on silent and kept watching my movie. About an hour later, Lisa nudged me. "Check your messages. I bet they're losing their minds." I opened my texts. Sure enough, my aunt had sent a furious message. "I can't believe you would do this to us. The kids have no one to watch them. We had to cancel everything." Then my mom, "You just ruined Christmas for everyone. Hope you're happy." I stared at the messages. And you know what? I was happy. Because for the first time in forever, they actually had to deal with the consequences of treating me like their personal babysitter. I smiled, tossed my phone aside, and took another sip of my hot cocoa. Merry Christmas to me. I knew that ignoring their calls would cause a storm, but I didn't expect just how quickly things would escalate. By the time I finished my third Christmas movie, I had at least 20 more texts from my mom, aunt, and even some cousins. At first, it was the usual guilt tripping. Mom texted, "I raised you better than this." Aunt texted, "You are so selfish, Sam." Cousin Jake texted, "Wow, couldn't suck it up for 1 week? Unbelievable." But then, things started getting a little desperate. Mom texted, "We're trying to figure something out, but the airport won't let us change our flights last minute." Aunt texted, "We are literally about to miss our trip because of you." And then, my dad finally joined the conversation, which was weird. Why Dad never texted me unless it was something serious. He mostly let my mom handle family drama while he stayed out of it. But now, he was in the group chat, and he was mad. Dad texted, "Sam, call me. Now." I hesitated. Was I really ready for this? I took a deep breath and finally answered his call. "Sam," he said, his voice clipped. "What the hell is going on?" I rolled my eyes. "I think you already know. Your mother is crying." I stayed silent. "That wasn't my fault. You promised to babysit, and now we're scrambling," he continued. "We can't just leave 2 little kids alone." "That's funny," I said flatly, "because you had no problem leaving me alone on Christmas." A pause. "That's different," he said finally. "You're old enough to take care of yourself, and they're old enough to be your responsibility, not mine." I shot back. "I never agreed to this. You guys just decided for me, like always." I expected him to argue, to push back, but instead, he sighed. "Sam, your mom is really upset. Can you at least come over for a few hours until we figure something out?" I almost laughed. So now that their plans were ruined, they suddenly wanted to negotiate? "No, Dad. I have plans." "Plans?" He sounded incredulous. "What plans?" I smirked. "Relaxing. Watching movies. Drinking cocoa. You know, enjoying Christmas, since you guys didn't think I deserved one." Silence. Then, he sighed again, long and heavy. "All right. Fine. But don't expect anyone to be happy about this." That was fine by me. I hung up, exhaled, and turned back to Lisa. She was watching me with wide eyes. "Dude, that was brutal." I shrugged. "I'm just done letting them treat me like a free babysitter." Lisa grinned. "Well, congrats. I think they finally got the message." Or so I thought, because the real fallout didn't happen until they got back. The day my family returned from their failed vacation, my mom stormed into the house like a hurricane. I barely had time to put my phone down before she launched into it. "Sam, I am so disappointed in you," she fumed. "Do you have any idea what you put us through?" I blinked. "You mean what you put yourselves through?" She let out a bitter laugh. "We had to pay a ridiculous cancellation fee. Do you know how much money we lost? Maybe you should have thought about that before making plans that depended entirely on me." Her nostrils flared. "That is not the point. You could have just helped out for 1 week, and instead, you chose to be petty and ruin Christmas for everyone." I crossed my arms. "You ruined it for yourselves. I never agreed to babysit. You all just assumed I would because I've never said no before." She opened her mouth, then shut it, like she was actually considering what I said. But then she doubled down. "You still could have stepped up. Family helps family, Sam." I exhaled sharply. "You mean like how my uncle helps himself to free childcare? How you guys help yourselves to my time whenever it's convenient for you?" "Sam, no. I'm done, Mom," I said, my voice firm. "If you keep treating me like a built-in babysitter, don't expect me to be around. Ever." That finally shut her up. She turned on her heel and stomped away, furious. But you know what? For the first time in forever, I didn't feel guilty. I felt free. "Oh, you thought that was the end?" Nope. The real drama started after that. A few days later, I was scrolling through Facebook when I saw a post from my aunt. It was one of those long, passive-aggressive rants about how family isn't what it used to be and how certain people don't know the meaning of responsibility anymore. And, of course, the comments were full of relatives chiming in. "Uncle Tom, some people need to grow up. The world doesn't revolve around them." "Grandma, I would have never treated my family this way. So selfish." "Cousin Rachel, wow, some people really don't appreciate what they have." I knew they were talking about me, But then, I saw something that actually made my blood boil. Mom said, "We tried to raise her right, but she's changed so much. We're heartbroken." Excuse me? I immediately texted her, "Are you seriously bad-mouthing me on Facebook?" She responded almost instantly, "I didn't name anyone." Oh, so that's how we're playing it. I wasn't going to argue over text. Instead, I took a screenshot and sent it to our family group chat with one simple message. "If you have something to say it to my face." And guess what? Dead silence. 4 hours. But then, I got a private message from my grandma. "Sam, I'm very disappointed in you. Your mother has done everything for you, and this is how you repay her." I exhaled slowly, trying to keep my cool. I replied, "Grandma, did Mom tell you they tried to leave me alone with 2 kids for a whole week without even asking me first?" Her typing bubble popped up, then disappeared, then popped up again. Finally, Grandma texted, "That's not the point. Family sacrifices for each other." I almost laughed. Of course, when it came to me, family meant sacrificing. But when it came to them, it meant dumping responsibilities on someone else. So I responded one last time. If family matters so much, why didn't Mom and Aunt Sarah sacrifice their vacation instead of expecting me to sacrifice my entire Christmas? Guess what? She left me on read. But here's where it gets even worse. Because 2 days later, I got a call from my dad. "Sam," he said, his voice low, "you need to apologize to your mother." I almost dropped my phone. Apologize? For what? "For humiliating her like that," he said. "You know she's been crying for days, right?" I scoffed. "That's not my fault. Maybe she should have thought about that before badmouthing me to the whole family." Dad sighed. "Look, I get that you're upset, but this has gone too far. She feels like she's lost you." She didn't lose me. She pushed me away. I shot back. And if she wants to fix that, maybe she should act like a mother instead of a manipulator. Silence, then, he muttered, "I just don't know what's happened to you." And that was when I snapped. "What happened to me?" I repeated. "I finally learned how to stand up for myself. And if you and Mom can't handle that, then maybe it's you who needs to change, not me." And then, for the first time ever, I hung up on my dad. So yeah, now my family hates me, and I'm pretty sure I'm getting written out of my grandma's will. But honestly, I don't even care anymore. Well, I thought that would be the end of it. I figured they'd all just ignore me for a few weeks, maybe throw some passive-aggressive shade in the family group chat, and then move on like they always did. But oh no, my mom wasn't about to let this go. Because a few days later, I got a text from my cousin Rachel. "Rachel, hey, just a heads up, your mom and Aunt Sarah have been telling everyone that you abandoned your little cousins on Christmas." Abandoned. Like I was supposed to be their full-time parent or something. I texted back, "What are they even saying?" Rachel sent me a screenshot of a message my mom had sent to the family chat. "I hate to even talk about this, but I'm so heartbroken. Sam refused to watch the kids when we were counting on her. We had to cancel our whole trip. It ruined our holiday. The kids were devastated." Are you kidding me? And of course, half the family was eating it up. Aunt Linda texted, "That's just shameful. Kids these days have no sense of duty." Uncle Ray texted, "Unbelievable. She couldn't help for 1 week?" Grandpa texted, "Sounds like she needs a lesson in respect." I was fuming. And then, I saw a message from my dad. Dad texted, "We just don't know what's happened to her." Again with the "what happened to me" nonsense. At this point, I wasn't just mad. I was done. So I took a deep breath and did something that I knew would send everyone into a meltdown. I replied to the group chat. "Hi, everyone. Just wanted to clear something up. Mom and Aunt Sarah never actually asked me to babysit. They just told me I was doing it, last minute, without even considering my plans. I didn't agree to anything, and I definitely didn't abandon anyone." I sent another message before anyone could respond. Also, if Christmas was ruined, why didn't one of the actual parents, aka my mom or aunt, stay home instead of expecting me, a 19-year-old, to give up my entire holiday? And then, just for good measure, I added, "Love you all. Happy New Year. Red heart," and then I muted the chat. I'm not even joking when I say chaos erupted. My phone started blowing up. Why mom called me 4 times in a row. I ignored her. Rachel sent me a message. LMAO. The group chat is on fire. Grandpa is yelling at Aunt Sarah. Uncle Tom is saying your mom is lying, and Grandma just left the chat. I actually started laughing. For once, my family's drama wasn't my problem. A few days passed. My parents went radio silent. I guess they were trying to guilt me by ignoring me. And honestly, I enjoyed the peace. But then, one night, I got a text from my dad. We need to talk. I sighed and called him. The second he picked up, he said, your mother is crying herself to sleep every night. I rolled my eyes. Oh, really? Then maybe she should apologize instead of playing the victim. She's just hurt, he sighed. You embarrassed her in front of everyone. She embarrassed herself, I corrected. Maybe she should have told the truth instead of making me out to be some selfish villain. Dad was quiet for a long time. Then, he said something I never expected. You know, I actually agree with you. I froze. Wait, what? Dad sighed. Look, I love your mom, but she handled this badly. She should have talked to you first instead of dumping this on you. And I told her that. I blinked. And how did that go? Well, he said, I'm sleeping on the couch. I burst out laughing. It was the first time in forever that Dad had actually taken my side instead of blindly defending Mom. So, what now? I asked. Dad sighed. Now, we let your mother calm down. And maybe, when she's ready, she'll actually listen to you. That was probably the closest thing to an apology I was ever gonna get, so, for now, I'd take it. So yeah, my family tried to make me their free Christmas babysitter, and when I refused, they turned me into the villain. But I stood my ground. And honestly, it feels amazing. The aftermath of everything was interesting. After my dad's unexpected moment of honesty, I expected my mom to cool off eventually. Maybe she'd realize that she was being ridiculous and at least try to patch things up. But nope. She doubled down. A few days later, I got a text from my older cousin, Jake. Yo, Aunt Linda is saying you ruined Christmas on purpose because you're selfish and spoiled. I replied laughing, are they still on this? Jake texted, bro, they're making it their whole personality. And then he sent me a screenshot. Apparently, my mom and Aunt Sarah had been venting to everyone about how I was turning into a lost cause and didn't care about family anymore. Like I was the villain in some Hallmark movie. I ignored it. Let them talk. But then, my mom tried to get Grandma involved. I was at work when my phone buzzed. It was a message from my grandma. Now, let me just say, Grandma does not do drama. She's old school. She sees right through everyone's nonsense. Her text? Brutal, Grandma. I heard what happened. Your mother is being ridiculous. Stand your ground. I actually laughed out loud. I replied, love you, Grandma. She texted back, I know. Don't let the fools get to you. Grandma is the best. But here's where things really escalated. Aunt Sarah's husband, Uncle Tom, finally got involved. And he was not happy. One night, I got a message from Rachel again. Rachel, my dad just went off on my mom. He said it's insane that she tried to dump her kids on you and then acted like the victim. I replied, wait, Uncle Tom actually called her out? Rachel texted, YUP. He literally said, you had two options, stay home or bring the kids. Instead, you tried to manipulate Sam into giving up her holiday. I replied, damn, where was this energy before Christmas? Rachel texted, no clue, but now he's pissed that she dragged the whole family into it. He told her to drop it or else. I replied, or else what? Rachel texted, IDK, but I think my mom is actually scared. I replied, LMAO, good. After that, the whole situation slowly died down. Why mom never apologized, but she stopped trying to guilt me. The rest of the family moved on, and guess what? Next year, they hired a babysitter, so did I actually ruin Christmas? Or did I just teach them a valuable lesson? Because from where I'm standing, this might have been the best Christmas gift I could have given them. As the weeks went by, things finally started to settle. The Christmas drama became a topic of whispers whenever we were all gathered together. But no one dared bring it up openly, especially not with Uncle Tom around. I could tell that my mom, despite her pride, was quietly embarrassed by how everything had played out. But she wasn't about to admit it. Not yet, anyway. Aunt Sarah, on the other hand, had clearly taken a back seat in the family dynamics. She wasn't about to stir the pot any further, especially now that it was clear my uncle was firmly on my side. But the tension still lingered in the air, and I knew it wasn't entirely over. Then, a couple of months later, just as I was beginning to believe that things were going back to normal, I got another call. This time, it was my mom. "We need to talk." I immediately felt that cold knot in my stomach. This wasn't going to be some light conversation, that I sighed, bracing myself. "About what, Mom?" "About Christmas." I almost choked on my coffee. "Are we seriously going to do this again?" "Mom, we've been through this. I'm not babysitting the kids again. I'm just not." "I get that you're upset. But, Sam, we really need your help this time. Your dad and I are talking about going on another vacation, and..." I froze. Another vacation? Were they seriously trying to plan this again? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She continued, "We were hoping you'd reconsider. You know how much we need time away, and the kids miss you. It doesn't have to be like last time." I had to pause. I could feel my pulse quicken as I thought about how much I'd given up to please them. How, despite all the guilt trips, I had still tried to be the good daughter. "Mom, no. I already told you. I have my own life to live. I'm not going to put everything on hold for this again." She was quiet for a moment, and then came the bombshell. "Your aunt called me. She said I should apologize, but I'm not going to do that." I could feel the anger rising in my chest. "You're not going to apologize? For what? Trying to force me into something that I didn't sign up for? Just because you're my parents doesn't mean you get to dictate everything about my life." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then she said, "I didn't mean for things to get this bad, Sam, but you really hurt your dad, and now we're stuck in this mess. I don't know how we're supposed to move forward after this." "Wait, what?" I could hardly believe what I was hearing. Now I was the one who had hurt them. I couldn't hold it in anymore. "No, you hurt me. You ignored me, used me, and made me feel like I had no choice. You don't get to turn this around and make it my fault, Mom." There was no response. The conversation ended with nothing but silence. And that was the moment I realized, once and for all, that I wasn't going to let them pull me back in. This wasn't about me ruining Christmas. It was about me standing up for myself, setting boundaries, and finally learning that my happiness mattered, too. So after everything that happened, being left behind to babysit while my entire family enjoyed a vacation, getting blamed for standing up for myself, and now being treated like I'm the villain for refusing to be their free babysitter. Am I really the one in the wrong here? Was I too harsh for finally putting my foot down? Or was I just standing up for myself after being taken advantage of for so long? Am I the a-hole?
If you don't want to miss what happens next, hit that subscribe button. There's more drama, more twists, and trust me, you won't want to be left out. Stick around for the next update.
My sister got an expensive car for her birthday. I received a statement asking for money. "You're supposed to pay," my parents said. I walked away. Now they're panicking, saying, "You didn't understand." Hey Reddit, I'm Jonah, 40M, and this might be the first time I've ever felt truly compelled to write something like this. I don't post much online, and I'm not the type to air personal issues in public. But after everything that's happened with my family over the past several months, I honestly need an outlet. I need to lay it all out because I'm still trying to figure out if I'm losing my mind or if what happened is as wrong as it feels. This story revolves around my sister, Tessa, 32F, and my parents, Keith and Lorraine. On the surface, we're probably the kind of family that looks perfectly ordinary from the outside. We grew up in a quiet suburb in the Midwest. Our house was modest. My parents both worked, dad in civil engineering, mom as a teacher, and we weren't rich, but we had enough. We had dinner together every night. We said please and thank you. We went to church most Sundays and volunteered at the community center a few times a year. If you had asked me at any point growing up whether we were a close family, I would have said yes. I didn't know any different. But now, with the benefit of hindsight and a long string of conversations I keep replaying in my head, I think what we had was more about routine than closeness. We functioned well, but we didn't talk about things that mattered. We didn't ask questions when something seemed off. There was a kind of quiet, unspoken rule: keep the peace, don't challenge the system, and above all, support the family, even if it doesn't always support you back. I'm the oldest of two. Tessa is 8 years younger than me, and I honestly didn't think much of the age gap when we were growing up. It was just how things were. She was still in elementary school when I was starting college, so we weren't exactly close. Still, I always tried to be a good brother. I helped her with math homework, drove her to sleepovers when I was home for the summer, and gave her advice when she didn't know what to do about college applications. My parents were always extremely protective of her. I remember noticing it for the first time when she was around 15. She had gotten a speeding ticket, her first year with a license, and when I made some offhand comment about how I had my car taken away for a week after my first ticket, my mom immediately snapped at me. "It's different with Tessa. She's not like you." I asked what that meant. She didn't answer. That was sort of the pattern from then on. Tessa wasn't held to the same standards as me, not academically, not socially, not financially. I had to get a part-time job at 17 if I wanted to keep my car. Tessa got her gas paid for, so she could focus on school. I paid for my own college through scholarships and student loans. When Tessa dropped out after a year and a half, my parents said school just wasn't the right fit for her. She moved back home and tried out several different things: baking, photography, holistic wellness, even a short-lived pet-sitting business, but nothing really stuck. Meanwhile, I was working full-time in logistics, moving up slowly but steadily. I got married in my late 20s. We divorced 5 years ago. No drama, just grew apart, bought a small house, and eventually paid off my loans. I wasn't rolling in money, but I was doing fine. Stable. Reliable. The kind of adult who files taxes on time and brings a salad to potlucks. I didn't expect praise for that. I just figured that's what you do. But the divide between Tessa and me only got wider as we got older. Every time we saw each other at family gatherings, my parents would ask Tessa 10 different questions about her latest projects and nod along like she was pitching the next big startup. They never asked me much of anything. I wasn't bitter. Not exactly. But it started to feel like I was an employee in the family business, and she was the CEO's favorite child. Which brings us to the event that set all this in motion. Last fall, my mom reached out to let me know we were planning a special celebration for Tessa's 30th birthday. She used that exact phrase, special celebration. I thought maybe we were doing dinner at a nicer than usual place, or maybe something like renting out the community hall where we used to host Thanksgiving. That seemed reasonable. She asked if I could keep the day free, just a Saturday in mid-October, and I said of course. I even offered to bring something for the table, maybe a dessert or a cheese plate. My mom said no need, just show up and be supportive. That wording stood out to me. Supportive of what? A birthday? I didn't ask. The day of the party, I showed up at the address my mom had texted me. It wasn't a restaurant or the house. It was a local golf club, fancier than anything we'd ever booked for birthdays before. I remember driving up the long path lined with hedges, thinking, wow, this is kind of over the top. When I pulled into the parking lot, that's when I saw it. Parked right out front, angled just so it caught the afternoon light, was a sleek, brand new SUV. Dark blue, shiny rims, a massive red bow across the hood, and standing beside it, smiling for photos while our dad tried to figure out how to take a panoramic shot on his phone, was Tessa. She looked over the moon excited. I watched from a distance for a minute, half wondering if I had arrived at the wrong party. But then I saw my mom walk over to hug her, and it hit me. This wasn't a rental. It wasn't a prize from a giveaway. It wasn't a friend's car they were using for a funny surprise. It was hers. My sister had just been gifted a luxury vehicle for her birthday. At first, I honestly felt nothing. Just blank. I walked up, greeted everyone, smiled, congratulated her. I didn't ask questions. I didn't want to make a scene. I found a seat at the table near the back, sipped some iced tea, and tried to make small talk with my cousin Ben, who'd driven in from 3 hours away. The whole afternoon, I kept waiting for someone to say something that would make it make sense. Maybe Tessa had saved up. Maybe she'd started a new job. Maybe there was an explanation that didn't involve my parents shelling out what I estimated to be over $50,000 on a car for someone who hadn't held a steady job in years. No one said anything. Not to me, at least. When I got home that night, I sat on my couch and just thought. I tried to brush it off. I really did. It's their money, I told myself. Maybe they've been saving for years. Maybe it's none of my business. Then, 3 days later, I got the envelope. It was from someone I didn't recognize, an accounting firm, local. I opened it, assuming it was a mistake or some kind of misdirected statement. Inside was a one-page letter with a simple heading, Family Shared Gift Contribution, Tessa's Birthday Fund. And beneath it, a line that stopped me cold, amount due, $27,500. There was no breakdown, no explanation, just a brief message thanking me for my expected participation in supporting a milestone moment for our family. I sat there, holding the paper, reading it over again and again. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept the envelope on my coffee table, half hoping it would vanish or reveal itself to be some kind of prank. Maybe a mix-up. Maybe someone else named Jonah had a very generous family tradition I was being accidentally looped into. But the next morning, when I checked my email, I saw a message from my mother with the subject line, just a heads up about the letter. I clicked it. It was short. Hi, sweetheart. Just wanted to let you know you probably got the statement from Mr. Wilkins. He's helping us with the financial side of the gift. Don't be alarmed. We knew it would surprise you a little, but this is just how we decided to handle things this time. You've always been the responsible one, and we know you understand how family works. This is a chance to show your support in a meaningful way. Love, Mom. I didn't reply. Instead, I stared at the screen for a while, reading that one sentence over and over. We know you understand how family works. It hit me in a way I can't quite describe. That wasn't a suggestion. That was an instruction. Like all the quiet, subtle nudges I'd grown up with. Be the steady one, the helper, the one who doesn't rock the boat. I thought about calling them right then, demanding to know what they were thinking, but I didn't. That's not how things worked in our family. I'd never been given permission to raise my voice, so even as an adult, I still felt that reflex in my chest telling me, don't make it a fight. Just figure it out. Quietly. But I couldn't just ignore it either. $27,000. That wasn't a small ask. That was over half a year's mortgage payments. That was more than I'd ever had in my savings account at one time. Later that week, I stopped by my parents' house. I hadn't planned it. I just got in my car after work and started driving. Their porch light was on, and I could see my dad through the front window, sitting in his usual chair with a newspaper in his lap. When I walked in, my mother lit up like I'd just come back from a long trip. There he is, she said, coming in for a hug. My dad stood up slowly, giving me a pat on the shoulder like I was a visiting neighbor. Glad you came by. We were wondering when you'd want to talk. I have questions, I said. I didn't sit down. My mother folded her hands, smiling. Of course. We figured you might be a little confused. I got a letter, I said, asking me to pay for Tessa's car. She tilted her head and laughed, lightly, as if I were being silly. Not pay for it, Jonah. Just contribute. It's not the full cost. It's half, I said. Well, she said, blinking. That's because we split it. We took care of our share, and now it's your turn. My dad nodded like this made perfect sense. You're doing well. You don't have a family to support. We figured it wouldn't be too much strain. I opened my mouth, closed it again. They weren't joking. They weren't even a little sheepish about it. They looked at me with total expectation, as if I were the last person at a group dinner who hadn't chipped in for the bill, and it was getting awkward. I didn't agree to this, I said slowly. But it's for your sister, my mother said, as though that settled everything. She doesn't need a luxury car, I said. My father frowned. That's not the point. It's about the milestone. It's about showing that we support each other. And how have you supported me? I asked. The words came out quieter than I meant. They both stiffened. I saw something change in their faces. My mother's expression shifted to hurt, the way someone might look if you accidentally stepped on their foot and didn't apologize. My dad's jaw tightened. That's not fair, my mom said. You never asked for anything. I didn't know I had to, I replied. I thought you were just supposed to show up for your kids, not tally up who asks for what. My dad sighed. Jonah, this isn't an attack. You're blowing this out of proportion. I didn't respond. I walked into the hallway, picked up the letter from my bag, and handed it to them. I'm not paying this, I said. This wasn't discussed. This wasn't agreed upon. You don't get to make financial decisions for me without my consent. My mother took the letter, looked at it, and said, You're making this into something it's not. I left. I didn't storm out or slam the door. I just walked to my car and drove home. The entire time, I felt like I was watching it happen from somewhere above, like I was a character in a play I'd read too many times. Over the next week, I didn't hear from them. Not a call, not a text, not a message in the family group chat. Then, suddenly, on a Thursday evening, I got a message from Tessa. Hey, Mom and Dad are really upset. They said you misunderstood. I don't know all the details, but maybe you should talk to them again? I didn't answer her either, because for the first time in my life, I had stopped trying to be the understanding one. I'd stopped trying to be the steady support beam, holding up the house no one appreciated. And that's when the real unraveling began. They started calling, both of them, leaving voicemails that sounded warm but careful. Messages like, just checking in, and let's not let this get in the way of family. Then I got an email from my mother titled, "You didn't understand what we meant." And that's when I realized they were starting to panic. When I read the subject line, "You didn't understand what we meant," something in me clicked into place. I had spent my entire life believing that my parents were just a little out of touch, a bit too doting with Tessa, maybe overly traditional. Maybe they just didn't see the imbalance. But that email, those words, were something different. That wasn't a misunderstanding. That was gaslighting, dressed in polite stationery. I opened it. "Jonah, I want to clear the air because we feel there's been a huge miscommunication. The letter you received was never meant to pressure you. It was simply the formal way Mr. Wilkins set up the logistics. It's not a bill. It's a gesture. Your father and I would never force you to do anything, but we hoped you'd see this for what it is, an opportunity to give back to your family. We've always supported you, even when you didn't ask for it. We thought you'd want to do the same for your sister. We didn't explain this before because we assumed you would understand. You always do. That's who you are. You've always been our rock." Tessa was deeply hurt that you left the party early. She noticed. We all did. Please don't let something like this create distance. That's not what family is about. Love. Mom, I didn't reply. I read it 3 times. I let the words sit in my chest like lead. It's not a bill. A gesture. You always understand. Over and over, the same quiet refrain. Be who we want you to be. Do what we expect you to do. Don't make it uncomfortable for us. But I'd been uncomfortable my whole life. I started pulling out old boxes that night. The ones I kept tucked in the hallway closet. I hadn't looked through them in years, but I knew what was in there. Bank statements, printouts, college award letters. Some of it dusty and yellowed. All of it organized in the way only someone raised to be the responsible one would file away their life. I pulled my own records first. Tuition payments, loan documents, receipts from the bookstore. I even found the letter from the year I turned 20 when my parents told me they couldn't help cover any more of my school costs because money's been tight since your sister's needs are growing. Then I found Tessa's high school graduation folder. They'd made one for her, like a scrapbook. In the back pocket was a list, handwritten by my mother, of future support ideas for Tessa with bullet points. Things like cover housing for at least 2 years post-college, give startup help for her business ideas, cover transportation, use car or lease, help with insurance and health costs, let her find her own path. There was no version of this list for me. And somewhere in the middle of all that sorting, I decided I wasn't going to just walk away. I was going to shine a light. Slowly, quietly, but fully. I didn't want drama. I didn't want a scene. I didn't want to shout on the front lawn or post a family secret on Facebook. I wanted clarity. So I called Mr. Wilkins. He was the accountant whose name had been on the statement. I figured he wouldn't say much, confidentiality and all, but I introduced myself, told him I'd received a notice with his letterhead, and I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a scam. There was a pause. Then he cleared his throat. "Oh, Jonah. Yes, I remember you were listed on the contribution sheet. Was this something I agreed to?" I asked. "Well," he said, "your parents indicated that all adult family members had verbally committed. I assumed they'd spoken with you directly." "They didn't," I said. He was quiet for a moment. "I see. That's unfortunate. I'll make a note of that. Has anyone else paid?" I asked. Again, that pause. "Your cousin Ben contributed a small amount. He noted it was optional. The rest, as far as I know, came from your parents." So not only had they invented the idea that I had agreed, they had named me on an official financial document without my consent. I got off the phone, heart pounding, not angry, but crystal clear. They had been counting on me to play the same part I'd always played. Silent, reliable, unseen. The one who sacrifices without being asked. The one who never demands answers. So I made a list of my own. Document everything, from emails to texts to call logs. Request a full written explanation from Mr. Wilkins about the payment statement. Quietly alert my cousin Ben and ask what he had been told. Schedule a meeting with a financial advisor. Not because I was paying, but because I wanted someone official to see the whole picture. write a letter, not to them, but to myself, detailing every instance I could recall where I'd been used under the label of family. The next step was trickier, but it came together faster than I expected. I reached out to a local event coordinator, someone I'd met through work who handled corporate retreats and reunions. I asked her a simple question: how do you go about reserving the event space at the same golf club my sister's party was held at? She gave me the details. Turns out, the party had cost more than just the car. Custom catering, photographer, a themed decor setup, monogrammed welcome signs, the full package, and it had all been paid for by my parents. All of it. So I made one more call. To a lawyer. Not for a lawsuit, nothing like that. I wasn't planning to go nuclear, but I needed a paper trail. I needed someone official to confirm that I hadn't authorized any shared financial obligation, especially one being attached to a private accounting firm. We drafted a formal notice. Short, polite, legal. It was sent certified mail. It read, "To whom it may concern, I, Jonah R., am not financially responsible for, nor have I consented to contribute to, the vehicle purchase or related event in celebration of Tessa R.'s 30th birthday. Any document or communication indicating otherwise is inaccurate and not binding. Please refrain from further contact requesting payment. Sincerely, Jonah R." 2 days later, I received a message from my mother. A voicemail. Her voice was tight. She didn't sound angry. She sounded afraid. "Jonah, we need to talk. You didn't understand. This was never meant to get complicated. Please call us. Please." That was when I realized they weren't just worried about the money. They were worried about something else entirely. They were worried that I had stopped playing along. I didn't call back. After listening to my mom's voicemail, her voice tight, trying to sound gentle but wrapped in panic, I just sat there, staring at the floor. I knew that tone. I'd heard it 100 times. It was the voice she used when something was going wrong, and she needed me to smooth it over. When I was 10 and Tessa shattered a neighbor's window with a rock, I was the one who cleaned up the glass while she cried inside. When I was 16 and she totaled my bike, not hers, mine, riding it downhill against my warning, I was told, "Don't yell at her." She didn't mean it. When I graduated college and got my first apartment, she borrowed money for furniture. I never saw it again. And when I brought it up, she's just trying to get on her feet. Now, she was on her feet, all right, driving a brand new, custom white SUV paid for half by my parents and half they tried to push onto me. I didn't want revenge in the petty sense. Not public shame. Not name-calling. I didn't want to stoop to the same game they'd been playing, emotional bartering dressed as tradition. What I wanted was a clean, firm line, one they couldn't erase or talk around. So I took a day off work. I spent the morning going through every text, every voicemail, every email related to the gift, and made a neat little folder. Family Expense Request, 2024. I printed the emails and took them to a local attorney. Just a consultation. She looked everything over, and when she got to the line in my mom's message, we figured it wouldn't be too much strain. She raised her eyebrows. "Did you give them access to any financial accounts?" "No, then they can't obligate you to anything," she said. "And the fact that they involved an accountant without your consent? At most, it's a paper trail. At worst, it's misrepresentation." So she drafted a letter. Clean, legal language. Nothing aggressive. Just a statement of non-involvement, in case they tried anything more formal or informal down the road. I sent it certified mail. One to my parents. One to Mr. Wilkins. I kept the receipt. Then I went quiet. And for a while, so did they. No calls. No messages. Tessa didn't post much on social media anymore, and the family group chat? Silent. That was probably the strangest shift, not hearing those constant updates about Tessa's lunch plans or weekend getaways or just because photo shoots. The chat had always revolved around her, and now that I'd stopped orbiting, it seemed like they didn't know how to keep it spinning. About 2 weeks later, I got a message, not from my parents, not from Tessa, but from my cousin Ben. "Hey man, just checking in. Your mom told my mom that there was some confusion about the car thing. Said you were being dramatic. But I knew something didn't sit right when they asked me for a small contribution. They made it sound like you were all in. I'm sorry they put you in that spot. If you ever want to talk, I'm around." We did talk. Over coffee one weekend. It turns out, my parents had pitched this whole thing to a handful of relatives like it was a family-wide event. A shared expression of love. But they left out the part where the accountant's statement was sent only to me, with an exact figure, $27,000. Honestly, Ben said, stirring his tea, I always knew they leaned hard into the golden child thing with Tessa. But I didn't realize they were trying to invoice you for it. That made me laugh. The first real laugh in weeks. It wasn't just about the car. It was about the pattern. A pattern that had been shaping my life quietly, patiently, for decades. A weight I had been taught not to notice. Now that I dropped it, I realized how much lighter life could be. In the months that followed, I started making changes. I left the family chat. I didn't make a scene about it. I just quietly exited. When asked about birthdays or holidays, I politely declined. I didn't make excuses. I didn't explain. I just stepped back. With the help of the same financial advisor who'd helped me navigate the situation, I started looking into buying property. Something small, peaceful. A cabin in the hills 2 hours north. When I went to see it, the quiet wrapped around me like a blanket. There was no expectation there. No one asking me to prove my worth by giving more than I had. So I bought it. Moved in a month later. I kept my job, remote work made that easy, and started filling my time with things I had never had time for. Books, hiking, a woodworking class, silence. I learned how to be alone without being lonely. Then, in early spring, a letter arrived. Real letter. Handwritten. From Tessa. It wasn't long. It wasn't angry. But it wasn't what I'd hoped for either. Jonah, I don't know why you're doing this. You've always been so steady. I thought we were closer than this. Mom and Dad are really upset. They think you're punishing them. You didn't have to go this far. I hope you come back around. That was it. No apology. No mention of the money. No acknowledgement of what they tried to do. Just a gentle tug on the old rope. You're the steady one. Come back. Fix it. Be who we need you to be. But I had finally stepped off the stage. And I wasn't stepping back on. I didn't reply. Since then, the silence has settled into something still, and for the first time in my life, peaceful. My parents haven't reached out again. Neither has Tessa. I know they talk about me. I hear things secondhand from extended relatives or from the old neighbor who still sends me a holiday card. Sometimes the comments are subtle. Your parents miss you. It's a shame what happened. But none of them ever ask why. They don't want the truth. They want harmony. And harmony, in their world, means I carry the weight and keep smiling. So, I build a new kind of harmony. One where I choose what I carry. One where I am not the family scapegoat or the invisible wallet or the emotional sponge. Just Jonah. And that's enough. They kept the car. I kept my dignity. And that, to me, is the only ending this story ever needed. I came back home after months away. When I got there, my stuff was gone. We needed the space, Dad said. You can crash in the basement. I just smiled, grabbed my bag, and said, actually, I have better plans. They laughed until I shut the door behind me and they realized I wasn't coming back. Hey Reddit, I'm Lane, 30M, and I've got a story that's a mix of family drama and revenge. It's been a while now, but the way things went down still gets under my skin. I thought it would be therapeutic to share what happened, even though it's kind of hard to believe in hindsight. I never thought I'd find myself in a situation like this, but here we are. I'm the youngest in my family, and from the start, I always felt like I didn't quite fit in. My older siblings, Mara, 35F, and Elliot, 33M, were more the stay close to home, follow the rules type, while I was the one who always wanted to explore and do things differently. It wasn't like there was tension, but I wasn't exactly the golden child either. I moved across the country after college, got into a career I loved, and only came back home for holidays or special occasions. Before I get into what happened, I want to make it clear that my relationship with my parents, specifically my dad, had always been complicated. Dad was the type who believed in strict boundaries. He didn't like messes, distractions, or anything that might upset his version of a perfect family dynamic. Mom was a bit more laid back, but she always followed Dad's lead when it came to the household rules. I'd visit, but I was always reminded that I was an adult now, and my life was on my own terms, not theirs. That's fine, right? I was independent. But this story starts last year when I decided to take a couple of months off from work. I'd been burning myself out in my marketing job, and it felt like a good time to step away, recenter myself, and visit some friends. So, I packed up and left, letting my parents know that I'd be gone for a while. I didn't think much of it at the time. Honestly, I was so caught up in my own world that I didn't even think about what was going on at home. A few months later, when I was ready to head back, I called my parents to let them know I was coming. I wanted to check in, let them know when I'd be there so we could hang out and catch up. The conversation seemed normal enough until Dad dropped a little bombshell. He said, "Oh, by the way, we've had to make some changes around here. You'll be crashing in the basement for now. We needed the space, you know." Now, this caught me off guard. I had never stayed in the basement before. Even when I was a kid, it was always an area meant for storage, maybe a place for the occasional guest. My parents didn't mention anything about moving things around, and when I left months ago, everything had been fine. But Dad wasn't done. He casually mentioned that they'd cleared out my old room to make more space for the family, as if this was something I should just accept. I asked what that meant, and he explained that they had rearranged things, and my stuff had to go because, apparently, the guest room was now being used for something else. He didn't seem fazed by it at all, like it was a minor change. I tried to press for more details, but he was pretty nonchalant. It was almost like he thought I wouldn't mind. I was frustrated, but I didn't want to make a big deal of it over the phone. I told him I'd be there in a few days. As soon as I hung up, though, I started thinking about the implications of all this. Why was I being moved to the basement? And why didn't they even mention any of this when I left? It didn't sit well with me, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. When I finally got to the house, I knew something was off from the moment I walked in. The front door was unlocked, which was unusual. My dad was always particular about security, so it was strange that they left it open like that. I stepped inside and immediately noticed that the house didn't have the same feel. The living room looked different, like they had redecorated. I could see boxes stacked in the corner of the hallway, and the place seemed emptier. I called out to my parents, and my dad appeared from the kitchen, looking a little surprised. "Oh, you're here," he said, giving me a half-hearted smile. My mom came out from the back of the house and offered a quick, warm greeting, but there was something in the air that felt off. "Hey, welcome back," Mom said. "We've been getting everything in order here. Your room's not quite ready, but we've set up the basement for you. It's cozy down there." It was the way she said cozy that made me feel uneasy. I followed them to the basement, and when we got there, I couldn't believe my eyes. They turned my old space into a mini storage unit. My bed? Gone. My dresser? Gone. The walls? Bare. And my stuff. Everything I left behind, from books to clothes to random keepsakes, all packed away in boxes. My entire personal life was now just a pile of stuff shoved into the corner of a damp basement. I was silent for a moment. I could feel the anger bubbling up, but I stayed calm. "So, this is where I'm supposed to stay?" I asked, looking around. Dad, standing there like everything was perfectly fine, nodded. "Yeah, we needed the space. It'll be temporary until we figure out what to do with the guest room." I couldn't even look at him. This wasn't temporary. I knew it. I'd been a part of that house for so many years, and yet now, I was being treated like an afterthought. I wasn't just visiting. They had moved on without me. I turned to my mom, hoping for some kind of empathy, but all she did was smile awkwardly and say, "It's not so bad down here, honey. You can make it your own space for now. We'll make sure it's comfortable for you." I didn't respond immediately. I just stood there, feeling like I was being shoved into a corner of my own life. Then, I did something I didn't expect to do. I smiled, grabbed my bag from the hallway, and said, "Actually, I have better plans." Their laughter stopped the moment I turned around and headed for the door. I could feel their eyes on me as I stepped toward the door, bag in hand. There was this heavy silence in the air, like they thought I was joking or playing some kind of game. But I wasn't. I reached for the doorknob, the cold metal pressing into my palm, and I glanced back over my shoulder. My dad was standing there with his arms crossed, looking like he was waiting for me to say something reassuring, but I didn't have the words. I didn't want to make excuses anymore. Mom was still standing by the stairs, trying to act casual, but I could see her fidgeting, clearly uncomfortable. She hadn't expected this. They thought I would just accept what they'd done and carry on as usual. I took a deep breath and, With one last look at the basement, turned the doorknob. I could hear my dad's voice behind me, a little too calm, like he didn't quite believe I was serious. Lane, come on. You can't just leave like this. It's been months. Your family. But I didn't stop. I pushed the door open, stepped outside, and turned to face them. The cold air hit me as I stepped out onto the porch, and I felt a rush of clarity wash over me. For the first time in years, I was doing something for myself. I wasn't going to take their passive-aggressive treatment anymore, and I wasn't going to let them push me into a corner just because they decided I was no longer a priority in their eyes. Lane, don't do this. Dad called out again, but this time there was a hint of frustration in his voice. You've been gone long enough. You can't just leave. We were trying to do what's best for everyone. You'll see. His words were meant to placate me, to get me to come back inside and pretend everything was fine. But they weren't fine. None of this was fine. I didn't answer him. Instead, I slammed the door shut behind me. The sound of the door closing was final. I didn't know it then, but that was the moment everything shifted. It was like I'd crossed some invisible line, and there was no going back. I could feel the weight of their expectations fading away as I walked down the steps, each step making me feel lighter, like I was finally shedding the burden of their control over my life. I hadn't really thought through what I was going to do next. I didn't have anywhere else to go. I had some savings, but not enough to just drop everything and take off somewhere, especially with the cost of living as it was. But I didn't care. I was done with their house, their rules, and their shallow attempts at manipulating me into playing the role they'd carved out for me. I walked to my car, tossed my bag into the passenger seat, and sat there for a moment. My hands were shaking, but it wasn't from fear. It was from a mixture of anger and relief. I'd done it. I had actually done it. I stayed in the car for a few minutes, just thinking. Part of me wanted to drive off into the night and just keep going. But another part of me knew that this wasn't about running away. It was about taking control of my own life again, after letting them dictate my decisions for far too long. I sent a text to a few friends from the city, asking if I could crash at their place for a bit. It wasn't ideal, but I knew I couldn't stay at home, not after what had just happened. A few minutes later, my phone buzzed with a response. My friend Claire offered me a place to stay for as long as I needed. She was more than happy to help, and I felt a sense of relief. At least I had a plan for the night. But what I didn't know then was that my leaving was just the beginning. As I drove away from my parents' house, I felt like I was finally stepping out from under their shadow. What I didn't expect was how much they would try to drag me back, how far they would go to make me feel guilty for doing what I did. And it wasn't going to be just the empty threats or phone calls. Things were about to get a lot more complicated. By the time I settled in at Claire's place, I was mentally exhausted. But I knew I had to start making decisions about what I wanted my next steps to be. I wasn't going back to my parents' house. Not now, not ever. That night, after we'd had a late dinner and I'd explained everything to Claire, I thought it was over. I figured my parents would cool off, maybe try to reach out in a day or two, and I'd have to do the whole "let's talk about it" thing. What I wasn't prepared for was the flood of messages the next morning. It started with a text from Mara. "Hey, I heard what you did. Is everything okay? You didn't even say goodbye. Mom and Dad are really upset." I stared at the message for a moment. Part of me wanted to ignore it, but I couldn't just pretend that everything was fine. So, I responded, "I'm fine, Mara. I'm just not going back." That was all I said. I didn't elaborate. I didn't have to. I had no intention of explaining myself to her, especially after all the times I'd been sidelined by her and the rest of the family. The message sat unanswered for a while, and then my phone buzzed again. This time, it was from Elliot. "What's going on? Dad's really upset. Lane, you need to come back. We're worried about you." I wasn't even going to entertain that message. I just didn't respond. I knew what they were trying to do. They were trying to make me feel guilty. They were trying to act like I was the one causing the problem, when really, they were the ones pushing me away. By the time I finished replying to some other messages from friends, I had another text, this one from my dad. It was short and to the point. "You can't just walk away from your family like this. Come home. We need to talk. And that was when I realized they still didn't get it. They didn't understand what I was trying to say. They thought this was just a minor disagreement, something I would eventually get over. But it wasn't. This was me drawing a line in the sand. I didn't respond to that message either. I didn't need to. But things were about to escalate a lot further than I had anticipated. This was just the beginning. The next few days were tense. My phone never stopped buzzing. My parents were relentless in their attempts to pull me back into the fold. But it wasn't just the constant messages that bothered me. It was the way they'd started to manipulate the situation. It started with Mara. She sent me a long text one evening that read, "Lane, I get it. I do. But this isn't like you. You're not thinking straight. Mom and Dad are really hurt. You need to come back home and talk about this. Family is important. Don't throw everything away over a misunderstanding. They're not perfect, but they love you." I could practically hear her voice in my head, that fake sweetness, the way she always tried to make everything sound so reasonable. But I wasn't fooled. This wasn't about love or family. It was about control. It was about them thinking they could just walk all over me, move my stuff without a second thought, and then act like I was being unreasonable when I reacted. I thought about it for a minute before replying, but I didn't want to get into an argument. So, I kept it simple. I'm not coming back. I've made up my mind. No reply. Of course. The real turning point came when Dad showed up at Claire's apartment. I didn't expect him to show up in person. I thought he'd be content with sending text after text. But there he was, standing in front of Claire's building, looking out of place in his button-up shirt and khakis, trying to put on that "I'm in control" face he always wore. When I opened the door, he didn't even hesitate. "We need to talk, Lane. This can't go on. You're making a mistake." I was surprised, but I didn't show it. I wasn't about to invite him in. Instead, I stepped outside, closing the door behind me so Claire wouldn't overhear. "I told you already. I'm not coming back. You don't get to decide what's best for me anymore." Dad's face twisted in that way it always did when he was trying to keep his temper in check. "This isn't about me, Lane. It's about you throwing everything away. You're letting your emotions control you. You'll regret this." I met his gaze without backing down. "I'm not the one throwing anything away, Dad. You did that. You and Mom both decided my stuff didn't matter anymore. You made the call, not me." He took a deep breath, like he was trying to figure out how to reframe this in his mind, trying to justify everything to himself. "I'm not going to argue with you, but you're not going to be happy living like this. You don't know what it's like out there. You'll be back. You always come back." I stayed silent for a moment, thinking about how long I'd lived under his roof, how many times I'd let him make decisions for me, expecting me to fall in line. But I wasn't that kid anymore. I wasn't going to just roll over. "You don't get it, do you?" I said, my voice firm but calm. "I'm done. And if you keep pushing me like this, you're only going to make it worse for yourself." He stood there for a moment, looking like he wasn't sure if I was bluffing. But I wasn't. This wasn't just a quick decision. It was a long time coming. Finally, he turned and walked away, muttering something under his breath that I didn't catch. I didn't care to. After that, things got worse. Mom, who had been quiet up until that point, started calling. The first time, I didn't answer. The second time, I did. "Lane, please." Her voice was soft, but there was a pleading tone in it that I wasn't used to. "I don't know what you think is going on, but your father is very upset. He's not himself. You're breaking his heart. Can't you see that?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He's not himself? The man who pushed me aside, who moved my things without a second thought, who never once tried to understand where I was coming from. I wasn't about to buy into that guilt trip. "I'm sorry, Mom, but I'm not the one breaking hearts here. I'm doing what's best for me, and I'm not going to keep living in a place where I don't feel respected." There was a long pause on the other end. "I don't know why you're being so stubborn, but I guess I can't change your mind. Just know this, family is supposed to stick together." That phrase again. Family. Stick together. I was so tired of hearing it, especially when it was coming from people who had never made an effort to actually stick with me. They wanted me to conform to their idea of family, their expectations, their control. I didn't respond. I just ended the call. The next couple of weeks were a whirlwind of passive-aggressive comments and underhanded tactics. Dad sent me a few reminders about bills that I supposedly owed them. Things like, "Remember when we helped you with your car insurance a few years ago? Just think about it. And we've always supported you, even when you weren't around. It wouldn't hurt to come back and talk." But it was never a simple conversation. It was always a manipulative jab, a way to make me feel like I was in the wrong for standing up for myself. At this point, I started thinking about how to get back at them, not in some dramatic, extreme way, but in a way that would make them understand the consequences of treating me like I was disposable. I knew the perfect way to do it. I had an old family heirloom that had been passed down from my grandmother. It was a silver pocket watch, a family tradition that my dad had always kept in a drawer. When I was younger, I'd asked to have it, but Dad always said, "When you're older, you'll understand why it's so important." But I was older now, and I understood. The watch wasn't just some object to be kept in a drawer. It was a symbol of their control. It had been passed down, sure, but it was also a reminder of how they had always made the decisions for me. It was time for that to change. So, one night, I took it. I didn't ask for permission. I didn't explain why I needed it. I just took it. I knew it would hit them where it hurt. Not physically, of course, but emotionally. It was the first thing my dad would notice when he went in his drawer to pull it out, and he'd realize that not only had I walked away, but now I was taking something they held on to for sentimental value, something they'd never part with willingly. The day after I took the pocket watch, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. It was a strange feeling, almost like a mix of guilt and exhilaration. But the guilt didn't last. In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't much of a crime. I wasn't taking anything that wasn't already mine in some way. The next few days were the hardest. Dad sent me another message. "I'm coming by to get the watch. Don't think I don't know what you did." I didn't respond because I didn't need to. I was done trying to explain myself to them. What I didn't expect was the way they reacted. I thought they'd be angry, sure, but I didn't realize just how far they'd go to make me feel bad. Mara showed up at Claire's place, unannounced. I opened the door to find her standing there, looking a little disheveled. She must have come straight from the house. "Lane, seriously, what's going on with you?" she said, trying to sound casual, but there was an edge to her voice. "Dad's freaking out. He's been crying. You know how much that watch meant to him." I stood there for a moment, unsure of how to respond. I didn't want to get into a long emotional debate about why I took it or how I felt justified. "I don't care," I said simply, looking her in the eyes. "He's been taking me for granted for years. He can cry all he wants, but he's never understood why I left. And the watch? It's just a symbol. It's time for things to change." Mara didn't say anything for a while. She just stood there, blinking at me like she was trying to process what I'd said. Eventually, she huffed in frustration. "You're making a huge mistake, Lane. You know this isn't how you fix things." She turned to leave, muttering something about how family should stick together. The next day, I got a call from Dad. It was the first time he'd called me in days, and I wasn't sure how to prepare for it. I answered, just because I knew it would probably be the last time we'd have any sort of direct communication. "Lane," he said, his voice cold but trying to sound calm. "I need that watch back. You know it's not just some trinket. It's a family heirloom. You don't just take it like that." I could feel the tension in his voice, the anger bubbling beneath the surface. But I wasn't going to let it get to me anymore. "I'm not giving it back," I said, my voice steady. "You've had your chance to treat me like family. You had your chance to respect me, and you blew it. I'm not a kid anymore, and I don't answer to you or Mom. I'm doing what's best for me." There was a long pause. I could hear him breathing heavily on the other end, like he was trying to find the right words, but he couldn't. Finally, he said, "You're not going to get away with this, you know. You can't just take what you want and expect everything to be fine. You've crossed a line." But I didn't care. The anger in his voice didn't scare me anymore. In fact, it only made me feel more justified. "Dad, I crossed that line years ago. You just didn't notice until now." I paused. I'm done. I'm not coming back. I'm not asking for your approval. And you need to accept that. The call ended abruptly, and I didn't feel guilty. I had expected it to be harder, but I think deep down, I knew that what I was doing was the right choice for me. I wasn't going to let them manipulate me anymore, and if they couldn't respect that, then I didn't need them in my life. The next couple of weeks were mostly quiet. My parents didn't contact me as much, and Mara stopped by a few more times, but I could tell the pressure was mounting. They were still trying to manipulate me through guilt, but it wasn't working anymore. I had the pocket watch, but I didn't feel like I needed to flaunt it or use it as a bargaining chip. It was a reminder to me of what I was willing to walk away from. Then came the final blow. I had been staying at Claire's apartment for about a month when I got a message from an unknown number. I opened it, not expecting much. "I have something that belongs to you." I wasn't sure what to make of it at first, but when I opened the attached photo, I felt the sting of realization. It was a picture of the pocket watch sitting on the floor of my parents' living room, and standing next to it was a note. "If you don't come back and talk to us, we're going to sell it. We need the money." I stared at the message for a long time. Part of me was angry, of course, but mostly I just felt exhausted. It was a new low for them, threatening to sell something that had been in the family for generations over something so trivial. And the fact that they thought I'd just fold under pressure like this, it was insulting. But instead of feeling cornered, I realized something. This was it. This was the final push I needed. If they were willing to go this far, then they were never going to respect my boundaries. I wasn't going to cave. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I waited a few days to let them stew in their own decisions. Then, I texted back. "Sell it? I don't care. It's just a thing. You've already lost what matters." That was the last message I sent. I didn't hear from them again for a while. A few weeks passed. There were no more calls, no more messages. They still hadn't sold the watch, and I didn't know if they ever would. But I didn't care. At this point, the watch had become a symbol of everything I'd lost by trying to stay in their good graces. And I wasn't going to let it control me anymore. Now, I'm living on my own. I've made peace with the fact that my parents aren't going to change, and I'm not going to let them keep pulling me back into that toxic cycle. I still have the watch, tucked away in a box for safekeeping, not out of sentimental value, but because it serves as a reminder to me. As for the family, well, they're still trying to reach out. Mara occasionally sends me messages, and I can tell they want me back, but I'm done. I don't need them. I've built a life without them, and I'm finally free. Sometimes, I wonder if they'll ever realize the damage they've done. But then again, maybe they already do. They just don't know how to admit it. Either way, it's their problem now, not mine. My dad texted me, "You're no longer part of the company. Lawyer will contact you soon." I didn't respond, just transferred my shares quietly, and 2 days later, my sister called nonstop, begging me to reverse it. I'm 38, and this whole nightmare started quietly, like a slow leak you don't notice until the basement is flooding. My family owns a manufacturing business, mid-sized, steady, and something my dad, Richard, built from the ground up. When I was fresh out of college, I jumped in headfirst, eager to prove myself. My sister Harper, a few years younger, always acted like she was too important to bother with the day-to-day. Designer bags, exotic trips, and social events were her world. The business was mine. For years, I worked side by side with Dad. I managed clients, improved operations, and modernized parts of the company he was stubborn about changing. I thought we were a team. At least, that's what I told myself. But there was always this unspoken thing between Harper and Dad. He treated her like the perfect daughter, the golden kid who could do no wrong, even when she showed little interest in the business and made no effort to contribute. I was the hard worker he always criticized but depended on. In the last year, I noticed Dad pulling away from me slowly. It started with missed phone calls, then meetings where I wasn't invited. The projects I once led were suddenly handed off to consultants or Harper's friends. I chalked it up to him aging and maybe wanting to lessen his workload. But then came last Tuesday. I was at home, just finishing dinner, when I saw a text from Dad pop up. "You're no longer part of the company. Lawyer will contact you soon." No warning, no explanation, just those cold words. I stared at the screen, waiting for more, but nothing came. No calls, no emails, silence. I didn't respond. Honestly, part of me felt numb. The other part was furious. After everything I'd done, years of sacrifices, late nights, missed birthdays, I got kicked out by a simple text. Typical dad. Always more comfortable hiding behind his pride and silence than having a real conversation. That night, I went through the shareholder documents carefully. I discovered that a significant chunk of my shares was still in my name. Shares I'd never touched or mentioned because I believed my place in the company was secure as part of the family legacy. But now, those shares felt like a weapon I could use. So, quietly, I transferred them into a trust one controlled, making sure I had some say in what happened next. No fanfare. No announcements. Just a quiet move to protect what was mine. Then, 2 days later, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. Harper. At first, I ignored it. But eventually, I answered. Her voice was frantic, breathless even. You can't do this. Dad's devastated. He says you're tearing the family apart. You have to fix this. I tried to stay calm, but inside I was shaking. Harper's pleas turned to accusations. She said I was selfish, greedy, and destroying everything Dad built. I reminded her I never wanted to destroy anything. I just wanted fairness. She laughed bitterly. Fairness? You think you're the only one who's worked hard? You act like you own the company, but you're nothing without Dad's name behind you. I wanted to say so much back, but I held my tongue. I told her I needed time. I couldn't make decisions under pressure. She hung up with a slammed, "You'll regret this." That call was the start of the slow unraveling. The next morning, I got a message from a lawyer I hadn't heard of, asking me to come in to discuss my status in the company. Dad's attorney. The legal notice basically said my role was terminated and my access revoked. It felt like a power play, designed to intimidate me. I started hearing things from mutual contacts, harsh whispers from the office that I was out, that Dad and Harper were spinning stories about me being disloyal, difficult, and unfit to lead. None of it was true, but with the family's reputation on the line, lies spread fast. Harper's behavior got worse too. She showed up unannounced at my place one afternoon, eyes flashing with that entitled, smug look I've hated for years. You're making a huge mistake. Dad's offered me the top spot. You could have stayed, but you chose to burn bridges. I told her bluntly, I'm not interested in a poisoned throne. She scoffed and walked away, but I could see in her eyes she thought she'd already won. Behind the scenes, Dad was tightening his grip on the company, locking me out of financial reports, cutting me off from key contacts, and rallying the board to his side. But I wasn't done yet. The morning of the board meeting felt heavy, like the air itself was weighed down by everything that had been brewing between me and Dad for months. I arrived at the company's headquarters early, my palms sweaty despite telling myself I was ready for whatever came. I wasn't sure what to expect, but I knew it wouldn't be friendly. The boardroom was stark and cold, with a long polished table and leather chairs that looked designed more for intimidation than comfort. Most of the seats were already filled when I stepped in. Dad sat at the head, wearing that calm but unyielding expression he always puts on when he thinks he's in control. Harper was there too, sitting beside him, arms crossed, looking like she was trying way too hard to appear unimpressed. A few board members nodded politely as I walked in, but the atmosphere was tense. Good morning, everyone, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I understand this meeting is about my role in the company. Dad didn't look at me. Instead, he cleared his throat and said, let's get right to the point. As I informed you all, we have decided to remove Alexandra from all managerial duties effective immediately. A murmur rippled around the room. I swallowed and replied, that's a surprise to me. I've seen no formal review or explanation. Can you clarify why this decision was made without notifying me properly? Harper smirked, and Dad's eyes finally met mine, cold and sharp. We've discussed this for months. Your performance, your attitude, it's been a liability. We cannot have someone undermining leadership from within. I shook my head. Undermining? I've been trying to save this company from outdated practices you refuse to change. You're freezing me out because you don't want to listen. Dad's voice dropped. You forget who built this company. You're just a cog in the machine, Alexandra. And if you don't understand your place, then we have no choice. Harper chimed in, her voice dripping with condescension. Maybe if you weren't so obsessed with control, Dad wouldn't have to step in and fix things. The room grew colder. I could see some board members exchanging glances, probably weighing which side to support. I realized I was fighting not just my dad and sister, but the entire family legacy they'd built their lives on. I took a deep breath. I'm here as a shareholder, too. I haven't been given any formal notice to remove me or buy out my shares. Dad gave a slow, deliberate smile that didn't reach his eyes. "We have lawyers working on that. You'll be contacted soon." The meeting proceeded with Dad outlining plans to restructure the company without me, emphasizing Harper's fresh vision and commitment. It felt surreal, like I was watching them rewrite the history of my own life in real time. After the formal part ended, a few board members quietly approached me. Some expressed sympathy, others cautioning me to be careful. The message was clear: Dad had the upper hand, and they weren't willing to cross him lightly. Later that day, I received a call from my lawyer, confirming that Dad's team was preparing legal documents to force a buyout of my shares. But thanks to the trust I'd quietly created, my position was more secure than they realized. It was a small victory, but it bought me time. Meanwhile, Harper's calls and texts became relentless. She switched from begging to threats, telling me I was tearing the family apart and making Dad sick. She even showed up at my apartment again, this time accompanied by one of Dad's trusted executives, someone who looked more like a bodyguard than a business colleague. They tried to convince me in person to step down, painting vivid pictures of Dad's failing health and the family's desperation. It was manipulative and cruel. Harper's voice was sharp, almost gleeful as she said, "You don't want to be the one who broke Dad's heart, do you?" I stood my ground, but inside, a storm was building. Years of feeling undervalued, overshadowed by Harper's charm and Dad's favoritism, exploded into a bitter resolve. I wasn't going to back down. That weekend, I found an email in my inbox from Harper titled "Family Emergency." It was filled with guilt-tripping language about Dad's poor condition, stress caused by the ongoing conflict, and pleas for me to do the right thing. Reading it, I realized how far they were willing to go to manipulate me emotionally, to turn what should be a business disagreement into a personal attack. I decided to respond calmly, but firmly. Dad's health and the family's well-being matter to me, but I will not be bullied or pushed out without cause. If the company's future is truly the priority, let's negotiate fairly and transparently. No reply came, only silence. Days later, the tension hit a breaking point at a company event meant to celebrate a new product launch. I was not invited, of course, but I heard through the grapevine that Harper made a point of publicly downplaying my contributions, crediting herself and Dad for the entire project. It wasn't just business anymore. It was personal. A battle for respect, recognition, and maybe something deeper, vindication for years of feeling overlooked and dismissed. After the launch event, where I wasn't even allowed a seat at the table, I realized the family was playing a different game now. It wasn't just about control of the company anymore. They wanted to erase me from the story completely. For days after, I stayed mostly quiet. I knew if I let emotions drive me, I'd make mistakes. Instead, I focused on what I could do behind the scenes. I had contacts, some of the original shareholders, and a few board members who weren't thrilled with how Dad and Harper had taken over. They were worried about the company's future, and more importantly, they were tired of the drama poisoning the leadership. One by one, I started reaching out. Private calls, discreet meetings over coffee, casual catch-ups where I listened more than I spoke. I laid out my concerns: the risk of the company losing its reputation, the damage caused by family drama bleeding into business decisions, and the value I could still bring if given the chance. Not everyone was eager to listen. Some of Dad's loyalists had been warned to keep their distance, but a handful quietly acknowledged they shared my worries. They weren't blind to how Harper had been elevated despite having no real business experience, or how Dad's stubbornness was blinding him to critical threats. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Mrs. Carter, a longtime shareholder and one of the original investors who had backed Dad in the early days. She'd always been supportive of me, even when the family wasn't. Over coffee, she told me something I'll never forget. "Alexandra, your father built this company. Yes, but he didn't build it to be ruled by fear or family feuds. You have the vision it needs now, but you have to be strategic. This isn't just a business fight, it's a battle for the company's soul." Her words stung because they echoed everything I felt but had struggled to admit. I wasn't just fighting my family, I was fighting for the legacy I believed in. Meanwhile, Dad and Harper continued their campaign to isolate me. The emails became more hostile, disguised as formal business correspondence but filled with accusations of disloyalty and incompetence. Harper's social media posts started to subtly mock me: photos of family dinners without me, stories about moving forward and new beginnings, all carefully curated to make it look like I'd been the problem. Then came the unexpected blow. One afternoon, my assistant called to tell me that a confidential memo had leaked to the press. It was a company-wide announcement from Dad's legal team stating that I was suspended from all operations pending an investigation into allegations of misconduct. I sat frozen, disbelief sinking in. There were no allegations, no complaints from colleagues. This was purely a power move to discredit me publicly. The board had been complicit in allowing it, too. I spent that night drafting a statement to clear my name internally, but the damage was done. The media caught wind, and questions started to circulate outside the company. Clients and partners called, worried about stability. My phone buzzed with messages from friends and former colleagues offering support. Harper's satisfaction was almost tangible. At a gala event a few nights later, I overheard her boasting to a friend, "They're finally seeing who's really in charge." But I refused to let this break me. Instead, I doubled down. With Mrs. Carter's backing, I arranged a special shareholders meeting, one that wasn't publicized and where I could present my case directly to the people who mattered most. I spent days preparing my presentation. Financials, future growth strategies, market analysis, all the data to show that the company's current path was heading toward ruin if it stayed under Dad and Harper's control. The night before the meeting, I barely slept. The stakes were enormous. If I lost, I'd be out for good, my shares forcibly bought at a fraction of their value, and my reputation in tatters. But if I won, I might have a chance to reclaim my place and maybe, just maybe, force a reckoning. When the day came, the room was thick with tension. Dad showed up looking like he was ready for battle, Harper at his side, smirking like she already had the victory in her pocket. I started by calmly outlining the risks, the stagnation, the recent PR disasters, and the toxic environment created by family feuds. I showed projections of what the company could be with modern leadership and shared testimonials from loyal clients who had already expressed concerns. Halfway through, Dad interrupted, his voice icy. "This isn't just about numbers, Alexandra. It's about trust and loyalty. You've broken both." Harper rolled her eyes. "Maybe if you stopped pretending to be the savior and admitted you never understood the business, this wouldn't be happening." I held my ground. Trust and loyalty aren't built on exclusion and silent threats. They're earned through respect and transparency. You sidelined me, cut me out without reason, and now you want to force me out. That's not leadership. The room was divided. Some board members looked uncomfortable, others clearly sided with Dad. The vote was called to decide whether I would remain a shareholder with voting rights. When the final tally was read, it was razor close. I had lost the vote by a single percentage point. It was a crushing blow. But then, as the meeting ended, a surprise announcement came from Mrs. Carter. She revealed she had secretly acquired additional shares through other investors who shared her vision. Together, they controlled just enough to block any forced buyout of my shares without a full shareholder vote. The room erupted in murmurs. Dad's face tightened. Harper looked stunned. I felt a flicker of hope. We left the meeting with no clear winner, but it was obvious that the family feud was now a war, with the company caught in the crossfire. Afterward, Harper's behavior turned darker. She sent texts accusing me of sabotage and betrayal. She even went as far as calling our extended family to spread rumors about my disloyalty and greedy ambitions. Dad was quieter but no less dangerous. His emails were terse, his meetings cold and calculated. I knew he was planning something bigger. That's when the calls started, the relentless ones. Harper's voice, pleading at first, then desperate, then furious. "You have to reverse what you did with the shares," she said one evening. "Dad is breaking. You're destroying the family." I told her no. She begged, she threatened, she tried every angle. After the shareholder meeting, the house of cards my family had built began to tremble. I could feel the shift under my feet, a tremor of opportunity that I had long waited for. Dad and Harper were used to getting their way. They operated like a well-oiled machine, wielding their power with ruthless efficiency. But I had quietly gathered allies, and I wasn't about to let them steamroll me anymore. I knew that to truly turn the tide, I had to hit where it hurt most: their control, their image, and their precious family legacy. The first step was the company's financials. For years, I had quietly monitored internal reports and dug into operations. What I found was worse than I expected. Dad had been authorizing questionable contracts and funneling company resources into side ventures that benefited him and Harper personally, ventures no one else knew about. It wasn't illegal, exactly, but it was unethical and definitely against the company's bylaws. I had enough to start a serious inquiry. I took the data to Mrs. Carter and a few trusted board members. Together, we drafted a motion to demand an independent audit of the company's finances. It was a direct challenge to Dad's authority, But it was also a bombshell that could expose the family's greed and reckless management. When I presented the motion to the board, Dad's face went pale. Harper's smile vanished. The room froze in a silence heavy enough to choke on. "This is an attack on the family," Dad spat. "It's an attack on the company," I replied evenly. "And if that company is built on shaky foundations, it deserves to be exposed." The vote was tight, but the motion passed. The audit began in secret. As the investigators dug deeper, whispers of irregularities leaked to the press, subtle, anonymous tips that started turning public opinion. The family's carefully crafted image began to crack. Meanwhile, Dad and Harper scrambled to control the damage. Harper ramped up her smear campaign against me, calling me reckless and accusing me of wanting to destroy everything they had built. But the public wasn't buying it anymore. Articles started to appear praising my calls for transparency while questioning the integrity of the leadership. It was a slow burn, but it was working. Then came the turning point. At the next board meeting, the auditors presented their findings. The report detailed misappropriations of company funds, conflicts of interest, and decisions made to benefit personal projects rather than the company's growth. Several board members who had been silent started asking tough questions. Dad tried to dismiss the report as biased, but the evidence was strong. Harper's smug confidence cracked as accusations flew. She tried to deflect blame onto me, claiming I was orchestrating a coup for personal gain. But I let the facts speak for themselves. With Mrs. Carter's support, I called for a vote of no confidence in the current leadership. The tension was palpable as the votes were cast. When the results came in, Dad and Harper had lost their seats on the board. The room erupted in shocked murmurs. Dad's expression twisted into something unreadable: pride, anger, betrayal, all tangled together. Harper's eyes flashed with rage. "You think this is over?" she hissed. It wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Freed from their control, I moved quickly to stabilize the company. I implemented new policies, brought in external consultants, and worked hard to repair relationships with clients and employees. But the family wasn't done with me yet. Within days, Dad launched a legal assault, suing me and the board over alleged breach of fiduciary duty. Harper flooded social media with half-truths and distortions, rallying supporters to paint me as a villain. The personal attacks intensified. Family members I thought distant sent harsh messages accusing me of betrayal and greed. The very people who had built their lives around the company now tried to ruin me. But I had prepared for this. I released a carefully crafted statement to shareholders and the press, outlining the facts, the audit findings, and my vision for the company's future. It was transparent, professional, and powerful. Slowly, the tide turned. Support for Dad and Harper's faction crumbled as more details emerged about their mismanagement. I was ready for the final move. At the next shareholder meeting, I revealed that I had quietly secured a majority of shares from small investors who were tired of the family drama and eager for real change. With that majority, I proposed a new board and a plan to buy out Dad and Harper's remaining shares at fair market value, but only on the condition that they step away entirely. The room was stunned. Dad's fury was barely contained as he realized his grip was slipping for good. Harper, no longer able to mask her desperation, lashed out in front of everyone, accusing me of destroying the family, of being a traitor, of everything she could think of to discredit me. But I stood firm. "I'm not here to destroy my family," I said quietly, "but I am here to protect the company we all claim to love. If that means making hard choices, so be it." The vote passed overwhelmingly. Dad and Harper were forced out. After Dad and Harper were forced out, the company started its slow climb back to stability. I made sure to surround myself with people who valued professionalism over family drama, seasoned executives, loyal employees who had been sidelined during the chaos, and fresh advisors who brought new perspectives. The wounds left by years of manipulation weren't easy to heal, but we were making progress. The first few months were a blur of meetings, strategy sessions, and rebuilding trust with clients who'd started doubting our leadership. I worked harder than ever, but I never forgot the lessons I learned from the past. This company wasn't just a business, it was my legacy, and I was determined to protect it from anyone who tried to exploit it. Meanwhile, the family's attempts to undermine me continued, but they grew weaker and more desperate. Dad's lawsuit was dismissed after the courts found no merit in his claims. Harper's social media campaign backfired spectacularly when several former insiders came forward, revealing the toxic tactics she and Dad had used to consolidate power. The public turned against them, and they became a cautionary tale in local business circles. Family events became a battleground. Invitations stopped coming. Mutual acquaintances I once trusted began to distance themselves, wary of the family drama. But I didn't care. I was done trying to be the peacemaker or the forgiving daughter. Their betrayal ran too deep. One day, I received a message from Harper, short, cold, and bitter. "You've won this round. But don't think this is the end." I never responded. The truth was, I didn't need to. I had what they wanted: control, respect, and a future free from their interference. They had nothing left but their grudges and their ruined reputations. In the end, I reclaimed not just my shares, but my dignity. The company's growth resumed under clear, fair leadership, and the toxic shadows of the past were replaced by cautious optimism. Dad and Harper? They remained on the outside, watching from a distance, powerless and isolated. The family they thought they controlled had moved on without them. Their greed and entitlement cost them everything, and they had no one to blame but themselves. As for me, I finally felt free. Not because I forgave them, but because I stopped letting them define me. I'm running the company my way now, and that's the real victory. When I asked my parents to borrow their car for one night, they said no. 2 days later, they gave it to my cousin, the same one who stole from me. When I confronted them, my dad said, "He's better than you." My mom agreed. I just said, "Don't expect anything from me again." Now they're begging me to come back. Hey Reddit. I'm Jonah, 34M, and I've been sitting on this story for a while now. At first, I didn't know how to even explain it without sounding dramatic or bitter, but I've realized it's not about venting. This is about patterns. Repeated, exhausting patterns of being treated like the fallback, the afterthought, the one who's fine, so he doesn't need kindness or fairness or even basic consideration. I wasn't always this distant from my family. In fact, growing up, I bent over backward trying to earn their approval. I was the kid who cleaned up after dinner without being asked, who didn't sneak out, who got good grades and never got in trouble at school. I didn't mind. It felt good to be reliable. That was my identity. The steady one. The good son. But being the dependable one in a family like mine, it doesn't always work in your favor. Sometimes it just means you're the one expected to swallow disappointment quietly. That if you ever do speak up, you're told you're overreacting. Let me give you some background before I get into the real story. My parents, Greg and Marla, have lived in the same house for over 30 years. Dad's retired now, and Mom works part-time at a florist shop. They're not bad people exactly. They're just selective. Selective in who gets grace. Selective in who gets second chances. And somehow, that grace has always been reserved for people like my cousin Darren. Darren is my Aunt Paula's son. He's a year younger than me, and we used to be close when we were kids. Built forts in Grandma's backyard, traded baseball cards, that kind of thing. But by high school, we started to drift. Darren took a different path. He started hanging around older kids, skipping class, getting into trouble, nothing violent or extreme, just enough to raise eyebrows. Meanwhile, I was the one staying after school for debate club or tutoring kids in algebra. The divide kept growing. By the time we were in our 20s, Darren had moved in with Paula, moved out, then bounced between jobs and couches. There was always some new excuse. This manager had it out for me. The landlord was a scammer. My friend said I could stay longer, then kicked me out without warning. It became a pattern. I tried to stay out of it. I never judged him out loud, but I quietly kept my distance. I had my own life to build, college, internships, eventually a decent job in IT. My apartment was small, but it was mine, paid for with my own money. Then came the Xbox situation. It sounds small now, but it was the first real fracture between me and my family. About 6 years ago, I brought my Xbox over to my parents' place during the holidays. Darren was there, crashing in the guest room, just for a few weeks, while he figured some things out. We played a few games together over the weekend, then I packed up and went home. A week later, I realized the Xbox was gone. I called my mom. "Oh, Darren said you let him borrow it," she said casually, like it was no big deal. I didn't. "Well, maybe you forgot." I hadn't forgotten. It took 3 months and multiple ignored messages to Darren before I finally got it back. And when I did, one of the controllers was missing, and it had this deep scratch along the side. He never apologized. He just said, "Thought you said I could keep it longer." I didn't make a scene. I just stopped bringing things over. Now, fast forward to a few weeks ago. I'd been dating someone new. Nothing too serious yet, but we'd planned a nice evening. Dinner, then a short drive along the coast to watch the sunset. One of those quiet, thoughtful nights that feels simple but meaningful. The kind that doesn't need to be fancy to be memorable. But, of course, life doesn't always cooperate. 2 days before our date, my car broke down. The mechanic said it'd take at least a week to fix, maybe more depending on parts. I briefly considered canceling, but then I remembered my parents have 2 cars. A sedan they use every day, and a small SUV they mostly keep for when friends visit or for longer trips. It just sits in the garage half the time. So I called my mom. "Hey," I said, keeping it casual. "Would you guys mind if I borrowed the SUV just for Saturday evening? I'd bring it back Sunday morning, washed and filled." She hesitated. "Oh, I don't think that's a good idea, honey." I blinked. "Why not? You said last week you weren't using it until the end of the month." "I just don't feel comfortable with it," she said, her voice a little tighter. "Your father and I talked about it, and we just think it's better not to." "Okay," I said slowly. "Is something wrong with the car?" "No. It's just, insurance and things. Liability." I didn't push. I wanted to, but I didn't. I said all right, thanked her anyway, and hung up. It stung, though. Not because I was entitled to their car, but because I've done so much for them over the years. Helping them move furniture, fixing their Wi-Fi at least a dozen times, even setting up their new phone plan when they got overwhelmed by the tech. Never once did I ask for anything in return. It wasn't about the car. It was the principle. The feeling that when I needed something, just once, they didn't even consider it. So, 2 days after that conversation with my mom, the one where I was told, politely but firmly, that I couldn't borrow the car, I was sitting on my balcony with a cup of tea, still debating whether I should just cancel the date or shell out for a rental. It was one of those cool, quiet evenings where everything seemed still. The air had that early spring scent, fresh but not yet warm. I was scrolling absent-mindedly through social media when I tapped into my cousin Darren's stories. I hadn't seen him post in weeks, which was unusual for him. Darren loves an audience. He posts everything, from his coffee runs to long rants about how people never give him a real chance. This one started like any other. Him in the driver's seat, music playing too loudly, window down, grinning like he'd just won something. But what caught my attention wasn't the music. It was the car. I paused, watched again. The interior, the dashboard, the steering wheel, the little air freshener shaped like a pine tree hanging from the rearview mirror. That was my parents' SUV. There was no mistaking it. I knew that car better than most, helped my dad choose it 3 years ago, drove it on family trips, even took it through a car wash when they came to visit and parked it dusty in my driveway. I knew every scratch and scuff. And there it was, being driven by Darren, laughing into his phone like he didn't have a care in the world. At first I thought, maybe he borrowed it too. Maybe something came up and they changed their minds. But that didn't sit right. I called. No answer. I texted. "Hey, did you end up loaning Darren the SUV?" No reply. I waited an hour. Nothing. Eventually, I sent another, just saw his story. "Curious, since I thought you weren't letting anyone use it." Still nothing. That's when it started to click, slowly but clearly. It wasn't about the car being unavailable. It wasn't about insurance or liability. It was about me. I wasn't the kind of person they made exceptions for. Darren, somehow, still was. That night, I didn't sleep well. Not because of the car, but because of what it represented. I thought about the last few years, how I'd slowly started to feel like a guest in my own family. How when I got promoted, my parents barely reacted, but when Darren picked up a part-time job at the hardware store, my mom called it a huge step forward. How whenever I visited, they'd ask me to help with things, carry boxes, fix their router, assemble shelves, but never once offered to help me when I needed something simple. And the worst part? They didn't even seem to notice the imbalance. The next morning, I drove up to their house. I wasn't angry. I was calm. Too calm, maybe, but I was determined not to leave without saying something. I'd rehearsed it in my head. Polite, direct, impossible to twist. Their car was in the driveway. I parked behind it and went inside without knocking. They were in the kitchen, as usual. Mom was peeling apples at the counter like she always did when she was trying to look busy. Dad was reading the paper. It could have been any ordinary Tuesday. "Hey," I said. They both looked up. Mom smiled, unsure. "Jonah, you didn't say you were coming." "Didn't plan to," I said, stepping into the room. "Just wanted to ask something." Dad lowered the paper, watching me. "I saw Darren with the SUV," I said. "You told me I couldn't borrow it because it wasn't a good time. So I want to know what changed." There was a pause. A long one. Then Dad said he needed it. So did I. I replied, keeping my voice even. I asked for one night. He's had it for 3 days. My mom sighed, putting down the apple and the knife. Jonah, Darren's in a tough place right now. He had an interview, and he didn't have any way to get there. We thought you'd understand. Did you think to tell me? I asked. To be honest, instead of pretending the car was off limits. She didn't answer. My dad, instead, leaned back in his chair like he was settling in for a lecture he didn't care to hear. We knew how you'd react, he said. You always take things personally. I actually laughed. I asked for a favor. You said no. Then you gave the exact same favor to someone who once stole from me. That's not personal. He's trying, my mom said quickly, her voice rising slightly. He's made mistakes, sure, but he's really trying. And I haven't. I asked. They didn't answer. My dad just looked at me, and with this tired, vaguely annoyed tone, said, he's better than you. The words didn't register right away. They felt too sharp, too direct. I stared at him. My mom didn't correct him. She didn't even flinch. If anything, she seemed more upset that I looked hurt. He's better than you, Dad repeated, as if saying it louder made it truer. He's got more heart. You've always been cold, Jonah. Closed off. You keep score. That's not what family's about. I felt something inside me shift. Not snap, just settle. A new kind of clarity. I looked at them both. My parents. The people I'd spent years trying not to disappoint. And I realized they weren't interested in fairness. They weren't interested in me. Not really. They just liked having someone they could count on without ever having to give anything in return. I took a breath and said, quietly, don't expect anything from me again. Then I turned and left. Didn't slam the door. Didn't say goodbye. The silence lasted longer than I thought it would. 12 days. Not a single call. No texts. No, let's talk this out. No, maybe we were harsh. Nothing. And I didn't reach out either. I kept going to work, kept living my life, but there was this quiet in the background, like a hum I couldn't turn off. The kind of silence that doesn't bring peace, just space for thoughts to rattle around. I wasn't angry, exactly. Not anymore. That had faded. What I felt was heavier. A kind of mourning. Because somewhere, deep down, I think I had always hoped they'd eventually treat me like a person. Not a utility. Not a placeholder. Just someone who mattered to them without needing to prove it every time. But that hope died in that kitchen. So when my phone finally buzzed on the 13th day, and I saw my mom's name light up the screen, I let it ring. Then it buzzed again. And again. 5 calls in less than an hour. A voicemail from my dad, which was rare enough to be unsettling. I didn't listen to it right away. I just sat there, staring at my phone on the table. Finally, I opened the messages. From Mom, please call me. Something's happened. We need to talk. It's about Darren. Jonah, please. It's serious. Still, I didn't reply. Not yet. I played the voicemail. My dad's voice, gruff, quieter than usual. Jonah, look, I know we've had disagreements, but this is important. Darren's in trouble. Big trouble. We could really use your help. That last sentence hung in the air like a sour note. We could really use your help. I sat with it for a while. Part of me wanted to delete the message and move on. But the rest of me? The part that had been quietly watching, quietly cataloging, quietly remembering every time I'd been overlooked? That part didn't want to move on. That part saw an opportunity. And I took it. I called back the next morning, not right away. I made them wait. When my mom answered, she sounded relieved, like she'd been holding her breath for days. Jonah, oh, thank you for calling back. I wasn't sure you would. I almost didn't, I said plainly. She paused, but didn't argue. It's Darren. He was driving the SUV, and he got into an accident. I closed my eyes. Is he all right? I asked. Yes, he's fine, she said quickly. Shaken up, but not hurt. It wasn't serious. No one else was hurt. Thank goodness. But she hesitated. The insurance company is refusing to cover it. Why? Well, she trailed off, then sighed. He wasn't on the policy. And technically, he wasn't supposed to be driving it. There it was. She rushed to add, we told them he had our permission, but they're saying that unless he's listed as a driver, they won't cover the damage. And the repair estimate is, well, it's more than we can manage right now. I didn't say anything, just listened. And now her voice lowered. We might also be facing a fine for allowing an uninsured driver to use the vehicle. I don't know what to do, Jonah. Your father's beside himself. So why are you calling me? I asked, knowing full well. Because you're good with this kind of thing, she said. With paperwork. Negotiating. You've always been level-headed. We thought maybe you could talk to the insurance people. Help us work something out. I let the silence stretch before I answered. You gave the car to Darren behind my back. Lied about it. Told me I couldn't use it. Now you want me to fix the mess he made with it. My mom's voice tightened. Jonah, please don't make this about the past. This is bigger than that. No, I said. It's exactly about the past. All of it. You made your choice. You chose him. Over and over. You gave him grace, protection, benefits of the doubt. And he repaid you by wrecking your car. And now, when it comes time to clean up the mess, you turn to me. The one you didn't trust with the keys. She was quiet. I can't, I said. I won't. You would let your own parents sink? She asked, sounding more stunned than angry. You've been sinking for years, I replied. You just refused to grab the right hand. I hung up. And that should have been the end. I should have felt free, or at least finished. But I didn't. Because something about the whole thing still felt unresolved. Like I hadn't said everything. Like they still didn't understand just how deep the damage went. And that's when I decided to take it further. Not with shouting or confrontation. That wasn't my style. No, if I was going to make them understand, I had to show them what it felt like to be dismissed, ignored, devalued, through the one thing they had always counted on, me. See, for years, I've been their fixer, their helper, their tech support, their tax translator, their ride to the airport, their last-minute favor guy. It wasn't official, but it was expected. That ends now. So I made a plan, one that wouldn't just teach them a lesson, but one they'd feel. I didn't return their calls after that. Not when my dad tried to guilt-trip me with, "This is what family's for." Not when my mom texted, "I know we've made mistakes, but we're still your parents." And especially not when Darren, of all people, messaged me on social media saying, "You're making this a bigger deal than it needs to be." I ignored all of it. But I wasn't idle. I started with boundaries. Quiet ones. I removed myself from the family group chat. I changed the emergency contact on all my forms. I updated my apartment building's directory so they couldn't buzz themselves in. Nothing dramatic. Just the kind of things you do when you're not someone's support system anymore. Next, I made a list of everything I had been doing for them. I went back through my calendar, messages, emails, anything that helped me track just how many times I dropped what I was doing to help them. The Wi-Fi resets, the printer setups, the doctor appointment scheduling, the tech upgrades, the errands, the favor after favor after favor. I made a spreadsheet. There were over 50 separate favors in the last 2 years alone. Then, one final gesture. I sent them an email. It was polite, calm, clear. And it went like this. Hi, Mom and Dad. I wanted to take a moment to explain why I haven't responded to your recent calls and texts. I've spent a long time quietly doing what was asked of me, hoping that kindness and reliability would eventually earn me the same in return. That didn't happen. When I asked to borrow your car, I was honest and respectful. You said no. 2 days later, you handed it to someone who once took something from me without permission. You didn't just trust him, you rewarded him, despite his record of carelessness and irresponsibility. When he predictably got into trouble, you came back to me, not with an apology, but with an expectation that I'd fix it, again. I won't. From now on, I'm stepping away from the role I've quietly filled for years. I won't be your tech support. I won't be your backup plan. I won't be your silent, steady son who absorbs every disappointment so others don't have to feel uncomfortable. This isn't a punishment. It's a boundary. If you choose to reflect, I hope you come to see the difference. Take care. Jonah, I didn't expect a reply, but I got one. 2, actually. The first was from my mom. It was long and emotional, full of phrases like, "We didn't realize," and "We didn't mean to hurt you," and "Families make mistakes." She said they were scared, embarrassed, and unsure how to fix it. She didn't apologize for what they did, but she did apologize for how I felt. The second was from my dad. It was shorter. He said he didn't agree with everything I wrote, but he respected my decision and hoped I'd come around once things cooled down. He ended it with, "This house will always be your home." That last sentence sat heavy with me, because it's not. It hasn't been for a long time. As of now, it's been 6 months since I've seen or spoken to them in person. I didn't go to Thanksgiving. I didn't go to Christmas. I didn't send a card for their anniversary. And I've been happier, lighter, more at peace than I've been in years. Darren ended up moving out of their house again about 2 months ago. Apparently, the big opportunity he was chasing didn't pan out. He left the SUV in worse condition than they thought. The repair bill? It landed on them entirely. They ended up selling the car at a loss. I heard all this from my aunt, Paula, who, in a rare moment of honesty, told me, "You were right to walk away." We all saw it, Jonah. We just didn't want to be the ones to say it. That stuck with me. So where are things now? It's complicated, because they're still reaching out, but it's not what it used to be. My mom sends messages every so often, but they're different now. They're softer, quieter. The kind of messages that seem to test the waters without really wanting to stir up the old storms. Little things like, "Saw your favorite movie on TV tonight. Made me think of you. Hope work's going okay. Remember to take care of yourself. Your dad found an old photo of you and Darren as kids. Thought you might want a copy." On the surface, those sound sweet, right? Thoughtful, caring. But there's a difference now. A subtle, almost unspoken distance in the words. She's no longer the mom who expected me to drop everything for their problems, the one who demanded favors with an unspoken, "because I'm family" rule. Instead, she's someone cautiously reaching out, almost like she's afraid I might pull away again at any moment. She's sending feelers, but she's also bracing herself for silence. Because she knows, and this is the hardest part to admit, that I don't owe her a reply. I haven't answered any of those messages. Not because I'm still burning with anger. I don't carry that fire anymore. It's not that I'm unwilling to forgive, exactly. It's that I'm learning that forgiveness doesn't mean erasing what happened or ignoring the way they treated me for so long. It means setting boundaries so I don't get hurt again. I want to be clear about this. I haven't cut them out of my life because I want revenge or because I want to punish them. The truth is, peace, real peace, sometimes comes from walking away. Walking away from people who only saw your value when it suited them, who took your kindness and reliability as a given, without once thinking about what it cost you, who never stopped to ask, "Are we treating Jonah fairly? Are we being good to him?" And for the longest time, I ignored that voice inside me that whispered, "This isn't right. This isn't healthy." I believed that family meant unconditional loyalty, that love meant sacrifice, even when it was one-sided. I thought if I just tried harder, gave more, proved myself again and again, they would come around. But they didn't. They never did. Choosing to step back was the hardest decision I've ever made, not because I didn't love them, but because I did. Because I wanted a family that lifted each other up, not one that tore me down quietly behind closed doors. And so, I chose myself. I chose my own well-being over their approval, my own peace over their drama. I chose to be free of the endless cycle of expectations and disappointments. And I don't regret it, not even a little. Since stepping away, I've had more space to breathe, to think, to rebuild my own sense of self outside of what they needed me to be. I've started focusing on my own goals, my own happiness. I'm stronger now, emotionally and mentally, and I finally feel like I'm living life on my own terms. Does it hurt sometimes? Of course. There's a quiet ache when you realize the people who were supposed to be your biggest supporters instead became the source of your deepest wounds. But that ache isn't the same as pain anymore. It's just a reminder that I deserved better, that I still deserve better. And that knowledge, more than anything, has been my quiet victory. So yes, they're still trying. But this time, I'm not waiting with open arms. I'm watching from a distance, and I'm protecting myself. Because sometimes the bravest thing you can do is to walk away from those who never truly saw you, and to finally see yourself. I refused to co-sign a loan for my sister. She screamed that I owed her my life. She said I owed her everything, but then my husband stepped in and said one sentence that made her collapse in tears. I read it. I'm Alina, 40F, and this happened a few months ago, but it's still sitting heavy with me. I wasn't even going to post this at first, but I've replayed the moment over and over in my head, and I need to get it out. Let's just say this whole mess revolves around family, guilt, and a lifetime of being the responsible one. I grew up in a very complicated household. I was the older sister, the fixer, the babysitter, the one who always should have known better. My younger sister, Celeste, 37F, was the golden girl in my parents' eyes, or maybe more like the fragile vase they thought would shatter if anyone even looked at her wrong. Celeste was the dramatic, dreamy, always in trouble one, and I was the quiet one in the background, doing dishes while our mom rushed out to bail her from whatever latest mess she got into. I'm not exaggerating when I say that growing up, it felt like Celeste could have set the house on fire and my mom would have asked me why I gave her matches. Despite all of that, I tried. I've always tried. I helped Celeste study. She quit college after one semester. I let her crash at my apartment when she got evicted twice. I even loaned her a few thousand when her artisanal tea cafe failed, and I knew in my gut that money was gone the moment I handed it over. Now, I'm married to a wonderful man, Ronan, 43M, who's just as steady and grounded as I try to be. We both work full-time, no kids, but we live modestly and keep a tight budget. We're not rich. We've just been careful and consistent. This whole mess started when Celeste showed up at our place with her usual dramatic flair. Think tears already in her eyes, mascara halfway down her face, and a crumpled manila envelope in her hand. I should have known. "Alina, I need a huge favor," she said, flopping onto my couch like a wilted flower. Ronan was in the kitchen, pretending not to hear. He knows the drill by now. "I've been approved for a small business loan," she started, eyes wide, like I was supposed to burst into applause. "They just need someone to co-sign." "No, how are you?" "No, can I sit?" Just straight to the ask. I stayed quiet for a second, just long enough for her to rush in and start explaining the vision. Apparently, she wanted to open a mobile nail studio. She had it all planned out: vintage camper, luxury mani pedis, eco-friendly polishes, custom playlists for clients. And then came the line I've heard more times than I can count. "This is finally my chance, Alina. I just need someone to believe in me." I sighed. I didn't want to be the villain. I never do. But I've learned the hard way that believing in Celeste usually comes with a hefty price tag. "Celeste, I can't co-sign a loan for you." The room went quiet. Still, her face twisted like I'd slapped her. "What?" "I'm sorry. I really am. But it's just not something I can risk." She shot up like someone had lit a match under her. "You can't, or you won't. Because it sounds a lot like you won't, Alina. And that's rich, considering everything I've done for you." I blinked. "Everything you've... What are you talking about?" "I've been there for you," she cried, arms flailing like she was delivering a monologue. "When Mom and Dad were losing it, who held the family together?" "Me." "When you got dumped by that loser in college, who stayed up all night with you?" "Me." "I gave you so much, and now when I need one thing, you won't help me." I had to clench my jaw to keep from laughing. Not because it was funny, but because I was stunned. Genuinely stunned. Ronan stepped out of the kitchen at this point, leaned on the doorway, arms crossed. I could tell he was holding back. "I'm not trying to be cruel," I said. "But you're asking me to risk my credit, our finances, on something that isn't stable. This isn't personal. It's practical." Celeste's eyes narrowed. "Of course it's personal. Everything with you always is. You think you're so much better than me because you married some guy with a salary and a house and a stable life. You think you're too good for your own family." At that point, Ronan spoke. Calmly, low and steady. "Celeste," he said, "do you even hear yourself?" She whirled around to face him. "Oh, here we go. Let me guess. You've been poisoning her against me since the wedding, haven't you?" That's when he walked forward, looked her straight in the eye, and said something that made her knees actually give out beneath her. Celeste's face was already flushed, her breathing ragged, but the second Ronan stepped forward, it was like something shifted. Not in a loud, dramatic way. It was quiet. Still. He looked at her, not with anger, not even with pity. Just a kind of firm sadness, like someone about to tell you something you're not ready to hear. "Celeste," he said again, his voice even. "You keep saying Alina owes you, that she's turning her back on you. But here's the truth. You don't even know what she's already given up for you." She blinked. "What does that even mean?" Her voice cracked in that way it does when she's gearing up for more theatrics. But Ronan didn't let her derail it. "You think this is about a loan," he continued, "but it's not. You've built your whole life assuming that Alina would pick up the pieces after you. That if you fell, she'd just clean it up, no questions asked. And she has. Over and over. But you never once asked what that cost her." Celeste stared at him, and for once, didn't have a response. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't accuse her. That somehow made it worse, made it land harder. And that's when her body just folded. Not like she fainted or anything dramatic. But she sort of stumbled back onto the couch, like her legs couldn't hold up the weight of everything she'd just heard. The silence that followed was heavy. You could hear the soft hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the old wall clock above the doorway. I just stood there, unsure of what to say. I hadn't expected him to say it. I didn't even realize how much I'd wanted someone to finally see it, to say it out loud. Celeste sat there with her hands clenched in her lap, eyes shining. She wasn't crying exactly, but the way she stared at the floor, it felt like the fight had left her body all at once. She said nothing for a full minute. Then, in a quiet voice, she asked, "What do you mean? What you gave up?" Ronan glanced at me like he was checking in, like he'd said his piece and didn't want to speak for me. I took a deep breath, feeling something rise in my throat that I'd buried for way too long. "You remember when I wanted to study abroad?" I asked her, my voice quieter than I expected. She nodded slowly. "In college?" "Yeah. You were going to go to Scotland or something." "I got accepted," I said. "Had everything lined up. Scholarships, grants. But then Mom called me one night in a panic because you'd totaled her car and didn't have insurance. She said if they didn't fix it, Dad would lose his job. She said you were just a kid and it wasn't fair to punish you. So I pulled out of the program and gave them my tuition refund. I told them I'd changed my mind." Her eyes widened slightly, lips parting. "You never told me that." "I wasn't supposed to," I said. "Mom said it would only make you feel bad, and I didn't want to guilt you. I figured you were going through a lot, and maybe it was just a one-time thing." I gave a soft laugh. Not bitter, just tired. But it never was. Every time something happened, I was the fallback. You'd bounce from job to job, from boyfriend to boyfriend, and I'd be the safety net. You always landed because someone else was catching you. Celeste didn't speak. Her hands were shaking now, fidgeting with the hem of her sleeve. Her mouth opened a few times like she wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. I didn't want to pile on. I wasn't trying to destroy her, but I also wasn't going to keep pretending everything was fine. "Do you remember when I had to take that job at the hospital downtown?" I asked. "The one that was night shifts, an hour away?" She nodded slowly. "You said it paid better." "It did, but I didn't want it. I was exhausted all the time. I hated the commute. I missed Ronan's birthday that year, but I took it because Mom told me you needed help with rent again, and I didn't have the heart to say no." At this point, Ronan gently reached for my hand. I didn't even realize I'd started tearing up until I felt the warmth of his palm. Celeste sat there, motionless. For a moment, it looked like she was about to apologize. But then something flickered in her eyes, shame, maybe, or stubbornness, and her jaw clenched. "I didn't ask you to do all that," she said, barely above a whisper. I nodded. "You're right. You didn't. But you also never stopped anyone else from asking on your behalf." The room felt cold suddenly. Not physically, just emotionally stripped bare. Like we'd opened a window no one wanted to look through. Celeste wiped at her cheek, then stood. She was unsteady, like she wasn't sure what to do with herself. She walked toward the kitchen, paused halfway, then turned back. I thought family was supposed to show up for each other." I met her eyes. "We are. But showing up doesn't mean losing yourself for someone who won't even stay long enough to say thank you." And just like that, she turned and walked out the door. But that wasn't the end. Not even close. Because 2 days later, I got a call from our mother. And she had a few things to say about loyalty, shame, and how I had betrayed the family. 2 days after Celeste left our house, I was cleaning up after dinner when my phone rang. The caller ID lit up with Mom, and I just froze. Ronan looked up from the sink, saw my face, and immediately turned off the faucet. "You don't have to answer that," he said gently. But I did. Or at least I felt like I had to. Because that's how it's always been. With my mom, ignoring a call wasn't just impolite, it was disrespectful. A personal attack. A declaration of war. I picked up, bracing myself. "Hello." There was no "Hi, sweetheart," or "How are you?" No small talk. Just the sound of her sharp inhale followed by, "I cannot believe what I just heard." I shut my eyes for a second. "Hi, Mom." "Don't you hi, Mom me." Celeste came over here in tears. "She said you threw her out. She said Ronan humiliated her." Of course. Celeste didn't tell her what really happened, just enough to make herself look like the victim. Again, she wasn't thrown out, Mom. She left after a conversation she didn't want to hear. You told her she was a burden, that she's selfish and irresponsible and ruined your life. I blinked. That's not what I said. You said it with your actions, Alina, with your cold tone, with your refusal to help your own sister. She came to you in need, and you shut her down like a stranger. I sat down at the kitchen table, pressing my hand to my forehead. Mom, she asked me to co-sign a loan. That's not a small favor. That's putting our entire financial stability on the line. She scoffed. Oh, please. Ronan makes good money. Don't act like you'd be out on the street. There it was. That casual dismissal of anything related to my boundaries, my life. To her, Ronan's paycheck was just a resource to be tapped into. My marriage, my planning, my careful budgeting, all just background noise. We're not rich, I said firmly. We've worked hard for what we have, and we're not willing to risk it on another one of Celeste's dreams that she walks away from when it gets hard. That's when her tone changed from furious to icy. Well, I see you've finally decided you're too good for us. Living in your nice little house with your perfect little husband, looking down on the rest of us. You know, I always knew you'd turn your back on this family one day. Just like your father. That one hit me in the gut. Hard. Because my father did leave. When I was 15, he packed a bag one night and never came back. And the story, as Mom told it, was always the same. He gave up on us. He walked away because we weren't enough. I spent years resenting him. Years believing I had to be the opposite of him. Loyal. Constant. Unmoving. No matter what it cost me. But now, I wasn't so sure anymore. I'm not turning my back on anyone, I said, quieter this time. I'm just not willing to be the one who carries it all anymore. There was silence on the line. Then Celeste said something to me last night, Mom said. She said you made her feel like trash, that you looked at her like she was nothing. I didn't say she was nothing, I said, struggling to keep my voice calm. But she's not a child anymore, Mom. She's 37, and she still acts like the world owes her something. Like I owe her something. You do, she snapped. After everything she's been through, what has she been through? I interrupted, louder than I meant to. Seriously. What? Bad breakups? Failed businesses? All of which she chose? And somehow, I'm the one who pays for it every time? Why is that, Mom? Another silence. Tense. Charged. Then she said, because you can handle it. That's simple. That casual. I actually laughed. Not because it was funny, but because it was finally out loud. Right? I said. Because I'm the strong one. So it's fine if I'm miserable. It's fine if I give up my dreams, my money, my time, my peace, because I won't fall apart. That's the logic, isn't it? Don't twist my words, she muttered, but her voice had lost some of its sharpness. I didn't say anything. I think part of me was waiting for her to backtrack, to soften, but she didn't. Instead, she ended the call with something that should have hurt more than it did. I'm disappointed in you, Alina. You've changed. And then she hung up. I sat there for a long time, just staring at the table, the phone still in my hand. Ronan came over and sat next to me, didn't say anything, just put his arm around me and let me be quiet. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. But something inside me settled. Not in a peaceful way. More like the way dust settles after an explosion. The morning after that phone call with my mom, I was sipping coffee at the kitchen island, still emotionally hungover, when I got an email from HR at my job. Subject line: follow up on recent inquiry. I work in healthcare administration, not glamorous, but stable. I've been with the same hospital for 8 years, moved up steadily, earned trust. It's not a job I ever brag about at parties, but it's mine, and I take pride in it. So when I opened that email and saw that someone had anonymously submitted a complaint about me, using patient records to assist family members with insurance claims, my stomach flipped. It was worded professionally, but the implication was serious. HIPAA violations are not something you play around with. Even a hint of misconduct can land you in serious legal trouble or at the very least, get you fired. I read it twice, then a third time. The complaint had no dates, no specific names, Just the accusation and a short paragraph about concerns regarding familial favoritism and potential access to restricted files. Ronan saw my face and immediately came over. "What is it?" he asked, crouching next to me. I showed him the email. He read it, slowly. Then he said, "You think this is Celeste?" At first, I didn't. I wanted to believe it was some weird misunderstanding, maybe even a disgruntled patient. But the phrasing, it was too pointed, too specific to my life. Familial favoritism? That wasn't a phrase a stranger would use. Celeste didn't know much about my job, but she did know one thing. I handled insurance paperwork for patients and had access to the hospital's billing software. Enough for her to spin a story, especially if she wanted to make things difficult for me. And she must have figured that if she couldn't get what she wanted from me directly, she could try to rattle the foundation I stood on. Take away my credibility. Threaten my stability. Hit me where she thought I couldn't fight back. I spent the next week under a microscope. HR called me in for an interview. I brought every log, every report, every shred of evidence to prove that I hadn't touched anything outside my caseload. IT backed me up. My manager, who's known me for years, was quietly furious on my behalf. "Don't worry," she told me. "We've seen stuff like this before. Someone's trying to mess with you. But your records are clean." Still, it rattled me. Because if Celeste was willing to go that far, what else was she capable of? And that's when something clicked. Something I hadn't looked at in years. The savings account my dad had set up for me before he left. It was meant for college, originally. He couldn't give much, but he tried. It sat dormant for years because Mom told me it was untouchable and that she closed it after he walked out. I never thought much about it. I trusted her at the time. But that week, with everything Celeste stirred up, I decided to finally look into it. Just a small voice in the back of my head saying, "Check. You need to know." I called the credit union, waited through the whole awkward verification process. And then the woman on the line said something that chilled me. "Oh, that account was closed 6 years ago. Looks like it was cashed out in person by Celeste M." I didn't even hear the rest. I sat there, hand gripping the edge of the counter so tightly my knuckles hurt. That money, what little there was supposed to be mine. It wasn't much. A couple thousand, maybe. But it was mine. My dad gave it to me. It was meant for my future. And she took it. 6 years ago. Right around the time she claimed she needed money to get back on her feet after that whole incident with her last failed business. I'd asked Mom for help back then. I was trying to take night classes to finish my degree, and we were stretched thin. She told me there was nothing left from Dad, that it was all gone. Celeste took it, and no one ever said a word. That was the moment something inside me shifted. It wasn't just anger. It was a deep, sharp clarity. The kind you feel when you finally realize something's been wrong for a long time and that it's time to stop playing defense. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to cry. And I wasn't going to fight fair anymore. If Celeste wanted to play dirty, fine. But she forgot one thing. I know her secrets too. And she had left more than a few things wide open, thinking I'd never use them. So I started planning. Not for revenge in the explosive movie-style sense. No, I went quieter. Smarter. I began gathering everything. Emails. Messages. A spreadsheet of every time I'd lent her money. Venmo receipts. Screenshots. The fake GoFundMe she launched under a different name when she claimed she needed emergency dental surgery that never happened. I still had the post she deleted after people started asking for proof. But that wasn't the only thing I found. Because Celeste had recently started working as a freelance business consultant, which, from what I could tell, meant she was getting people to send her money for vague advice and investment opportunities that didn't exist. And one of those people was an old high school friend of mine named Fallon. She reached out after seeing something I posted privately, asking, "Hey, is your sister legit? She's been pressuring me to put money into some crypto startup she says you vouched for." I never vouched for anything. I asked Fallon to forward me the messages. She did. And that's when I knew I had everything I needed. I wasn't going to destroy Celeste. I was going to let her destroy herself. I was just going to make sure she didn't take anyone else down with her. But first, I had to confront her. In person. And I already had the perfect opportunity. Mom's birthday dinner was held at her house, the same one Celeste and I grew up in. Same crooked chandelier in the dining room. Same water-stained wallpaper she'd always meant to replace but never did. There were 8 of us. Mom, her boyfriend Dan, a quiet man who mostly kept his head down, Celeste, me, Ronan, and a few extended family members. From the moment we arrived, I could feel Celeste's eyes on me. She greeted Ronan with her usual fake sweetness, but didn't say much to me, just a tight-lipped smile and a glance that said, "I'm watching you." Fine. Let her. Dinner was pot roast, soggy green beans, and tension. Lots of it. Mom was in high spirits, probably because Celeste had been in her ear all week, spinning her version of events. I played along, kept my voice even, passed the rolls when asked. But when dessert was served and everyone was leaning back in their chairs, comfortable, I took my moment. I reached into my bag, pulled out a slim folder, and placed it on the table in front of me. "Before we wrap up," I said, "I have something I need to address. And I'd rather say it here, now, while everyone is present, so there's no confusion." The room went still. Mom looked confused. Celeste's posture stiffened instantly. "What is that?" she asked. I looked directly at her. "This is a timeline. With receipts, bank statements, texts, messages. All of it." Celeste let out a short, humorless laugh. "Oh, come on. Are we doing this now?" "Yes," I said, calmly. "Because I've let too many things slide. I've watched you manipulate people, lie about money, take things that weren't yours, including that savings account Dad set up for me. You told Mom you didn't know what happened to it, but you closed it 6 years ago. I spoke to the credit union." Mom blinked. "Wait, what?" Celeste's smile faltered. "And you tried to get me fired," I went on. "That anonymous complaint? HR traced the IP. Guess who's it matched?" Now Mom looked back and forth between us. "What is she talking about?" "I didn't," Celeste started, but Ronan interrupted her. "You did," he said firmly. "And you crossed a line. You went after Alina's job. You risked her entire career because she wouldn't sign her name on something you couldn't afford." Celeste's voice sharpened. "You think you're better than me because you married someone with a steady income? Because you two play house while the rest of us actually struggle? That's not what this is about," I said. "This is about accountability. You've been taking from me for years, Celeste. Time, money, energy, trust. And every time, you twist it so I end up the villain for finally saying no. I needed help," she snapped. "I've always needed help." "No," I said, "you needed consequences. And now you're getting them." I turned to Mom. "I'm not asking you to pick sides. I'm just telling you that I'm done. I'm not co-signing loans. I'm not covering for her. And if either of you tries to pull anything like this again, I will pursue legal options." Celeste laughed again, but this time it cracked around the edges. "You're not serious." And that's when Ronan leaned forward, looked her straight in the eye, and said the sentence that finally broke through the performance. "You keep saying Alina owes you everything, but the truth is, you've drained her dry. And now she's done letting you feed off her." Celeste's mouth opened, then shut again. Her face flushed. She looked like she wanted to scream, cry, run, or maybe all three. But instead, she just sat there, eyes shiny, staring down at her plate like it had betrayed her. And then, she started crying. Real tears. No screaming. No tantrum. Just silent, shaking tears while the rest of the table sat in stunned silence. No one rushed to comfort her. Not even Mom. For once, the room wasn't bending around her feelings. No one was running in to rescue her from the fallout of her own choices. After a long pause, Mom cleared her throat. "I think dinner's over." We left shortly after that. A few days later, Celeste blocked me, which was probably the healthiest boundary she's ever set. She hasn't spoken to me since, though I heard through the grapevine that she moved back in with a friend from college, someone who apparently also ended up cutting ties 2 months later. Mom hasn't apologized, but things have been quieter. She stopped pushing Celeste's problems onto me, and I've stopped feeling like I owe her updates or explanations. I stayed at my job. My record was clean, and HR even filed a note in my favor, just in case anything else popped up. Ronan's been my rock through all of it. And the best part? I used every cent I'd planned to use to help Celeste to finish my degree. Ronan and I celebrated with takeout and a bottle of wine, just the two of us. I didn't invite anyone else. Because for once, I didn't feel guilty choosing peace. After everything that went down, I've been wondering, was I the a-hole in this situation? I know I had my reasons, and I can't say I'm sorry for standing up for myself, but looking back, I wonder if I could have handled it differently. I mean, Celeste had her issues, but was there a better way I could have approached it? Should I have tried to smooth things over with her, even after all the manipulative stuff she pulled? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Am I the asshole for cutting ties with her like that? Would you have handled it the same way or differently? I'm Adam, 40M. I've never been the kind of guy who thrives on attention. Growing up in my family, it was safer not to. My parents, Richard and Elaine, had a very clear favorite, my younger sister, Lydia, 37F. From as far back as I can remember, she was the golden center of their world, while I was tolerated. When Lydia was in school, she'd come home with a scribble drawing, and my mom would tack it on the fridge like it was a masterpiece. Dad would brag to the neighbors about how gifted she was. Meanwhile, I could bring home an actual award, something I'd worked my tail off for, and all I'd get was a pat on the back, and that's fine, Adam, but let's not make a fuss. You learn pretty quickly where you stand in a family like that. So, I stopped expecting much from them. I built my own life, kept my distance, and found happiness in small things. But turning 40, it hit me differently. Maybe because it felt like such a milestone, or maybe because deep down, I wanted, just once, to celebrate with family without being overshadowed by Lydia. So I decided to plan something simple but meaningful, a small dinner at a nice local restaurant, nothing extravagant. I rented a private room, ordered a cake, and sent invitations out well in advance. I told myself, this year will be different. This year, they'll show up for me. A week after sending the invitations, my phone rang. It was Mom. I expected a quick question about directions or timing, but her tone was clipped, almost annoyed. Adam, she said, are you sure about this party? I was caught off guard. Sure about what? It's just a dinner. You know Lydia is very busy this week. She's planning something important. We don't want her to feel like you're competing. Competing. That word stuck in my head like a thorn. Competing with my own sister for attention on my birthday. I laughed it off, though it wasn't funny. Mom, it's my 40th birthday. I'm not competing with anyone. Her sigh came through the phone, heavy and disappointed, like I was a child making unreasonable demands. Well, just don't be surprised if not everyone can make it. Lydia has a lot on her plate. I hung up with a knot in my chest. Part of me wanted to cancel right then and there, just to avoid the inevitable disappointment. But another part, the stubborn part, refused. I thought, no, I deserve this one night. The day of the party arrived. I showed up early to the restaurant, nervous but excited. The room was set beautifully, the cake waiting on the side table, my friends trickling in with smiles and warm congratulations. For a while, I let myself believe it was going to be perfect. Then, one by one, I realized the family seats were still empty. My parents, my sister, even my cousin Ezra, who always managed to show up when Lydia was hosting something. Not a single one of them came. No text, no call, just silence. I forced myself to smile through it. My friends deserved that much. We ate, we laughed, and for a while, I even forgot about the empty chairs. But when it was time to blow out the candles, the sting came rushing back. Everyone gathered around, phones ready, the cake lit with its little row of flames. I leaned forward, made my wish, and blew them out. And right then, my phone lit up on the table beside me. A new message from Mom. We need to talk now. Before I could even process it, the missed call notifications started flashing. One after another. Not 2, not 5, 24 missed calls. All from her. That knot in my chest tightened until it was hard to breathe. I knew, instinctively, this wasn't about wishing me a happy birthday. No, with my family, nothing was ever that simple. The cake had barely been cut when I excused myself from the table to check my phone. My friends were still chatting, laughing, completely unaware of the storm that was building behind the glowing screen in my hand. The message sat there, stark and cold. We need to talk now. 24 missed calls stacked beneath it like an accusation. I just stared at it for a while, the fork in my hand hovering over the slice of cake on my plate. I didn't want to open it, didn't want to get dragged into whatever Lydia-centered drama this was. But I knew my mom. Ignoring her wasn't an option, not unless I wanted her to escalate. So, against my better judgment, I texted back, "I'm at dinner. What's going on?" The reply came instantly, like she'd been waiting, phone in hand. "Why didn't you tell us you were still going through with that little party?" My stomach dropped. That little party. I could hear her voice in those words, the disdain dripping from each syllable. I typed back slowly, "I invited you weeks ago. You knew about it." This time, no text, she called again. The screen lit up with her name. My friends were mid-conversation, but I slipped out of the room into the hallway and answered. Her voice was sharp, impatient. "Adam, what on earth were you thinking?" I clenched my jaw. "It's my birthday, Mom." I thought that was reason enough. "You're being selfish," she shot back. "Do you have any idea what Lydia's been dealing with this week? She's hosting a networking event tomorrow, Adam. A very important one. And you," she practically spat the word, "decide to drag everyone's attention away the night before." I actually laughed, though it wasn't from humor. Drag attention away? Mom, I'm eating cake with a handful of friends. Lydia doesn't even live in this city. "That's not the point," she snapped. "The point is, you put her in an impossible position. She couldn't possibly come tonight without being exhausted tomorrow, and now she feels guilty. She thinks you did this deliberately." I froze in the empty hallway, the muffled sounds of my friends' laughter spilling from the private room behind me. "Deliberately? Are you serious? You're saying I planned my 40th birthday just to sabotage Lydia's networking event?" "Don't raise your voice at me, Adam," she warned, her tone icy. "You've always had this competitive streak, even if you pretend you don't. Lydia works so hard, and you should be supporting her, not trying to undermine her." Something inside me snapped then, not all the way, but enough to let the anger push past my usual silence. Supporting her? She's 37 years old, Mom. She doesn't need the entire family rearranging their lives every time she hosts a luncheon or gives a presentation. It's my birthday, one night, and not one of you could bother to show up. For a moment, all I heard was her breathing on the line. Then she said, coldly, "You don't understand what you've done." And she hung up. I stared at the screen, the call disconnected, my reflection ghosting across the black glass. My friends were calling me back in, telling me the cake was getting warm, but I couldn't move. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. What I didn't realize then, what I couldn't have realized, was that this was just the beginning. Because when I got home later that night, still carrying the leftover cake box under my arm, I found my phone buzzing again. A new group chat had been created: Mom, Dad, Lydia, Cousin Ezra, and me. The first message was from Dad. "Adam, we need to sit down as a family. Tomorrow. No excuses." My first instinct was to ignore it. But then Lydia chimed in. "You knew what this week meant to me, Adam. I cannot believe you'd pull something like this. You've embarrassed me in front of people who matter." Embarrassed her? At my birthday party? I stared at the screen, rereading it over and over, my hands tightening around the phone. Ezra, predictably, added his 2 cents. "Honestly, Adam, you should have consulted Lydia before planning something like this. Everyone knows how much she's invested in her event. You made her look bad." I sat on the edge of my bed, the leftover cake untouched beside me, and for the first time in years, I let the full weight of their twisted logic hit me. I wasn't just invisible to them. I was a nuisance. A problem to be managed whenever I dared to exist outside the shadow they had cast over me. I didn't reply. Not that night. I put the phone face down, sat in the dark, and listened to the vibration of new messages piling up, one after another. Demands. Accusations. The next morning, though, I woke up to something new. My mom had sent me a calendar invite. A family meeting. At their house. The subject line read simply, "Addressing Adam's behavior." Behavior. That word sent a shiver down my spine. I was a grown man, 40 years old, and yet here they were, treating me like a child who had misbehaved. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that if I didn't show up, they'd use it against me. They always did. So I agreed. When I arrived at my parents' house the next evening, the first thing I noticed was Lydia's car parked proudly in the driveway. I hadn't seen it in years, but it still looked brand new, spotless. Mom always made sure she had the best. Inside, the living room had been arranged like some kind of tribunal. Dad sat stiffly in his armchair, Mom perched beside him, and Lydia lounged across the couch like a queen awaiting her subjects. Ezra sat close to her, grinning faintly, clearly enjoying the drama. "Adam," Dad said, nodding as I entered. His voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp, appraising. "We need to talk about what happened." I stayed standing, hands in my pockets. "You mean my birthday?" "Don't be flippant," Mom said, her lips pressed tight. "You created unnecessary tension for Lydia at a very critical time. We need to understand why you thought that was acceptable." I blinked at them, stunned. Why I thought celebrating my own birthday was acceptable. Are you listening to yourselves? Lydia gave a small, theatrical sigh. "Adam, it's not about the birthday. It's about the way you went about it. No communication, no consideration. You blindsided me." My voice rose despite myself. "Blindsided you? I sent invitations 3 weeks ago." Ezra leaned forward, smirking. "You know Lydia doesn't have time to look at every little thing, Adam. You should have coordinated with her. That would have been the respectful thing to do." The word respectful rattled in my head, absurd and infuriating. Respectful to whom? The sister who never showed up, never called, never lifted a finger for me, yet expected the world to stop spinning whenever she had a project? But in that room, I was outnumbered. For sets of eyes, all turned against me, all convinced I was the villain in my own story. That's when I realized something. If I kept letting them twist the narrative, they would destroy me piece by piece. They had already taken my birthday. What would they take next? I sat down slowly, deliberately, and folded my hands. "All right," I said quietly. "Let's talk." I sat there, letting the silence stretch, while the 4 pairs of eyes drilled into me. Each of them was waiting for me to stumble, to apologize, to somehow acknowledge the crime of wanting to celebrate my own birthday. But I stayed quiet. I wanted them to squirm first, to feel the tension I had carried for decades. Dad cleared his throat. "Adam, we're only trying to help you understand." "Help me understand what?" I interrupted, my voice calm but firm. "That my existence needs to be approved by my sister? That my milestones are only valid if they don't inconvenience Lydia?" Mom's face tightened. "You're twisting everything. We're trying to show you how your actions affect others." "Others?" I repeated, leaning forward. "So let me get this straight. I plan a simple dinner with a few friends. I invite you. I send invitations weeks in advance. And because my sister has an important event the next day, I've somehow wronged her? Wronged her in a way that justifies completely ignoring me? 24 calls, endless messages, now a formal family meeting? You call that showing concern?" Lydia's lips pressed into a thin line. "Adam, you don't get it. It's about appearances. People saw me at the networking meeting, and now people saw you at your networking meeting," I said, holding back a sharp laugh. "And that gives you the right to erase me from my own birthday? To make me feel invisible in front of my friends?" Ezra chimed in, a smug grin on his face. "It's not that serious. You're overreacting, Adam. You always overreact." I let their words wash over me for a moment, pretending to consider them. Inside, I was boiling, not just over the birthday, but decades of this pattern, of being minimized, ignored, sidelined, of being taught that my sister's needs and reputation mattered more than my feelings, my achievements, my life. And then, slowly, I smiled. Not a small, polite smile. A deliberate, cold smile. "You know," I said, leaning back, "you're right. I have overreacted. For years, I've let you all control the narrative. Let me guess, this is how it's always been for you, right? You get what you want, and anyone who dares step out of line gets reminded of their place." Mom's eyebrows shot up. "Adam." "No," I interrupted. "Let me finish. I've spent my entire life playing by your rules. I've swallowed your favoritism, your manipulation, your endless comparisons between Lydia and me. And do you know what it got me? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So if you think this meeting, these lectures, are going to make me bend, you're mistaken." Lydia shifted uncomfortably on the couch. "Adam, you're being dramatic." "Am I?" I asked, leaning forward now, voice low and controlled. "Let's go over the facts, shall we? Birthday invitations sent weeks in advance. Ignored by my parents. Ignored by my sister. Ignored by my cousin. 24 missed calls from Mom. A formal meeting scheduled in your living room to lecture me about respect and appearances. And now you sit there, expecting me to apologize." Ezra laughed quietly, trying to dismiss it. "Come on, Adam. You know this isn't fair to Lydia." "Oh, it's not fair to Lydia?" I said, and every word dripped with precision. Let me make sure I understand. You've all spent my entire life making sure she has the spotlight, that she gets the grades, the accolades, the praise, the attention. That if I try to carve out any space for myself, it becomes my fault that she feels uncomfortable. Is that correct? Mom's jaw tightened. Dad's hand pressed against the arm of his chair. They were trying to regain control, but I had already shifted the balance. Yes, I continued. That's exactly what you've done. And for decades, I've swallowed it. I've smiled, I've nodded, I've stayed in my corner because I didn't want the confrontation. But guess what? 40 years of waiting for your approval ends now. I'm done playing by your rules. There was a long silence. I could feel it. The room had gone still, except for Lydia, who was glaring at me as if I'd grown a second head. Ezra's smugness was slipping into confusion. Dad and Mom looked like statues, caught off guard by a son who finally spoke back. I paused, letting the tension settle. Then, almost casually, I reached for my phone on the side table and began scrolling. You know what I've been doing these past few weeks? I asked, my voice quiet, deliberate. I've been documenting everything. Every conversation, every slight, every time I've been minimized, ignored, or manipulated by any of you. Emails, messages, voicemails, everything. And I've organized it all. Mom's face went pale. Dad's hand twitched. Lydia leaned forward, trying to mask her panic. Ezra straightened in his seat. I smiled again, watching them squirm. And you know what I realized? I continued. I realized that I don't need your approval. I don't need your validation. But you've built a reputation in this family for being untouchable, for controlling everything, everyone, with your appearances and your petty rules. And now, it's time to turn that on its head. I didn't explain yet what I planned. I didn't need to. The silence that followed said more than words ever could. Each of them knew that the walls they had built around their power, their little kingdom of favoritism and manipulation, were suddenly exposed as fragile. Mom finally whispered, her voice tight. Adam, what are you talking about? I leaned back, taking my time. I'm talking about showing the world exactly who you are. Not just at my birthday, not just with me, but everything. Every word you've twisted, every slight you've masked as concern. It's all documented. Lydia opened her mouth, but I held up a hand. Not yet, but it will come. And when it does, you'll see exactly how this looks from the outside. To everyone who has ever known us, you're the villains you've always been. Ezra scoffed, but it was weak. Dad's hand shook ever so slightly. Mom looked like she wanted to yell, to control, to manipulate, but the words wouldn't come. I smiled again, slow and deliberate. You've controlled the narrative for decades. Now it's my turn to decide what story gets told. And in that moment, I realized something I hadn't expected. The fear in the room, the tightness in their jaws, the flush on their faces, the frantic glance exchanges between them, was intoxicating. After all these years of being powerless, of being ignored, I was finally holding the upper hand. I didn't move. I didn't have to. Just sitting there, calm and collected, I could feel the shift. The family I had grown up with, the ones who had made my life smaller, who had minimized me at every turn, were finally on the defensive. And I knew, without a doubt, that the next steps, the careful unraveling of their little world, would be delicious. But I didn't strike yet. Not fully. Not until I knew exactly how far I could push them. Because when you spend your whole life being sidelined, when you've watched your achievements dismissed and your milestones ignored, patience becomes the most powerful weapon of all. I leaned back, crossed my arms, and waited. And that's when Lydia spoke again, her voice low, sharp with panic. Adam, what exactly are you planning? I smiled, but didn't answer. Not yet. I didn't answer Lydia's question. Instead, I calmly stood up, collected my phone and my notes, and motioned for them all to follow me into the living room. The private meeting room my parents always used as a display of control, the one where they could lecture anyone into submission, was about to become my stage. I started with Mom. Do you remember my last birthday, when you spent 20 minutes lecturing me for choosing a restaurant over Lydia's piano recital? I held her gaze as she shifted uncomfortably. Or the time you told me my awards were nice, but not worth celebrating? She opened her mouth, but I raised a hand. Don't interrupt. I have every message, every email, every call logged. Every instance you and Dad, Lydia, and Ezra minimized me, belittled me, or made me feel invisible. It's all here. I projected my screen onto the wall with a smart device I'd brought. Emails from mom saying Lydia needed priority because she had a future to protect. Text messages from dad dismissing my accomplishments as nothing special. And comments from Lydia comparing me to her at every turn, mocking my life choices and my work. Even Ezra's condescending remarks about my career and social life, all documented. I let them stare at the wall, frozen, as each item flashed across the screen. You've all spent decades convincing me I was the problem, I said, my voice steady. That my desires, my achievements, my milestones didn't matter. But look at this. I gestured to the scrolling messages. You are the problem. You've built your little kingdom on favoritism and manipulation, and it's built on lies. Lydia gasped, covering her mouth. Adam, that's private. You can't. Watch me, I said calmly. This isn't just private. This is proof of how you've treated me. And now, the world is going to see it too. I pulled up my social media account where I had created a private post for friends, family acquaintances, and former neighbors, people who had always witnessed their favoritism and manipulation firsthand. With the press of a button, I shared the screenshots, carefully edited to tell a clear story. My parents' favoritism toward Lydia, Lydia's manipulations and insults, and Ezra's snide, belittling behavior. I didn't exaggerate. I didn't need to. The truth was damning enough. Within minutes, notifications began flooding my phone. Messages poured in, friends expressing shock, distant relatives who had only heard my side quietly over the years reaching out to say they had suspected something similar, colleagues who knew my parents' public persona messaging me privately with stories of similar manipulations. I watched the fear ripple across the room. Mom's lips pressed into a thin line. Dad's hand trembled slightly. Lydia's face turned pale, and Ezra's confident smirk faltered. They had always controlled the narrative. Now, it was theirs being controlled. You think this is going to ruin me? Dad finally said, his voice strained. Adam, this is your family. You're exaggerating. I shook my head slowly. No, I'm telling the truth. And this is the consequence of decades of minimizing me, of teaching me that my life didn't matter unless it aligned with yours. Every insult, every dismissal, every time you told me to support Lydia instead of living my own life, it all comes out today. Lydia finally spoke, her voice sharp, pleading now. Adam, please. You don't need to humiliate us like this. We can fix it. No, I said firmly. There's nothing to fix. The truth doesn't need fixing. Your actions speak for themselves. They sat in silence as I packed up my phone and notes. My friends, who had gathered quietly in the living room behind me, gave me supportive nods. Outside, the notifications kept coming, people discussing the post, sharing it with others who knew my family's reputation. I left that house feeling lighter than I had in decades. I didn't look back. They had finally lost the ability to control me, to twist reality, to dominate my life through their manipulation. In the days that followed, the fallout was immediate and public. Extended relatives and neighbors who had once looked to mom and dad as paragons of family virtue began distancing themselves. Lydia's network contacts, who had always admired her for her professional poise, started asking questions. Ezra found himself being called out by people who had once casually let his condescending remarks slide. Mom and dad tried to reach me repeatedly, but I ignored every call. I didn't know them explanations. Their actions had shown their true nature: controlling, manipulative, self-serving. The same family that had ignored my 40th birthday, dismissed my achievements, and constantly compared me to Lydia was now publicly revealed for what they were. As for Lydia and Ezra, their social circles started to shift subtly. Invitations stopped coming. Colleagues who once praised Lydia's accomplishments quietly distanced themselves. Ezra's charm, which had always been unchallenged within the family, now rang hollow to anyone who bothered to listen. And me? I finally celebrated. Alone if I wanted, or with the friends who actually cared for me. I didn't need validation from a family that had spent decades denying me any. I had taken control of my story, exposed the manipulators, and ensured that the power dynamics that had haunted me for years were finally reversed. The family? They retreated into their own world, frantic to salvage appearances, but the damage was done. Their villainy had been made public, their manipulation undeniable, and I, for the first time in 40 years, was free of their shadow. I didn't forgive them. I never will. And every time I see my phone light up with another person acknowledging what I'd endured, I know I made the right choice. Sometimes, the sweetest revenge isn't a dramatic confrontation. Sometimes, it's simply taking back control, telling the truth, and watching the empire of lies crumble from within. And that's exactly what I did. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this.